of it being used was in 1939, and then it was this smattering in the 50s, but then in like 2018, 2019, everything was impactful. It's because it's a degradation of the suffix full, which was the thing, the whatever you're describing was full of this thing. You can't be full of impact. It's an all or nothing thing. An impact is a thing that either happens or it doesn't. You can't be full of it, but it's because now they've degenerated impact into meaning
There's
like
no
how I
quantities of
feel.
impact. It's not a
Yeah,
gradient.
exactly.
A
Yes.
gradient of impact.
Impact is not a gradient. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I can't get past that one, Matrix. There's only one word on the list. So just try not to use it around me.
It's just because you're a profession and you have to deal with people that use weasel words 24/7.
Yeah, that's probably it. I just have my impactful meter here on my desk. Yeah.
Impactful meter's gone off the scales. Yeah, I suppose everyone's got that trigger. When I used to work on the rail, my boss used to always say, at the end of the day, at the end of the day. And one day there, he must have said it about 5 times in one sentence. And it's like, bro, I'm going to nail this now. At the end of the day, it gets friggin' dark.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, some people use like one phrase like way too much. Yeah, I know what you mean.
So every time I hear someone say that, at the end of the day, this...
Well, I have to say, your your diatribe and protest was very impactful.
Now I'm feeling nauseous.
To work for somebody who could not stand to see the word "that" too many times.
Bat.
That, yeah, you had to take out as many "that's" as you possibly could.
That's funny because people usually leave out that in places where it should be. These days, it gets skipped. I can't believe you said that. It should be, I can't believe that you said that. I mean, that is 2 that's. Your person would not like that at all.
No,
I just did a third one.
I can't believe you said that. Should be replaced. Yeah, go ahead.
Is when people use their entire sentences composed of pronouns. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? He, her, him. Like you can't actually. They don't say anything specific. It's all pronouns. That thing over there that did the other thing. Like what? What thing? What are you talking about? Be specific.
Yeah.
I have no
Yeah,
idea
you
what you're
have to.
saying.
Yeah, if you're talking about two men, you're talking about 2 men, you have to like regularly insert the name of which one you're speaking about that time. You have to just say, he said that to him. Yeah, and then you don't know which one. It's important.
He said the thing over there went to that place. What are you talking about? It's literally playing fill in the blanks.
Yeah, I'm pretty good these days of just avoiding pronouns altogether, but not even just for politically correct reasons. It's like sometimes, especially, because I'm teaching online, like I'm talking to the parent. I don't feel like looking up in PowerSchool to find out if this very obscure name is male or female. I just keep using the name over and over because I don't want the parent to get upset if I call their boy a girl or vice versa. Blank's doing very well in the class. I'm very happy to see Blank's progress. Just keep saying the name over and over. Works.
There are a lot of sex ambiguous names nowadays that are not used purposefully for that matter of ambiguity.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like Morgan. Yeah, all those kind of ones. You'd think it would be one thing, but it's sometimes the other one.
Did you hear that Alex Jones called YouTube's bluff and set up his YouTube channel? And it was up
No.
for only 12 hours before they removed it. And in a communication, they said, no, that our brokering of rebrokering of free speech was just a pilot program.
So
big
it's
marketing
free
gimmick.
as long as you say what we want you to say.
Yep. So Alex Jones is up for 12 hours, and then they took him down because they don't really buy free speech.
I did not hear that. Thanks for telling us.
Wow.
Yep. So be careful. It's like some of us thought it might be a honeypot, just because they're distrustful. Sure looks that way.
Yep, guess you were right. Oh, we just have to go back to talking about flat Earth.
Well, it is free. You're free to say what we want you to say.
Oh yeah, Adam's got something there. YouTube unbans, then immediately bans Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes. I've heard that name, Nick Fuentes, but I don't really know who that is. Who's it?
He's kind of like a political commentator, like almost like Charlie Kirk was, except for he's 10 times or 100 times more brutal. He straight up says black people. Nobody wants to be around black people. He says Jews. He just like straight up just says what everybody's thinking.
Also, like a public version of me. Awesome. I like this Stone guy. He's given it to this Shiva on X. One of the things that was posted up: time to give real-time math exam to anyone asserting geometries and/or dynamics of Earth. By real time, I mean get up at a whiteboard. They get given a problem, and high school or geometry physics can solve, and must do it live in front of us. Fair? Question mark. First response that I read: absolutely shameful display of egotistical academic snobbery. Completely the opposite of what we expect from an impartial facilitator. Rests on the most egregiously globy used logical fallacy in the book. Appeal to authority. You should be embarrassed. And even Pierre's getting in there.
Well, that's not the problem, dude. The problem is people took him up on the offer, and then he blocked them and said nobody answered.
Yeah, well, that was a mistake because most of the people that did that are all we all know each other. Like, we know that Whitsett hangs out here and you guys hang out in there. Like, some of the names, like, just because I mightn't know them, you guys probably have heard of them. So it's only a matter of time before, that's where so-and-so hangs out. He hangs out in Earth Awakenings or wherever. Like, everyone's got their own little den that they hang out in, but we all do know each other around the traps. But yeah, even Shane's into it. Well, that escalated quickly. What happened to an objective look at the shape of Earth while following the scientific method? Seems you're far more concerned into putting on some sort of public spectacle. So sad to see. Even Pippa Australis. You're a doorknob. What are you doing in there? Hi, Shane. Remember the solarium data you posted a year or more ago? Did you ever attempt to accurately plot it on a globe? I know you did the flat Earth plot, and observers are well looking into different directions to see the Southern Cross. Geez, he's a muppet, isn't he? Pippa Australis must have sent me probably 20 messages asking what's wrong here. And what he'd do is he'd get a snippet of an AE map, and there'd be a line running north-south and a line running east-west in Australia, both allegedly the same distances. And it'd be like, what's wrong here? And there's the back and forth. There must have been about 20 or 30 messages back and forward with this clown. And it's like, dude, the problem is your inability to read an AE map. That's all. Once you learn how to read it, you'll notice there's no problem. Yes, but there's a problem here. There shouldn't be a problem. What problem are you talking about? Well, those lines are wrong. That's because you don't know how to read a map. And that's when someone else found that Maptard video. And I sent that to him. I was laughing my ass off when I saw that too. All I could think of was him.
The thing is, here's the thing, Matrix. I told him this probably 4 years ago, and he's still doing it.
Yeah.
Still doing it. Because I've been on Twitter a long time, and he's one of the OG Twitter globe trolls. He's been told this years ago. Years. It's probably more than 4 years.
What am I? January 22. Holy shit, you've been on there since 2009.
IMA's an old book. So I told Piper Australia, so back
It's amazing how much they confuse maps for the terrain. Like that ancient problem just never goes away.
Yeah, it's interesting. If the map was the terrain, once a map is made and everyone goes, "Hey, look, it's correct," that'd be it. There wouldn't be hundreds and hundreds of different maps. There'd just be the map because it would be a representation, a model of the ocean versus the land.
Like everybody who's used a map. So people that were driving cars in the 1990s and before. Anyone who's gone camping and had to use a map. There are good ones and there are bad ones. More often than not, you pull out your map and you look around and you're like, this doesn't quite match the map, but I see, and you're like, oh, okay, I see the map where this is now. There are problems.
I'm so glad I was in Scouts. I had to do orienteering.
Yeah, my boys were in Cub Scouts, and then they switched to trail life when Cub Scouts and the Boy Scouts went crazy. But yeah, I went on their orienteering expedition. It was fun. My littlest one, he was probably only 4 when they did that, but we saw something just the other day that was a land feature that totally reminded him of something that they'd done in that expedition. It does get you more in touch with paying attention to the land, and I think that's the problem with these people that come in here. They haven't had any. It doesn't seem like. I mean, sometimes I question them, and I find out that I'm right, that they've had very much experience exploring the real Earth.
Very common that they'll take for granted given distances, the Globers do in some of their arguments, right? They'll be like, all right, so we know that Paris to New York is this far. And their entire argument rests, at least part of their argument actually rests on that condition being true.
I just love how confident some of them actually come in with, oh, well, it's a known fact that the sun is 93 million miles away. It's like, okay, who measured it?
Absent any corrections, ad hoc corrections, calculated spherical distances, particularly between 3 points. Those distances aren't going to match a real flat surveyed distance between those 3 points. just a geometric truth. The further those points are away from each other on that spherical coordinate grid, the more it diverges from what a planar survey would reveal. The problem is nobody's got a really keen ability to do highly precise, ultra long distance planar surveys.
Yeah.
The other problem is everybody believes that the GPS calculated distances are 100% accurate over long distances. This is because it provides precision accuracy over short distances. So people say, well, if it's super accurate for these distances in my local frame, then it's got to be just as accurate for all these longer distances. So how do you externally validate that? Well, the flat measurement of the surface externally falsifies that. So, and that's a geometric reality, a geometric proof. You can take that to the. But what they've done is like GPSs are a bit more sophisticated. They're just not working off of a reference ellipsoid. They work off of tons of localized corrections that are overlaid on top of that.
So, Bingo, you have been unlocked. You are able to talk. All you've got to do is press your unmute button. Just so you know, if you choose not to speak, I can't give you VC verified. So your ability to speak will be left to the discretion of the moderators. If you do choose to speak and say g'day and prove that you are not a bot, then we can get you VC verified, and that means you can pop into a channel and say g'day whatever you like.
Hello, I'm just listening right now.
You're just listening right now.
Yes.
Sounds like you're just about to go to sleep right now.
No, it's middle of the day.
Well, we'll try to say something interesting just for you, Bingo. Do you believe in the? Yeah, you're welcome. If you tell us whether you believe in the globe or not, that will help us know what kinds of things you'd like to listen to. Do you believe that you live on a globe?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're here to smash that delusion, so it'd be easier if you would participate, but I can smash it solo too.
Why do you think it's flat?
Somewhat
great
impactful.
question. Matrix, no. Indio's giving you, or I guess I gave it to you. I gave you the secret to riling me up. Why do I think it? Yes, well, I think it because I investigated to try to find proof of the globe. In the case when I was doing this, which was about 10 years ago, I was trying to find ways to explain to high school students that they were wrong if they were following the popular rappers at the time who were saying that the earth was flat. So when I tried to find logical and reasonable arguments to explain to them why it was actually a globe, I found nothing but propaganda and empty claims and emotional appeal, fallacious arguments, and so on. Then when I investigated further, I discovered that if we did live on a ball, then the curvature would increase at a rate of roughly 8 inches per mile squared. And, one of the first things I realized was that I'd already made a flat Earth observation many times, which was the regular occurrence of being able to see the skyline of the city of Chicago at over 50 miles from across Lake Michigan, from the shores of Lake Michigan down in Sawyer, Bridgman, South Haven, all the little towns there along the shore. I've seen it in many different places. And I should not have been able to see that because that skyline should be obscured behind over 1,800 feet of curve. And in fact, it is not. You can see it. Other people, many other thousands of people see it every summer, and you could see it too, or you can make your own observation in the place where you live.
But is the Earth perfectly spherical, or maybe just up on a hill or something like that?
Great question. Yep, that is the most common response to being given the debunking of the claimed geometry. So topography is not going to fix the particular problem I told you about, which is seeing a city across flat water, since water lies flat in its container. When you go out to the ocean, it's even more of a problem. There's no curvature measured anywhere at no time. Does water magically start to curve or bend when the nature of water is that it's going to lie flat in its container? So, whereas we do agree there are hills on the land, that is one reason why most of the flat Earth measurements that you will see debunking the geometry of the globe are done over water, but some are done over land. Because, in the scheme of things, those hills are not going to make a big difference in whether you do or do not see the thing that you're looking at in the distance. For example, in the Candigo observation, where the things you're looking at in the distance are mountains, much taller than any hill that would be in the way. So the hill is not obscuring the mountain, but the curve of the Earth should have been obscuring the mountain. So we're eliminating curve of the Earth as having obscured anything from view, since that's never been measured or observed. The other thing you mentioned, it's interesting. I mean, you mentioned it in terms of saying hills make it not a perfect sphere, but yeah, even the WGS 84 official globe model does not claim a perfect sphere. So in some of these measurements, depending on how much people feel like humoring globe religion adherents on any particular day, some people will calculate the difference that can be taken into account for the WGS 84 model as opposed to a perfectly spherical model. When those are taken into account, the difference is negligible. For example, in the 25-mile measurement 7 in the FE core laser test carried out in 2018, they calculated the percentage difference, and it was 0.1 inch and I think 2.5 millimeters. I'll find the screenshot for you. So yeah, you don't have to worry about that, Bingo, because when we say measures flat, A, we're usually using water. B, if you or anyone else wants us to take into account your bumpy Earth, we can do that, and it doesn't change the results in any significant way with the distances that we're talking about. For example, that particular laser test, the distance that the drop that is missing there is 297 feet. So you can see how 0.1 inch is a tenth of an inch versus 297 feet. That's not giving you your globe.
Okay, say I believe in this. Then do you believe in gravity? Or I heard many flat earthers deny gravity.
Cause of gravity is always in contention. Globe or flat.
But you believe the equations and everything like that.
Well, I mean, the equations describe things, and it depends which gravity you're talking about, being an actual descriptor versus a
There are
fantasy
different
math
kinds.
descriptor. Oh, yeah. There are like 19 different theories of gravity with different ways to conceptualize them with math.
And they all give the same results if you actually try
No.
to use them. No. Oh, how can they give different results? Then
Well, like, why did Newton's gravity not give the results to describe the motion of Mercury?
it does.
No. It's one of the reasons why Einstein invented relativity, was to provide a way to do that. But then relativity doesn't describe things happening at the microscopic or extreme macroscopic levels of cosmology either. So they invent dark matter, dark energy, and string theory, and all this other stuff. Gravitation has been just a patchwork, like a patchwork quilt of various different ideas stitched into itself. There's
So
no
what
uniform
do you believe in?
consensus.
Do you have
Sorry?
a theory on your own?
Oh, I don't need some kind of cosmological explanation for the motions in the heavens.
But here on Earth, how do you explain something falling to the floor?
Why do you need an explanation?
Why?
Like,
Why wouldn't you?
well, what is an explanation apart from actual evidence? You know, if you need an explanation that defines how and why something falls, I can point to you 19 different theories out there on that.
But Newton's theory describes it very well. Why shouldn't we use that?
Well, it's also not perfect within the globe's cosmology.
How isn't on Earth? It isn't perfect either, or what? You said Mercury,
Newton-
but here on Earth.
Newton also disavowed his own theory of gravity and said that anybody who buys into it's basically dumb.
He said it.
Yeah, actually he did.
So why do we still use it today?
'Cause people like explanations. People want stories. People want to substitute good stories, explanations, for actual knowledge so that they can feel empowered.
Okay, but we can still use Newton's equations to accurately describe how things fall.
Sure.
Doesn't that prove
Yeah.
something?
What, describing something accurately? What's it supposed to prove?
That things fall.
Yeah, so what?
Yeah, I don't know what your point is.
I don't know either. Yeah, like, so what? Yeah, I drop a pencil and I can describe it with math.
Yeah, but you don't believe in it. So
What do you mean? I don't believe in it.
his theory.
His explanations involving the cosmos. No, I don't believe that. That's entirely separate from acknowledging that if I drop a pencil, it'll hit the ground. You understand?
But his theory is also on the Earth, that we have gravity here. It's not only in the cosmos.
Correct.
So why would we not use his theory if it accurately describes how it works?
Doesn't accurately describe the cosmos, like I said, providing that
Not the
example of
cosmos, but
Mercury.
here on Earth.
I mean, yeah, I already told you I have no problem using Newton's gravity to describe motion.
Okay. So then
Yeah, what's wrong with that? I drop a pencil, boom, 9.8 meters per second squared in a vacuum. Works for me. Doesn't mean Earth is
do you agree it's not the same everywhere on Earth? 9.8.
Oh, that's That's true whether or not you accept a flat or a globe Earth.
How do you describe it on the flat model?
What are you talking about? A description is it falls differently in different places under different circumstances. And nobody has a causal mechanism for it, flat or globe.
Yes, we use mass to describe it.
You use math to describe
Mass,
the causation
mass.
or
Mass is also conceptual.
Mass and distance.
Yeah, so what? That doesn't make Earth a globe. It also doesn't make Earth flat. So what?
Why would the distance be larger at the equator if
How
not
do you
for
know
a
that's
globe?
true?
Because it's measured.
Can you provide a measurement, please, in the method?
I can Google it if you want.
No, I've spent years trying to locate this. Or Google is probably not going to
Measurements
help.
for
Because chances are I'm going to predict the future. What you provide as a measurement is actually a calculation.
okay,
And made with assumptions in the first place.
okay, so with calculation you mean you measure like the weight of something and then you calculate the constant.
Yeah, that's fine.
You don't think that's okay, or what?
No, I didn't say that. No, we're talking about measuring distances. In this case, the equator, whatever and wherever that actually is. Do you know what the equator is? How to define it?
No, how do you define it?
Do you want an education on this for real?
Well, I would just say like
There are multiple definitions. I'll give you one. Is
okay,
the sun rising at 90 degrees east on the equinox, where the sun is also tracing the shortest path in the sky.
is it like how it spins and not the sun?
Cool story. Which one do you actually observe?
I don't know. I thought you had a
You've never seen the globe spinning from outer space, dude. That's the point. You see Earth
So
exactly.
you have to see it to believe it.
Well, you have to see it first.
Really?
And it's not just seeing either, right? Like what constitutes seeing, you can come into direct knowledge of things without seeing things with your biological eyeballs. You can come into direct knowledge of things through instrumentation that you use to measure.
Yeah. And isn't that what we are doing to measure where the equator is?
Well, yeah, but it's not just where the equator is. It's a distance of a circumference of an equator, right? That's what's in contention, how big that is. I don't know of any measurement of it. I do know of calculated map distances. It's not a measurement, though.
It's not a measurement.
Yeah, calculated map distances are not measurements, correct?
That's a calculation.
Yeah.
By definition.
Right, not a measurement.
So what does that prove?
Well, it's reinforcing my point that obtaining an actual measurement for circumference is quite elusive.
Okay, but we still have a theory about why the gravitational force is different at different parts of the world. And we have measured...
And for different elements.
Elements?
Yeah, different elements actually drop at different rates into vacuum. Lithium, barium, lead, copper. Yeah, these. If you were to put these in a tray in a vacuum tower and drop them, with the camera attached to the falling tray, you'll see that the elements are falling at different rates. They raise off the tray at different times and at different rates.
Do you have a source for this? I don't believe that.
Maybe someone in the live stream voice text chat can post a link. I don't have it handy, but I can give you some details. It's called the Bremen Drop Tower test in Bremen, Germany. I think part of the University of Hamburg or something.
Okay,
Thank
but
you.
Yeah, I think I've got it. There's a YouTube video about it, right? I think I've got something on it. I'll look.
The GIF is already in chat.
Oh,
Wait,
Matrix
Adam's
is so
posting
much
on
quicker
YouTube.
than me. Yay.
and that's in a vacuum, or
Yeah, it's a vacuum tower that they conduct such tests in all the time. Anything you need to drop in a vacuum, there you go. You can go sign up on a sheet somewhere to reserve
But
time
that's
to go
not
do
drop.
your test.
don't
Huh?
they just shake the thing and they bounce up? Can the
Well, yeah,
other
the reason
things
why they bounce is
and
because the tray hit the bottom.
yeah, can like elasticity explain that?
Well, the falling tray hit the bottom, and the elements hit the tray as it rebounded, and it all went crashing. That's why they flipped. But the important part is they dropped at different rates, very slightly. I mean, this
When you
isn't
mean
controversial.
drop, you mean they fall at different rates, or
Yeah, it's weird, right?
but
But
that
you know,
doesn't show
9.8
that.
meters per second squared as the constant for G is also an agreed upon average by committee. Did you know that they took a vote?
Yeah, it's an average.
Yeah, so there you go.
But
You're seeing the
where I live,
variance.
we use 9.82.
Yeah, you're
And-
seeing a variance with your own eyes on the internet. If you want to trust the Bremen Drop Tower test, I mean, this is a great way for you by proxy to witness that variance in G. It's known. So yeah, cool.
But
I have no problem with this.
but it's not like you drop those things and they fall at different rates. They get
That's what
pushed
happened.
up in the air.
No, it's a vacuum tower.
Yeah, but you can still push something in a vacuum.
What are you saying?
They put
they are not
something in the
dropped.
vacuum.
They get flung up, and they are not dropped.
Okay, so
No, the reason why they rise up in the tray is because the tray with the camera attached is dropping.
there's a cradle that gets dropped with all the equipment together.
Oh,
on
okay,
it.
okay, understand.
Yeah, the camera is in the accelerative frame.
So you explained that they have different constants for acceleration, or what?
Well, this is a demonstration of the average that G represents, which we all know to
No,
be an
the
average.
average of G is on different locations on the Earth, not.
Well,
of
that may be the
different
case too. Here's an example of G being varied within one location, very slightly, but it exists. The variance exists. I mean, I don't know why you're putting up a fight about this. This is kind of silly. And none of this proves that Earth is a globe.
No, I'm trying to prove that gravity exists.
Oh, why? I've accepted it for you already. What I've told you that I don't accept are the explained causes that people theorize about. Nobody really knows. I mean, like you can
Okay,
go to Neil deGrasse Tyson when he's asked what causes gravity. He's like, I don't know. Next question.
okay, he's
Right? I mean, let's be honest and
but
humble.
that doesn't prove anything. But
Right.
the cause of something, you can just say it doesn't exist. Like you can say you doesn't exist. It doesn't prove anything.
I mean, I know I exist, dude. Is this really going there?
How do you know? How would you know?
Oh, no, this is going to get silly. We're talking about science, and in science, you vary and manipulate what you presume the cause of phenomena are. In this instance, it's what to make phenomena like gravity happen. It's not about the existence of me or you, it's about the existence of something that causes something else to happen.
Okay.
Yeah, like my metaphysics doesn't prove that Earth is a globe either.
Neither does
Does
thing
it prove
fall
that
into the
there-
floor.
What?
Proving why some things fall to the floor or not also doesn't prove the Earth is a sphere.
Correct. The vector is perpendicular to the horizontal surface, not inward radially to a common center. So if you're
Yes.
going to suggest that gravity is a radial vector to a common center, then there's going to
But-
be required curvature measurements.
But it's not to the center. It's like, yeah, center of mass.
I said a common center.
Yeah.
I'm being
Yeah,
very
yes.
careful with words. A barycenter.
But so you don't believe the photos of the Earth is real either.
The photos
what
of
should
the
I-
Earth show the Earth to be a sphere, which means the surface of the Earth would curve. We don't measure a rate of change of slope of 7.8 inches per mile squared. So the pictures don't fit the reality that we measure on the Earth.
Yeah. Why should I accept something that contradicts what I can measure?
But does it contradict? You haven't shown any contradictions, or?
The surface of the Earth measures to be horizontal, which is a stark contradiction to a line, a surface that should curve.
Would you like to see such measurements?
Sure.
Yeah, I already explained to you the Chicago skyline and the 25-mile FE core laser test. So yeah, we can put more information about both of those and other ones in the
Yeah, I
voice
would like
text
to see
there.
Great, makes my life easy. Yep, I will reference you, sir, to those that Dandelion has already put forth. The evidence extends well beyond just these instances and well beyond what is presented even in this server. We have many, many, many measurements, direct files, archive links, web links, where you can go find information about the people and the means that was used to attain those measurements. But it goes way beyond that. It goes way backwards in time and extends to things we haven't even come across yet. Just recently, I found a U.S. Navy document, actually somebody from the United States Post-Naval Graduate School, who did a paper describing how using flat Earth, a local tangent plane coordinate system, improves the accuracy of targeting and location finding of objects in a battle space compared to using globe Earth spherical coordinate references. I find that fascinating for a few reasons. Number one, this isn't saying that using flat Earth approximations are good enough. No. It's saying that these are superior. Now, he's not suggesting in the paper that he believes that the Earth is flat. He's just saying, hey, isn't this funny? We all know Earth is a globe, but if you do it this way, flat, you can get better results. And that's really nothing new. Like I've seen this kind of thing before too in surveying literature, where people measure the Earth for a living. So no globe there. The globe exists as a mathematical construct in people's minds as a way to conceptualize and reconcile the stars that they perceive to behave in a certain way and the ground that they can live on and actually directly interact with. And the first globes really came about in the age of sailing, where they combined celestial navigation concepts involving the conceptual celestial sphere as an idealized model with the flat seas and terrain. And what they did was they just projected the terrain onto the celestial sphere. And they said, oh, there you go. This is a way to reconcile it. Now we have an object that we can look at and study as a way to conceptualize the world on which we live. And that's it. It was a useful tool. But that's not how reality actually works. And that's the interesting thing about this entire discussion. You probably come across other flat earth groups out there, it sounds like. If you haven't had much interaction with us 24/7, we are much different. We try to uphold academic integrity and honesty and a more rigorous approach to this topic than you may find on random TikToks or Facebook groups or pages on X. This community's been around 10 years. We've got about 30,000 members in the server. We record everything. We've recorded everything 24/7, 365, every interaction going back 10 years. Very transparent. Nobody needs to dox themselves to talk to us. We just like to have conversations and give people information about the Earth. That's my sales pitch.
So, Rugged Peso, now that you're here to make a fool of yourself, please speak up.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Good afternoon.
So
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
What's your
good
globe
afternoon.
proof today?
Well, basically, I will. I don't have evidence, but I mean, I would just like to point out a really funny thing that happened in the VC chat. So I was basically having a conversation, right, with this guy. I don't know who he is, but yeah, we were just
Well,
having
you're
a
supposed to
conversation.
bring evidence.
I mean, yeah, and this is my evidence, in a certain way.
No, it's
So-
not. You're going to be talking shit about something that happened in chat that no one cares about.
No, it's because it's a nice example. I'm just
The funny part is, Rugged Peso,
do
do you know what sarcasm is? Do you know
I
what
mean,
sarcasm is?
That's what you guys do. You guys use sarcasm all the
Rugged
time.
Peso, do you know what it is?
Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah.
Excellent. What I want you to do, see that stupid thing that you keep posting? The comment that's attached to the bottom of that is called sarcasm.
Oh, sarcasm, right, buddy? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right. So what he was
Oh,
doing,
sarcasm,
because you're
yeah.
a clown, because you're
Yeah.
a clown, he was taking the piss. He was having a laugh at you.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Uh-huh.
Now you know how it
Sure.
works.
Sure. Call it that.
So,
It helps me.
where's your globe proof?
I mean, everywhere.
Everywhere?
Everywhere.
Yeah, basically.
What?
So,
Sorry, is that like evidence of motion everywhere or evidence of curvature everywhere?
It's literally everywhere. Honestly, I mean, you
What?
can
So
see it
evidence
everywhere.
of motion is everywhere?
I mean, not only that, and I could go into that.
I know not only that, but we're going to be very specific about that at the moment, and then we can move on to other things. What's
I
the
was
empirical
actually
evidence I just want to ask the question, what the empirical evidence that the Earth is in motion?
But I cannot talk without answering questions. I need to answer questions so I can talk.
I'm asking you the question. The question is what the empirical evidence of the Earth in motion is.
Right, but do I have another choice? Can I talk without answering questions, or is it
You've
strictly
made
necessary?
claims. I want to know what the evidence is.
Right, but I just want to know if I can talk without answering questions.
Oh,
That's
okay.
my
So you want to pontificate?
No, I just
Okay,
want to
you
say
can
something.
pontificate.
So what I want to say is, that everything. I will go in the motion in 1 second, but everything that we see in the sky, every single freaking thing. I mean, every single planet in a freaking $100 telescope, right? The moon itself, all the asteroids, all the planets, all the moons that orbit the planets, they are all globes, and we can see them having eclipses, and we can see them orbiting. So, I mean, that's just it, man. I mean, it's a globe. We're not special.
That's other things.
Yeah, we're not special. We're just like the
Sorry,
same.
dude, excuse me. That's other things. The moon, the sun, Jupiter, that other things. You can't say that because other things are spherical, we
Right.
can only be spherical. You can only conclude that premises when you prove the Earth to be spherical also.
No, we are spherical.
Okay, can you show me the proof of that without
Because we live in the
pointing
same
at other
universe.
things? Sorry, excuse me. I let you pontificate, didn't I? You appealed. I let you finish. Can you let me do the same? You can't point at other things and declare that the thing that you're standing on is also like those things without measuring it to be so. You got to prove it first, Sunshine. You understand this, right?
So you cannot deduce things.
Sorry, we're going to be proving. We're not going to be working on assumptions. I'm not
No,
going to go
I'm
to
not
the
into
woods.
deduction.
Listen. I'm not going to go to the woods, see a squirrel in the tree eating nuts, and then deduce that I'm a squirrel in the tree eating nuts.
I'm asking if you can deduct things. Can you deduct things?
I've just given you a deduction that's stupid. Did you follow along with what I said?
No, but can you
Give you a
deduct things?
deduction.
I'll do it
Yeah,
again.
At least he's
Deduction.
honest.
I'll do it again. When I go to the woods and I see a squirrel in the tree eating nuts, do I deduce that I'm also a squirrel in a tree eating nuts?
That's
Deduction.
I'm not even going to answer that, and I'm not even going to answer
So
that.
that's actually not a deduction, and it's an example of your flawed logic, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It is. You're pointing
Yes,
at
it
other
is.
things,
I'm actually
right?
going to give you
Like
another
a
deduction.
squirrel, and you're saying that those other things, that's me, that's also the thing that I'm standing on, without proving
Okay.
either way. You're just making a deduction.
Okay,
Then
I
it's
will
not a
make
fucking
another
good
deduction.
one.
I will make
not a
another
good one.
deduction. So
It's
if
not
we,
a
every
good
time,
one.
if every single time you go into the water you get wet, does it mean that next time you go to the water do you get wet? I mean, by principle, statistically, you
Sorry,
will
this
get
is
wet by
ridiculous
entering the
logic.
water.
That's
So
why
it
I'm
is a
upset with
deduction.
you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
It
I
is
don't
a
Like I said,
understand
deduction.
so.
I don't understand how you find this
It's
not
really
to be
hard to talk to you, man.
reasonable.
Wait,
This is very
that's not
dude,
analogous.
if you're going to interrupt me, I'm just going to mute you. I don't understand how you think this is unreasonable. Me pointing out that you pointing at other things isn't proving the thing that's in question, the thing that you're standing on. You've pointed away, not at the thing
No,
in
but it is.
question.
No, it is proving.
That's a substitution fallacy, Rugapeso.
No, but it's proving.
It's just dumb, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, if every single thing in the universe is a planet, and if we obey by the laws of the universe, we are a planet as well. So we are a planet.
How
Like
do you know
everyone else.
everything in the universe is a planet?
What's a planet?
I'm talking about as in solid celestial objects that orbit a star. If we are,
Yeah, so
if they
define a
all are
planet.
spherical, if they are all
Okay,
spherical,
so
and if we live in the
spherical
same universe, that means we are spherical as well, and they are a planet.
and anything else apart
Why
from
are you
being
interrupting
spherical.
me?
Because I want to clarify the stupid shit you're saying. So
Yeah,
apart
but if I
from being
cannot interrupt you,
spherical,
please don't interrupt
what
me.
else?
So yeah, by deduction, we are a
What
planet.
else? I'm asking you to
We are a
identify
planet, spherical
a planet. Yeah, apart from being spherical, what else does a planet do?
It orbits a star, of course.
Awesome. So a sphere in motion. Without pointing to other spheres in motion, can you prove that the Earth is also a sphere in motion?
Yeah, because we orbit the sun.
Well,
No,
I
can
measure
you
the Earth
prove
flat,
that premise?
so
Sorry, going to get annoyed. Can you prove that premise without just making the claim that's what's happening? Can you prove the claim?
Yeah, we can. We can prove
Good.
that.
How do you prove this claim?
by everything, man. We are just a planet orbiting the sun. By
No,
photos,
that's you declaring that the
by
Earth is a planet in
acceleration,
motion.
by
I want you
satellite,
to prove the Earth
by
is a
satellite
planet in
imaging.
motion.
by satellite imaging, by space probes, by
Don't get me a satellite image.
they're all over the internet. You can just check it out for
Dude,
yourself.
this is your evidence, my friend. We're going to go through it.
This is known evidence. This is known evidence. You can
Go
watch
and get it then.
So,
No,
Don't
if
get
it's
it
so
everywhere.
easily known,
Everywhere.
Rugger
No.
Peso, you
Yourself.
should have it on hand.
What
Even by
satellite image have
shadows.
you seen?
Clock shadows. They show that the Earth is orbiting the sun and not
Sorry,
the other way around.
what?
Yeah,
Clock shadows.
exactly.
What shadows?
Sundials.
Sundials. That shows the sun moves.
They prove the Earth is a globe and it's orbiting the sun.
No, sundial shows that
They
the
do.
light
And
source moves.
if you guys like geometry that much, that proves with geometry that we live in a planet that's orbiting
So
the sun.
how have you validated
that's not
that number
right.
1, we're a planet, number 2, we're moving, and number 3, we're a ball?
By everything. Everything
By
shows
everything.
that.
So let's say by everything. So my
just
left
presented you two
cowboy
arguments.
boots, Rugger Peso, shut up. So by everything.
presented you two
Also,
arguments.
why are you talking? Shut
Sorry,
your
this is
pie hole.
Stupid.
Rugger Peso, your claim of everything proves globe. My left cowboy boot
This is
proves that we
pointless.
live on a globe. That's the level of ridiculousness you've just given us.
We live in a planet, guys. It's a globe, definitely.
Can
I'm
you
just
prove
giving-
that,
giving-
please?
Yeah.
So,
You guys can always
So,
go back to
Rugger
Bingo if you
Peso.
want. At least he was capable of like sunlight
Yeah, I
carrying a
give you-
conversation. This guy's
Rugger
such a
Peso.
clown.
if we're on a globe, surely
Oh,
you'd
should've
have
gone with the
some
Matrix.
measured curvature. Measured drop over distance? Nothing?
No, I muted him because we should move on to someone else.
Yeah, he was in here earlier talking up a whole heap of shit in chat. And that's what, yeah, you're all big in chat. And he didn't come in here because Indio was in here. And as soon as midnight struck, this clown shoes dropped in. Indio had been gone for probably, I don't know, half hour, I suppose.
That's a taste of everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, at least he demonstrates that the globe believers don't have a leg to stand on. He demonstrates their complete lack of understanding. I mean, he several times said it's proved by everything. I mean, it's just so absurd. I don't know, making Bingo look good. Yeah, Bingo, how are you going to prove the globe?
Okay, I looked into that fall experiment, and it turns
Brother
out
dropped
it's
out.
not peer-reviewed and not published anywhere.
Oh,
And
so
then-
if
The most
something's
leading
not
discoveries have
peer-reviewed-
been.
Then it doesn't have some variables you do need to prove
So
the
does
thing
peer review
you're trying to prove.
prove things?
No, but it makes it more believable, at least.
Believable.
Yes. Like if I just said something, would you believe it?
There's
Depends on
data.
what you said.
Like
So
this
do you
isn't
think
just
when you do
a
peer
baseless
review, you
claim.
repeat the experiment? In peer
What?
review, you don't repeat the experiment, dude.
No, that's not what I said.
I know, you
But
asked us to believe what you said. I went,
No,
no, I'd
that's
only
not-
believe what you said
that-
based upon demonstration.
Okay, but there are some
Like an
variables like
experiment.
air resistance, magnetic
Well, the vacuum
fields,
chamber.
and vibration that
Yeah, that's awesome.
it doesn't account for.
Okay, that's lovely.
So you have no explanation for that.
Yeah. What's the cause of it, though?
Because of what?
The phenomenal stuff going down.
Gravity.
Okay, what's that then?
What gravity is.
Hmm.
I was specifically asking about this experiment you mentioned.
I know, and you've pointed out that some things aren't taken account for, and it's not
Yes.
peer reviewed. That's nice.
Yes.
And
So why should I believe it?
you don't have to.
Okay, so
Okay.
that study just
Do you
doesn't
think
matter.
Isaac Newton proposed an experiment for gravity?
Proposed an experiment,
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
carried out an experiment?
probably.
No.
Oh, how about Einstein? Do you think he proposed and then carried out an experiment for relativity?
No.
Oof.
Why are you
Those are-
asking that?
Those would be claims of gravity, right? But don't have scientific experiments for. So why should we believe them, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying you should believe them. I'm asking about this
Awesome. Especially
experiment.
if there's no experiment.
But you tried to prove your theory by this
What? Sorry. What was
experiment,
our? Sorry. What was our hypothesis?
that different elements falls at different rates.
It was more
Okay,
general than that. It was an open acknowledgement between you and me that gravity is an agreed upon average.
Yeah, it is.
That provided an example to
Between
exemplify
distances,
that.
not between elements. Do you agree?
Why not?
Well, because it's the same for all elements.
Oh, really?
Is it?
Yes.
So you're claiming the drop rate is the same for all elements after we showed you a video showing that it's different for the 1, 2,
Okay, but
3,
but
4,
who
5,
are
6,
you?
7
And
of them.
I
Sorry,
just tried to dispute that, but
It's
you had
hydrogen
no
an
answer
element.
for it.
It's hydrogen an
What?
element.
Yes.
Okay. Does hydrogen go down?
No, it goes up in our atmosphere.
It goes in all directions. It's a gas. The reason why it goes in the direction is because of its
Not
last
at all
collision.
temperatures.
Yeah, exactly. Depending, that's going to be relative to another gas, but a gas molecule, that's going to go all over the place, isn't it? So you're saying
not-
that all things
not
go
always.
down at a agreed upon average rate, but they don't.
They do.
They don't. Gas doesn't. We just pointed that out.
Okay, they don't go down. They go towards the center of mass.
No, gases expand. What are you talking about?
Expand.
Yeah,
How do we have gas on Earth?
because it's
Why doesn't
contained.
it just?
Because if it wasn't
what?
contained,
By
it would. Sorry, hold on. You understand that to keep a gas in a volume, it needs to be contained, right?
Yes.
Good. And if you open the container, there's more volume outside with less pressure. Entropy will increase. The high pressure will disperse into the low pressure volume and equalize, right?
Unless there's something stopping it.
No. I've just given you
What
the
is the
example.
container then? What is the container?
The container can be any container. I don't really
Something
care.
that's stopping it from.
Yeah,
dispersing.
as soon
Yeah.
as you remove the thing that's stopping it, that's the container. When you open the door, the gas expands into the next available volume, doesn't it?
So if I would say, if
There
we
was a
remove
question there. And you
gravity,
keep talking through me, and I'm going to get annoyed. Do I have to
Okay,
ask the question
go
a
ahead, go
third time for you to answer?
what is the question?
Seriously, you actually want me to ask the question again, even though I've asked it twice?
You're asking if it disperses if we remove the thing stopping it from
Yeah,
dispersing.
the container. If you open the
Yes,
container, the
yes,
gas
it
comes
does.
out.
Yes.
Yeah, good. So what else could you use to stop gas expanding?
Gravity.
No, gas expands to fill volumes. Second law of thermodynamics, the universal law, the natural law that applies here on the Earth. Gas expansion into a vacuum, right?
Yes.
Yeah, good. So there's no gravity observed within gas behavior.
Yes.
Is there? Show it.
Newton would disagree with you. Newton actually described gas behavior as being different from condensed matter, which is subject to gravity.
So gas doesn't have any gravitational. force
Nope.
applied to it. So how do you? So you think the entire world has a container around this?
Or if you're claiming there's a vacuum in the sky, then it better do, or we'll all be dead.
No, I explained it
Ye-
with gravity.
No, that's not observed within gas behaviour. Right?
Yes,
If you're going to explain
it is.
something, you need to listen to the retort and take it on. It's not observed within gas behaviour. I asked you to show it. You haven't yet. You've just repeated
Yeah,
the claim.
I will show it.
Okay.
Wait for me to pull it up.
Okay. No worries.
Does it alter the heat of the gas molecule?
Is that to me?
Does the gravitational compression of gas change the temperature of the gas molecule?
Probably.
Okay.
Okay.
Show it.
I was wrong. It doesn't change the temperature,
Oh, it would do.
but it may change the state of the element if it's
You're
gas
still
or
going to
if
have to
it's
show
liquid.
that claim,
So it-
dude. Be careful.
Gas
What you
would
claim?
No,
condense
I
under
can show it too
gravity.
if you want.
Your gas would condense under gravity, is what you're saying, and undergo
Yes.
no change in temperature. Amazing.
Okay. So you think it?
No, I'm still waiting for you
It's
to
up
give
or
what
what?
you said you could go and get.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Wait.
Can you show me a Coke can opening in a vacuum, and then gravity condensing the gas?
But you do realize in the equation for gravity, if there are two different masses, if
The equation for
one of them
gravity
is higher,
does not
it's
have gas
higher
pressure
force.
involved in it, and the equation for gas doesn't have gravity involved in it. So, yeah, that's great. Please provide the evidence you were asked for.
Okay, you keep on asking more questions. I'm trying
No,
to
I
answer
didn't.
them.
I gave
was
you a
a
statement.
point. You were incorrect.
Not
It's
you,
still
but the
asking you
other
the same
ones.
questions. Go and get what we asked you for. Gravity stopping the expansion of a gas.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen,
What?
it is now
Gravity
past very
stopping.
late. Oh, hold up for a second,
Night,
Bingo.
Matrix.
You got plenty of time. Have a good one, guys. I'll catch you in the morning. Peace.
See you, mate.
Bye bye, Matrix. Thanks for keeping the train running.
Woo-woo.
Toot.
Can I speak?
Is it about the evidence you found?
Okay, only that.
No, you could even concede this point, Jedi, and say it doesn't mean that gravity is pulling things inward to a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good thing we had you type your question out ahead of time, Rugape. So, just because I'm bored, yeah, I mean, I wish I was blessed enough to be a grandmother, and I hope to be one in the future. But the fact that you think that is an insult just further demonstrates your extreme level of immaturity. So, I'm sad for you.
Sorry, I was just reading through what he said. It's hilarious. I like the second line with minimal access to higher education. Brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, I've gotten plenty of access, believe me, and I've got all the paperwork to prove it, and I paid all the bills, so I'm definitely not getting anywhere near that place again. Minimal access, because I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole, because they're overcharging and underperforming clearly by the people we get in here every day.
Elijah brought up a good point this morning when he was saying that, like, by now we should have expected kids in schools and astronomy programs, physics programs, and everything who've heard our discussions raise these points in the classroom. Like, this stuff should be spreading faster.
Yeah, I think it would have, naturally spread faster for sure. Yeah, that's why it's clearly been a campaign based on, their study of human behavior and psychology to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I think it's blended into the background now because maybe it's saturated, like TikTok and YouTube, and people scroll past things without even realizing it. And it's maybe just background noise now. Yeah, there's people out there who think the earth is flat. Scroll on. Because it did explode for a while. I remember having conversations with you guys like 5-6 years ago, talking about the kids that were coming in here and having conversations at school, and talking to their like science teachers and this, that, and the other. And we were even sometimes getting like teachers and lecturers coming in because they've been speaking to about it at school and what have you. Now, I just think it's part of the background noise.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, because it has become more widespread part of the conversation. That it's unfortunate, that the side effect of that is that people are even less likely to hear the actual arguments, the arguments debunking the geometry, and then there's also a whole bunch of flat Earth white noise, right? That's like, I mean, some of the things that I've seen, like I have a friend who sends me stuff who's more involved in, I would say, like the Facebook flat Earth, of it all, and like some of the stuff she sends me, it's like just flat out wrong, and other stuff it's like, yeah, that might be true, but it's definitely not the best proof of flat Earth. Like, it's a lot of speculation, and so unfortunately some people might only be seeing that because there's so much more of that being spread.
I forgot what evidence we asked for.
Gosh, I did too.
Yeah, so did I. Something about gravity and gas, I swear.
Yeah, gravity compressing gas.
Oh, yeah.
And the temperature change.
Yes, I got it.
Awesome.
Okay, just trying to copy the link.
So what does your link say?
It's a YouTube video.
What does the video show?
Dense gas clearly
Dense gas.
falling
In what?
in an open container.
Okay.
He's going to show us
what
the
happened?
opposite. He's going to show us how. Sorry. Sulfahexafluoride, dude.
Anna.
Yes.
What happens over time? Does the gas stay there?
Yes.
No, in like half an hour, is the gas still there? 2 weeks later, is the gas still there?
Why would it stay there for?
Yeah, exactly. Why would it stay there? Because entropy increases. Also, within the second law of thermodynamics, not only does gas fill space, but it's the mixing of gases. Now, you've got a container and you've poured from one container sulfur hexafluoride that, when in that container, was pressing against the limitation of that container in all directions because that's the only gas that was in there. When you open the container to the already existing gas pressure, this denser gas, when you poured it into the container, went down into the container for a short amount of time.
Went to which direction?
downwards into the container where you poured it.
Why did it not go
Sorry,
up?
hold on. In the container that the sulfur hexafluoride was in, which way was the gas going?
It was not going anywhere. It's
So,
in the container.
inside the container, describe to me the motion of the gas.
No, outside the container was
All
your
right,
question.
you're not listening. Inside the container of sulfur hexafluoride, before you poured the sulfur hexafluoride, describe to me the motion of the gas molecules inside that container.
Down. If you think.
No, freely and randomly in all directions. The gas is pushing upwards against the container walls, outwards against the container walls, and downwards against the container walls, because gas wants to expand. In this pseudo-scientific experiment, for a short period of time, this denser gas, when you pour it into a container and restrict its volume, compared to the less denser gas pressure outside, it will appear to sink for a short period of time, and then obviously the gas will mix.
But why would it sink? Because of the pressure
You were
above.
supposed to show us gravity compressing gas, and you showed us effectively the opposite.
Yep.
You didn't even show us gravity acting on gas.
But why would the gas stay in the container?
How cold is the sulfur hexafluoride? How cold is the sulfur hexafluoride?
Why does it matter?
Oh, sorry. What?
Kinetic molecular theory matters.
But my question
it's the T within PV equals nRT.
Why would the
sorry? What happens to hot
hexafluoride
gases compared to cold gases?
What happens?
Sorry, does hot air rise?
Not all of them.
What? So when I heat air and say put it in a hot air balloon, the hot air balloon contained with warmer air than the outside ambient temperature is not going to rise.
Yeah,
it's very important you answer the question. The temperature of the gas.
Okay, why?
I've tried to explain to you, but you don't seem to get it. Amish, maybe you'd like to try.
Yeah, the request was for gravity condensing gas.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
You showed us temperature condensing gas.
No, it's clearly falling. And
you show us too what happens when the gas warms up. It expands. It's dispersing.
Why is it falling when it's cold?
Because you've effectively condensed it with coldness. You've removed heat from that region of gas. Those gas molecules are frozen and they're warming up.
If they're frozen, they're not gas.
This has nothing to do with gravity.
Ding, ding, ding.
But it's still in the container, the open container.
You hit the nail on the head,
we're actually asking you
why
have gas pressure without a container. You've given us a container with gas in it.
Yes.
Yes. Can you show us gas pressure without a container?
Yes.
Okay. We'll wait for that piece of evidence then.
Show gas pressure without the container.
Yeah.
What is? How would I show that?
Exactly. You can't. But you seem to think that we live in an environment of a thermodynamic system that's open where we actually achieve pressure somehow. Completely in contradiction to known laws of physics.
But if gravity wouldn't affect gases.
Sorry, no, you haven't even proven that yet. So far, you've just given us a quasi-pseudo
that's your statement.
That has
you say
not
gravity doesn't affect
the variant manipulation of gravity, and you've ended up with a question proof. Well, why is it happening then? I'm going to say it's gravity. You seem to start crying when somebody asked you what the temperature of it was, and then I had to explain to you like a 5-year-old that hot gas rises.
Because you aren't listening to me.
You showed us the opposite of what we asked for.
Your first premise was that gravity doesn't affect gases.
Yeah, you're not showing me gravity compressing the gas. I'm seeing the gas escaping gravity before my eyes.
But why is the balloon floating then?
Is a balloon
due to relative density.
Density?
And the gas inside the balloon is pressing against the interior of the balloon because it wants to expand in all directions.
So, but my question is why the sulfur hexafluoride stays in that open container and
Doesn't stay.
But it does.
No,
You're,
half an hour
it's
later.
depressurizing.
Yeah, it disperses the mixing
Not
of gases.
immediately.
Yeah, over time entropy increases. What the hell?
If you would have put helium in that container,
Yeah,
would it
if you
have
freeze that to like negative 400 degrees Fahrenheit, it's going to take a little while.
then it would not be a gas.
Oh, dear
Correct.
me.
But
Correct.
that
You
not
change the
gravity
phase of
affecting
matter and it
gases?
ruins your argument.
You still haven't explained
No,
why
sorry,
the
we don't
gas.
need to explain anything. You need to prove your claim that gravity
proved it,
compresses
but you
gases.
just
So
doesn't.
far, what you've given us is a question proof. You've given us this, you've misrepresented it, and then you've asked us. You should be proving. It was your claim.
Yes, the
Unfortunately,
gas
the
stays in the
evidence
open
that you
container.
gave wasn't substantial to your claim.
The gas stays in the open container, does it not?
How
No, it
long
doesn't.
for? How long for? Sorry,
More than
I'll ask you.
5
I'll ask it like
seconds.
this. I'll ask like this. Is it still there?
When?
The gas, is it still there today?
Today, no.
No, why?
Was it still there 10 minutes after?
No?
No.
No.
Are you sure?
Why?
So it needs to be contained?
10 minutes.
Yeah, entropy, dude. The gas mixed. The gas came out of the container. I mean, shock horror, it's not closed and mixed with all of the other gases. The other gases, the air, because the system was not closed, were free to enter. So over time, the sulfur hexafluoride that you poured into that open container left. I thought gravity was going to keep it there.
Yeah, I wanted to see gravity doing the opposite. I wanted to see gas being condensed by gravity into a container.
What I'm trying to prove is gas
you're not
is
proving anything.
affected.
You've given us a question proof.
Okay, let me speak, please. What I'm trying to prove.
Thing.
Yeah, maybe you should play your video in reverse because that might be what we asked for.
What I am trying to prove is that gas is affected by gravity.
Oh,
right?
you failed to do that because the gas over time fucked off.
Am I?
Yes. You haven't provided a hypothesis where gravity, the independent variable, is even manipulated.
What manipulated?
Yeah, an experiment where you, the scientist, makes the gravity thing cause the phenomena that you tell us is happening. As in the non-expansion of gases. You're supposed to prove that gravity doesn't let gas expand. You haven't varied and manipulated gravity in an experiment. You've just poured really cold gas into an open container and then for some reason don't want to talk about it fucking off a minute later.
But why doesn't cold gas disperse but hot gas do?
Do you understand that? Yeah.
What?
You're showing us a video of cold gas dispersing. Come on.
But it isn't dispersing, it's staying there.
It is over time. Sorry, I'll ask again. Is it still there?
But that's not what I am proving.
Sorry, the gas is dispersed, hasn't it?
You're showing me that the ambient environment is warmer than the gas. So the gas is getting warmed up and it's dispersing. This is the exact opposite of what I wanted you to show me.
But why is the cold gas staying there?
It's not, dude. It's dispersing.
It is dispersing.
It's not staying there.
Yeah. I mean, shock horror gas moves because it has temperature and because of its collisions that it has physically. This gives it the power of indefinite expansion. Because, entropy, it's as simply as put as things want to spread out. So even though you poured this gas into this open container, it's still spread out. Because gas fills space.
But
That's it. Ask us a question to prove your claim.
no, it's not a question. The gas is staying in the container, and that's why the
Is it
balloon
still
is
there?
floating. Is it not?
Is it still there? Is it still there?
Is it not?
Sorry, is it still there today?
Today, no.
Does it disperse over time?
That's not what I asked.
No. The
Why
answer's no.
Why is the balloon floating if not for the
There's a
gas
balloon
in the
now?
container?
Dude, it's there for a short period of time. You're not listening to what our friend
Yeah,
said.
but for a short period of time.
Yeah, a short period
then
of
it's
time.
still there.
Yeah, for a short period of time.
How short? 5 seconds? 10 minutes? A
Is
day?
it still there?
Not today.
Do you
Not 4 years after.
understand the
4 years.
principle
That's a very
of
long time.
entropy?
But is it there for
No, that's a
2
question.
seconds?
Because I need to ask you, do you understand the principle of entropy?
Yes, but you're not
Explain it.
understanding what I'm trying
Explain
to
it.
explain. You just did, so why should I?
So you do understand what entropy is, but you're saying it's not happening.
That's not what I'm
Even
saying.
though over time
That is
you will
not what I'm
admit
saying.
that the gas is not still there. So
That
you
is not
do
what I'm
understand
saying.
entropy. You just want to say it stayed there for a short time. That was gravity. That was.
Okay, why did not go up? You still haven't explained that.
You had it in
Is
a
it there
container.
1 second after you
Right?
pour it in?
Gases move in the direction after their last physical collision. Look at the container.
What you're not saying
pouring
is how
all of-
short of a
Right, I'm
period
not
is it
talking
in
to
the
you.
container?
Wanker.
No,
I'm talking.
I see that. You're just talking.
Yeah, I'm talking to you because I have to expand because it feels like you don't understand what's going on. Is the gas being poured downwards?
No, it's not affected by gravity by your definition.
No, I'm asking you a question. Before the sulfur hexafluoride was put in the open container, which direction was it poured? No, you don't even know. Fucking hell.
Or probably
Yeah, where did
downwards.
they get the sulfur hexafluoride from anyway? A container, right? As soon as they opened
Yes.
it started dispersing
Yes, I'm not
because it
disputing
happens
that.
instantly.
Not instantly.
Yes, that is instant.
Everything.
It doesn't happen in the amount you want to see. It's not like opening a Coke can, but it is
That's
in fact
exactly-
dispersing immediately, instantly, and rather violently at the microscopic level.
But if it's not happening as fast as Coke can, how can it happen instantly?
Because these are different conditions than opening a Coke can, my dude.
Exactly. It's not instant.
It is instant. It absolutely is. It begins
So everything just
dispersing
disappears instantly.
No,
It
no,
begins.
this is weird.
Holy, this is
This is
the
really weird.
reaction is not delayed.
No,
This isn't
okay, I understand
open.
that, but it
This is
still
an
stays
open
for a short period
thermodynamic
of time,
system.
like you said.
It's an open thermodynamic system. What
Yes.
happens in open thermodynamic systems, as demonstrated in your video?
But that's not what I'm proving.
Hold on. You're not proving anything.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
You're just not listening.
Why does the gas go down?
Gravity.
Okay. Where's that manipulated?
Where?
Yeah.
What you mean, where is
That's your
it
presumed
manipulated?
cause, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there's an experiment that needs to be done to validate this hypothesis that you've got,
Yes, and
which
I've
means
shown
that
it.
you need to do an experiment where you very manipulate think phenomena that we don't see.
Do I need to manipulate gravity?
Yes, if you're going to prove it scientifically, my God,
What does it mean to manipulate gravity?
turn it on and off again.
Why would I need to do
Imply
that?
some energy. I know you can't.
No, I asked why I would need to do that, not if I
Oh,
could.
because it's part of the scientific method. If that's the road that you want to go down
So
to
what
prove
is the
something.
scientific method?
All right, excuse me, dude. I'm losing my patience with you every time I talk, and you keep talking through me. Can you stop doing it?
Okay, you're talking through me.
This is not a scientific experiment, dude. You haven't varied and manipulated any presumed cause here. You've just done something and pointed and gone, well, what else could it be but gravity? Even though entropy increases over time.
How much time?
The claim of gravity is no entropy increase.
No?
Gas doesn't expand to fill volumes. An entropy increase is gas
Gravity doesn't
expanding
say
to
that.
fill volumes. You're saying that gas doesn't do that.
No, I'm not saying that.
So why does the gas not expand into the vacuum of space?
Because of gravity?
Okay, so it doesn't do that then.
Yes, it does,
It
but
doesn't expand because of gravity. I asked
it
you.
does. Okay, it does
Dude, shut
expand,
up.
but it does
I asked you inside any container which way the direction of the gas is.
all directions.
Yeah, good. Which way is gravity?
Down?
Good. Gases move freely and randomly in all directions, don't they?
Not entirely randomly.
Okay, what do you mean not entirely, man?
They are bouncing off each other. It's not random.
Yeah, that's the freely and randomly bit.
But it's not fully random.
Dude, it is.
It's literally called a random walk.
Okay, this doesn't really matter. But what I'm
Oh,
trying
it does, because the direction of gas is omnidirectional. It has the power of indefinite expansion because of the physical collisions it has with itself.
Okay,
You're
so
saying no.
why does hot air rise and cold air?
So why are you asking me questions? You're supposed to be proving gas not expanding into vacuums.
Yeah, but it's because of
Can you
gravity.
do that then?
Because gravity is pulling the gas down.
Can you show that then?
I showed in the video.
No, you didn't.
It was a dense gas that was being pulled down by gravity
So do you
to
think
stay in the
gases
container, so
of more
so the
atomic
balloon can
mass?
float
Wait,
on top
idiot.
of it.
Do you think gases of more atomic mass stratify into layers? The gas with more mass is at the bottom, and the gas with less mass is at the top. Is that what you think happens?
Yes.
No, it doesn't, dude. Gases mix.
Prove it.
Gases mix. Do you not see the world around you?
Yes.
Yeah, gases mix, dude. It's part of the second law of thermodynamics. That's a law of
But
nature that applies to
does
the
hot air
nature of the
rise?
world.
It does.
It does. It does what?
Rise.
No, gas expands, dude. Now you're completely bloody lost.
Hot air rises.
That's lovely.
Do you not agree with that?
I said that's lovely. In actual fact, 20 minutes ago, I had to explain that to you.
But
Fucking wanker.
okay, but you're still not listening. Why does cold air not rise then? Can you give up?
Yeah, I've given up talking to a wanker. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Hey, Jedi, I hate using this example, but I mean, I don't know any other way to explain what you're explaining, that gases mix. So here we go. What you think about that, Bingo?
That's cool.
Yeah, gases mix, right?
Yes, but less dense air goes up and higher density air goes down.
Yeah, we don't disagree with that. More dense things displace underneath less.
Isn't
Less
that
dense
gravity?
things. No.
Why not?
Why is it?
Does gas have mass?
Sure.
Doesn't Newton's theory of gravity say that mass gets pulled to mass?
Not with gases.
But why not?
Because gases
still has mass.
expand in all directions.
But it still has mass.
Gases expand in all directions. What happens to the
Eh.
cold air when it displaces under the warm air? What happens to the cold air?
It gets pulled down by gravity.
And then what happens to it?
Well, it probably warms up and then gets
And then what
less
happens?
dense. And then
then what
it
happens?
goes up.
It mixes with the air around it, right?
But yes, but that would
Right.
prove my theory and not yours.
No, it doesn't. You have no gravity.
What? Yes, I have gravity,
No, you don't.
so I don't fall.
You're just more dense than the medium around you. It doesn't mean it's gravity.
What is it?
I don't know, but it's not gravity. It's not pulling inward towards the center of mass, because that would
Yes.
require a ball, right?
So you prove that gravity doesn't exist by saying the Earth.
Well, just
is flat.
because somebody says gravity exists doesn't mean it exists.
But we have proof of it.
No, we don't.
Yes.
Okay, demonstrate pulling inward towards the center of mass.
Okay. Hold. You have like a hold your mouse, and then stretch your arm out, and then release the mouse. Does it go down or up?
It goes down, but that's not pulling inward towards the center of mass.
Yes, it's pulling towards the center of mass of our planet.
How do you know it's pulling and not pushing?
Because it's pulling. It's going down.
Yeah, what did you do to demonstrate that it's pulling and not pushing?
Okay, say it's pushing it towards the center of mass.
Well, I'm just asking for the demonstration,
It's
right?
going towards the center of mass.
You're the one making the positive claim on how all of this works. So, it's going inward towards the center of mass. So does that mean that the Earth is a ball because it's going inward towards the center of mass?
The Earth has evolved. Or what did you say?
The Earth is a ball, or the Earth has evolved? What is?
What did you say?
I said, is the Earth a ball since gravity is pulling inward towards the center of mass?
Yes, then it is a ball.
Cool. Then it has curvature, right?
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah, I
You
would
don't
assume.
know.
I would assume.
You would assume, right? Like you wouldn't know because you've never gone out and looked. Just think that smarter
Yeah.
people than you figured it out, right?
I've seen the Earth.
So
And-
if there's curvature, it's measurable, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then, where would the horizon be from a 1 foot observer height on a ball that is 24,901 miles?
You tell me.
Well, they predict that it would be at 1.225 miles away.
Okay.
Right? Because that's what geometry predicts. You do a
Yes.
1 foot vertical line on a ball that's 3,959 miles in radius, with a radius of 3,959 miles. A 1 foot vertical line up, and then the tangent to the horizon at the furthest point would be 1.225 miles.
Yes.
Okay. So what would that mean if the horizon is further than 1.225 miles?
Well, it could be explained by other things.
Like what?
Could be you maybe your tape measure wasn't properly calibrated.
Well, I mean, I'm not using a tape measure. I'm using things that are demarcated at known distances. Things that are set off in the distance that are immovable, that should be behind the curve of the earth, not in front of the curve. Like, would you
Maybe
agree if the horizon
misjudge
is...
your height?
No.
No?
I mean, at 5 feet, at 6 feet tall, the horizon is 3 miles away. And at 1 foot tall, the horizon is 1.22 miles away. So even if I misjudged my height by 5 feet, the horizon is not that much further away.
Okay, maybe light is bending
Oh, light's bending. Like how
as
how
it is
much of it?
traveling through air.
So it's...
Have you heard about refraction?
Yeah, I know about refraction, but like, so what you're saying is that light is bouncing up off the less dense medium back into the more dense medium, staying in the more dense medium, so that way you can see around the curve.
That could be an explanation, yes.
So you have a demonstration for this thing also, right? It's just not something that you made up in your mind.
No, I'm just saying why that could not be the case, like you asked.
Right. Well, the refraction.
Do you have a proof with all these variables accounted for that this is still the case?
Yeah. If you look in the chat, this is a screenshot from a video, and this whole it could be refraction. So if it is refraction, right,
Yes.
it's making the Earth look, oh gosh, almost like 80,000 times bigger. Does that sound normal to you?
What did you say?
I said if it's refraction in this image, it's making
Yes.
the Earth 80,000 times bigger. The horizon is
that the case?
roughly at least 10 to 15 times further than it should.
80,000
The
times.
image.
That's very
Where do
much
you think
bigger.
the horizon is? Where do you think the horizon is in this image? Is it in front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
While he thinks about that, I just wanted to say, Ian, I unmuted you, so you might want to mute yourself. I just wanted you to have the ability to talk if you wanted, but I'll just remute him if he doesn't hear me.
I think he'll be fine.
I guess he doesn't hear me, so I'll just mute him again. He doesn't have any roles.
Probably fell asleep listening. Thought this was a great conversation.
Could be. Yeah, this bingo's been going on here for a while. He's at least he's willing to have the conversation about his globe belief, unlike so many. Yeah, go ahead and answer the question, Bingo.
The question.
Yeah, so if it's refraction, it's making the horizon about 15 times further than what's predicted on the globe.
Not 80,000, right?
Well, it's making the globe 80,000 times bigger.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
Based off this image right here, the radius of the Earth would be about 250,000 miles.
but if we
The circumference would be about 1.5 million miles.
assume it is because of refraction, then
Well, why would we assume it?
how else
Maybe
would
you have
we?
a demonstration of things behind the curve popping up over the curve and the horizon being behind the thing that pops up over the curve.
That is a very specific example. I may not be able to give to you.
No offense, but nobody can give that to me because that's what we're seeing in this image, right? That the horizon is behind the two oil rigs. Would you agree?
Maybe. Probably yes.
Maybe.
Yes.
I mean, that's the barrier line where the water apparently ends and meets the sky above it, right?
Okay. Yes.
I mean, all we're asking for is just honest. It's not a trick. So, since the horizon is behind these images, that means one of two things. That refraction is pulling the two objects up over the curve and then putting the horizon further behind that, giving the appearance of a flat Earth. Or
Yes.
the Earth is flat.
No, I believe it's refraction.
So then you could give me a demonstration of
It's your claim. I don't
how
know
you would
where
like
this
make
picture
something
is
pop
from.
up. It's off the coast of California in Santa Barbara. It's been done many times. This is not the only one.
It's
I
it's
can
the
give you
same
like
every time,
4 or 5 videos.
and it's the same every time.
Not every time. The horizon does move from time to time, but most times it's
Okay,
like
the edge of the Earth, in your view, changes also. Yes.
the edge of the Earth. There is no edge of the Earth.
Okay,
What
what
you're
do you
looking
think?
at is the limit of your perspective.
But what is at the? You think the Earth is infinite? It's a circle. It's how do you?
I don't know.
But why would the horizon change if this is an accurate
Because
depiction
of your angular resolution.
angular resolution?
Yeah, because of the optic that you use.
Yeah.
So
Your eyeballs enough.
wait, what does angular resolution mean?
Things get smaller with distance. The
Sure.
human any optic can only perceive a certain angle before it's too small to see.
Wouldn't that stay consistent with every experiment?
Depends on the optic that you use.
So it
Different
could be.
optics have different angular resolution.
So it could be that the. But what? So the horizon changes depending on that.
Yeah.
So how does this prove that the horizon is?
Oh, because the
Displaced.
horizon, if it was geometric and curvature, the better the optic, the clearer the day. The horizon, if it was geometric, should appear in a truer location. The thing with optics, though, in clear days is if we increase the technology, we see further. The horizon appears to be much further than it would be if we were on a sphere, demonstrating the horizon that we see is not Earth curvature for things like the sun to hide behind at sunset.
Okay. So you don't believe in refraction?
No, at the moment, I'm just talking about the angular resolution of optics that causes a horizon.
But you
You're saying I
said
don't
that
believe
was
in
what changed
refraction. We
the
see
horizon.
refraction all of the time. It's very well explained. For example, Snell's law.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
so you're telling me I don't
think that
believe in
explains this
something.
image.
So you've just told me that I don't believe in something. First of all, it wasn't relevant to what I was explaining.
It was a question.
Two,
I
it's
didn't
very well
told you that you
defined.
didn't believe.
See, he's talking through me again. Just can't deal with him. Sorry, sheepdog. You
Because you're
continue.
lying. I didn't tell you that
I'm
you
not.
didn't
I'm
believe it.
literally not. All right, you literally just said, so you don't believe in refraction then? First of all, it wasn't
Yeah, that's a
relevant to what
question.
I was explaining, that being the angular
Yes.
resolution limit of optics. Second of all, refraction is very well defined. For example, Snell's law. So I'm not lying. How dare you?
I did not say you did not believe in
You
refraction.
said, so you don't believe in refraction then? That's the words
Yes, that was
exactly
a
that came out of
question.
your mouth.
That was a question, not a statement.
Okay, then you need to be more clearer then. And yes, refraction is very well defined.
Yes, so I would, based on my existing
Just tell this
knowledge, I
Jedi
would.
guy that
Go ahead.
My bad.
Hey, just a heads up, I gotta head off to work. I got to my location, so I apologize. A GIF in the chat for you, Bingo, that shows you what a resolution looks like, right? It looks like the sun is being cut off by the horizon, and then when you zoom in, you can clearly see the sun above the horizon. And so this is what really our optics is able to do. We can only see limitations, but if we have better optics, we can see more.
You're roboting quite hard now.
Observations. Depending. Sorry.
Is he
I
roboting or is it
understand.
me?
No, it is.
So hey, tell these flat earthers that refraction is a phenomena that causes balls to look flat. Tell them, because that's what you're claiming, right?
No, it's not. No. Okay. Yes, here I am telling them that. Sure. But
There you go.
it's
Give them
still
the
a
citation.
horizon.
That's what refraction is.
Okay.
I mean, just give him the citation where you got that idea that refraction causes balls to look flat. Just give him the citation.
But I don't have that. I just.
Oh, so you just made it up?
No, I asked them if that could be an explanation, and they didn't refute it. So I don't have a reason to believe that it is
Sorry, I
refraction.
gave you the refusal. That was Snell's law.
Snell's law. He said Snell's law.
Okay, that's a proof of refraction. How does
Yeah.
that dispute my theory?
Okay, so we've only got one medium that we're looking through. Snell's law quite clearly defines that you need two mediums and a boundary layer. For example, air and then water. The water
No,
is
it could be.
refracted off of that. It's doing it again.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's fine. You clearly wanted to speak again, so please do so.
Okay. Snell's law gives a relationship between angles of incidence and refraction. When a ray of light travels from a rarer medium to a refractive index to a denser medium to a refractive index. So it's two different densities. It doesn't have to be two different. What you say?
No, I'm good. I mean, I was literally just going to be getting around to saying this, but okay. Thank you for interrupting.
So at what point this refraction causes ball to not look like balls?
But what are you talking about?
Yeah, before you keep going with that, Bingo, you need to let people finish their sentences, because even if you're not interested in learning or being educated, other people might be, and we're trying to have this on a live stream. So if Jedi or anyone else is trying to explain a concept, just try, biting your tongue till they get to the end.
So on the observation, for example, the black swan, right? The horizon is 10 times where it's supposed to be, based on the observer height in feet. And what you will say is that what's happening there?
What?
In an observation, for example, the black swan, where the horizon it's 10 times where beyond from where the globe will dictate that it should be on the globe, the horizon, the leading edge that is curving away from you, it will be at 1.2 miles. But observably, it's 10 times beyond that. And this refraction that you mentioned, it doesn't account for that.
But that's not the example we were talking about before. There it was.
Which one is the example then? Forgive me.
The picture above, the one, the black
The
swan.
oil rigs?
Yes.
That's the black swan.
That's an oil rig.
Yeah, the black swan is kind of like the label, but it's not about the oil rigs. It's about the horizon that is beyond those locations. The oil rigs are there to establish the distances, because those are kind of like landmarks that you can know the distance to. But on the globe, the horizon will be at 1.2 miles based on 1 foot observer, the camera on a tripod 1 foot above the water level. So if the Earth was a globe of 3,959 miles, that horizon will be at 1.2 miles. But it's not, it's over 10 times that. And are
It's
you
over 12
claiming
miles.
are you claiming what's happening then? If it's not that the Earth is not curving.
Well, refraction, then I assume you want me to say.
No, I don't want you to say that. But is that what you're saying?
Question.
Could it be that the Earth is not curving? Could it be that?
No.
No.
So you're saying that a word that you just learning the meaning of it, it's causing the ball to look flat? That was my point since the beginning.
No, it causes you to see from a longer distance.
So you're saying a longer distance because of obstruction?
Because of refraction, not obstruction.
So everything beyond 1.2 miles, or in my image, everything beyond 3.46 miles, which, just to add clarity, is in front of the Oryx, is an illusion.
No, it's still there.
Yeah, dude, when you say refraction, that means that the thing that's there isn't appearing in its actual position. So it's illusory.
Yes.
So everything beyond, like in my image, 3.46 miles, to add clarity, that's in front of the Oryx, is an illusion.
If that's how you want to formulate.
No, that's what you're saying. Because of refraction,
really.
things aren't appearing where they should be. In actual see that surface that we shouldn't be able to see because it's curving downwards and away from our position is actually because of refraction being pushed upwards so we can see it. It's an illusion.
Okay, yes. Why I said it wasn't an illusion is
I
because
mean,
it's still there.
it's quite simple for me to point at the Oryx and the horizon. Say, oh look, there's some Oryx, and oh look, there's a horizon. But for you, this is complicated. You have to explain it away. You don't even know what you're trying to explain. But ultimately, everything that we see in this image, beyond the oil rigs, is an illusion. That's not really there, he says. Somewhere else.
That's not what I said. I said
Somewhere else is behind the curvature, so we shouldn't see it. That's what it actually is, curving down, but we see it somewhere else. It's exactly what you're saying.
Yes, I'm saying the light is bending, so it makes
so we see it somewhere else. It's an illusion because of the bending of the light. It's like refraction in a glass when you look at a straw and you know it's broken. It's not actually broken, it's a fucking illusion. That's what you're saying this is. It's an illusion.
Yes, I'm saying that.
Thank you. Crazy world you live in.
What is the point? That was
because I just see oil rigs on the horizon and look, oil rigs, horizon. I could just point at them and there they are. I don't need to explain a thing. You do though.
But
because it's an illusion.
You measure the distances and...
Yeah, we know the distances to the oil rigs are static oil rigs.
Where is the origin of this idea that you got that refraction, it's causing this effect? Do you have like some type of demonstration that can show this?
That can show this. You're looking at it.
We're looking at a horizontal frame of reference, not curvature. And you're saying by looking at the Earth not curving, it's evidence that the Earth is curving. Do you see kind of like the problem with that?
Yeah, but you're just dismissing refraction. That's what my point.
No, hold on. Refraction, that's the deviation of the part of light through the atmosphere, is can happen on whether the surface is curved or not. You just don't. Yeah. So we're going to talk about it. Yeah, it happens. But the point is, you're adding a curve in here that we don't see.
Because of refraction.
Because of refraction. Oh, okay. You understand that different wavelengths of light refract differently, right? They have a different refractive index.
What?
You understand different wavelengths of light refract differently because they have a different refractive index.
No, that's not. The
different wavelengths of light don't have a different refractive index.
Maybe, but that's not what explains this. It's the density of the air.
You're going to be talking about the refractive index. That's going to be dependent on the wavelength of light. Different colors have different wavelengths, so they're going to be affected differently, aren't they? Or do you need to Google this? Actually,
you
go and
you didn't.
Google this, because you're not going to listen to anything that I say. So go and Google it.
But
These
listen,
are
you're not
very
saying
well
anything.
understood premises. If you don't believe me because I'm a flat earther and you need reassurance, go and ask AI.
But here's my problem. You're not making any points. You're just
Oh, I
saying
will
what
do
I am
if you
thinking,
understand the different
like I'm
wavelengths
supposed
of
to
light
understand anything.
refract differently, so we can measure. If we send different wavelengths of light over distance, because the different wavelengths of light, apparently, because they have a different refractive index, will appear in different places on a target. Duh.
Can you show any
No,
examples
you
of
need to
this?
go
I'm
and
assuming?
Google things before you start talking about them. You've just
was
brought
your
up refraction.
statement.
Sorry, hold on. You've just brought up refraction, and yet you don't understand how it affects light.
I don't understand the relevance.
So go and Google it.
Okay, I just don't care.
Do different. Well, if you don't care, then I don't know if we
Because
can
you
help
haven't
you.
explained any relevance.
Oh, because we can send laser of different wavelengths of light to measure the refraction that the laser passes through when we shoot it through the air. We measure this.
We can also send lasers and measure that.
Yeah, that's what we
is
do.
my point? What is my point?
What is your
Nothing. I
point?
didn't
That
say
the
anything. I
refraction's
just
happening.
said we can do it.
Your point is refraction's happening. I'm saying we can measure it.
Have you measured it?
Yeah, it gets done all the fucking time.
Show it then.
Oh my god. You still need to understand that different wavelengths of light are different. They have a different refractive index. You need to Google that. If you say you don't care, then the conversation's over.
Yeah, but I don't. You haven't said
you
how that
won't.
relates to
Yeah,
the topic.
you won't
Why would I care?
understand if you keep bringing up the word refraction and don't understand the different refractive indices of different wavelengths.
Okay, do you agree that different
Oh
densities
my
of
god.
air? Okay,
It's
you
like,
don't want to listen to me, but I should listen to you.
you keep talking about refraction. I'm telling you that we can mitigate for it by using a different spectrum.
Okay, but you haven't given me any proof of that.
You still don't understand the premise that I'm trying to give you.
But I do understand it. But
What's my
I
premise?
don't understand the relevance.
What's my premise?
That different wavelengths of light have a different refraction index.
Okay, carry on.
Right?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, that's all you have said.
No, it's not all I have said.
Explain that.
Oh my god. What's the point? You wasn't listening to me before, and you're not listening to me now. Are you French?
No.
Okay.
Is that relevant?
When you're talking about the observations of the horizon, you keep bringing up refraction, right? Now, I'm going to politely ask you, do you think that we can mitigate for refraction? Let's say see in a different wavelength of light that doesn't refract as much to see if we can get a truer view of our world, being as there's lots of refraction around. Do you think that would be possible?
If you could prove it, I would think that.
What, that different wavelengths of light refract differently?
No.
Okay, so you understand this premise then, yes?
Yes.
Good. So if I was to show you infrared imagery that shows a horizon well beyond any geometric curvature, whilst we're mitigating for as much refraction as we can, keeping the atmospheric conditions as cool and without density gradients as possible, a nice clear day. If it's a nice clear day using the infrared, do you think, and this is a question for you, we should see the geometric horizon in a truer location?
I don't know. I have never seen it, so maybe if you could provide.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, I said
so
I don't
know why I'm fucking bothering, dude. To be honest with you.
Maybe you show me the proof, because you haven't shown
What
anything
proof am I going to show you?
that you could see something at a greater length than you should if you account for the curvature of the Earth
What are you talking
by
about?
using infrared light, right?
What? Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll just go and get you thousands of videos in infrared and you can go through them yourself.
Show me one, please.
Okay, no worries. I just wanted to make sure that you understand the premise, dude. Because you keep interrupting and asking questions like you don't.
Yeah, but you haven't come to any conclusions. That's my problem.
I'm trying to understand if you understand what I'm putting down before I waste my time and go and get it. What's the point of me going to get it if you don't understand it?
I've said yes many times.
Yeah, you've said a lot of times. That doesn't show me that you understand.
Why would I need to show it?
For fuck's sake. You sure you're not
Just
French?
show me the example and I will believe you. Why are you so frustrated? I don't understand.
Because of you, dude.
Well, thank you.
No, it's not. No, it's not praise, mate. And if you take it as praise, it just shows me that you're a dickhead.
Thank you.
Again, dickhead.
I'll just wait for the proof.
You know the Earth curve calculation formula, right? Okay.
I'm waiting.
I know you're waiting. I'm asking you a question whilst you wait.
It's
Have
okay.
you got
I
any
can wait in
friends?
silence.
It's like, how do you fucking have relationships with people, dude? I'm asking you
just
because
keep
it's
on
going to be
attacking
relevant
me.
to what I'm
Just
just
show the
about to
proof.
post. It's just doing it again. I'll try one more time. I'm asking you because it's relevant to what I'm about to post that you know the Earth curve calculation formula.
I know it. Now show the
What
proof.
is it? What is it?
Are you gonna show anything, or you're just
What
gonna keep
is
talking?
it?
Okay, I will look at the video you sent.
You don't know what you're looking at because I don't know if you know the. You don't even know what you're looking at and why it's relevant. It's like,
You don't know that.
it's like, what's the Earth curve formula? Dude, I've asked you 3 times now. He's in an aeroplane, it's going to be relevant.
Well, even if it's not helpful to this guy, I see he's been muted by someone. You have inspired me to start a new YouTube playlist called Infrared. I've been wanting to split up my Flat Earth playlist. I'm trying to do it because it's so long. It takes me forever to scroll through it, so now I'm trying to make subcategories. I just have to go back and recategorize the ones I already have in there.
I'm glad I've inspired you to do something. I am literally pulling my hair out.
I know, that's why I wanted to give you some encouragement to tell you all your efforts weren't wasted. I mean, bingo, come on. You're saying, give me some evidence. Like, that's all we've been doing for like hours, seems like. I mean, I went away and came back and you were still going at it. I know you probably haven't had time to scroll through all the evidence everybody's been posting, but I I still haven't seen your globe evidence. Pretty sure I asked for that quite some time ago. Has he shown any globe evidence?
You never asked me. Sorry.
Oh, great. Well, I'm asking you now, Bingo. Where's your... I'm pretty sure I did, but I don't care enough to rewind. I know I have a much better memory than you do. That's already been displayed throughout this conversation, but I'll just ask you now then. Just like, that, 50 First Dates. You might like that movie. That's my recommendation for you, Bingo, because you kind of remind me of the girl in that movie. Where's your proof of curvature?
Uh, I don't have any proof. I came here to see what you think, and so far, all I have been given is some example. I give possible explanations for them based on my model, and you couldn't refute any of them.
Trying to right now with the infrared imagery, understanding
but you
that
just dismissed.
he's doing it again. It's based on your premise of refraction, dude. I'm addressing what you said, trying to help you mitigate for it. Let's see if we can get it out the way.
Okay, but this
How
started
far should
with
the horizon be in the image if we're on a sphere? Bingo. Being as I presume you're watching the video.
Sorry, I was trying to say something. We were on the topic of the oil rig there, and you didn't give me anything to show that refraction didn't explain this.
Oh, I'm about to.
But that's another example.
Because like I said, it's going to happen whether the surface is curved or whether it's flat, right? So obviously the path of light is going to be moved a little bit. We can see this. It's very well categorized. Like miraging, for example, inferior and superior, towering and stooping. Even things like the resolution limit of optics is going to determine what you can see and how far you can see it. Now, you're saying that this, the changing of the wavelength of light, addresses the fact that we don't see the curvature of the Earth. I'm trying to mitigate for this, what you claim, deviation of the path of light, by changing into a spectrum, the infrared, that doesn't have a high refractive index when compared to the wavelengths of light that we see in. Understanding this, if the surface of the Earth was curved, and we're mitigating as much as we can for refraction by using the infrared spectrum, we should see a horizon in a more geographic location. That would be to say that with regards to the black swan image, closer to the observer. And what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is using the infrared spectrum, the horizon is much further away than in the visible spectrum. So when we mitigate for refraction, we still don't see the curvature of the Earth that you proclaim. In actual fact, we see much, much further. For example, in the J-Toll analysis that I gave you earlier, the geometric horizon for his altitude should be at approximately 220 miles. The horizon clearly visible beyond 800 miles in the infrared spectrum.
Did you have any questions more, Bingo, or ideas about the things you've analyzed? I was curious about how you said that the evidence you were seeing didn't match your model, but then you also said that you didn't have any proof. So that's actually a good sign that you realize that the model itself is not proof. That actually puts you above the lowest tier of Glober. The lowest tier of Globe Believer was demonstrated earlier with Ruga Pesat. Remember him? He made you look so good. So that's cool that you realize the model's not proof, but what is the model that you're adhering to, Bingo?
What the model your examples, they didn't disprove my model. That's what I'm saying.
I know you said that. Yeah, so you have something in mind, so there must be like a specific aspect of the example that is clashing with your model. So you have a model in mind. So what specifically is getting in the way of you, of your model?
Well, my model is that the planet we live on is a globe and not flat.
Okay, so if you don't take anything else away from this conversation, I would hope you would take away that you have a statement, I live on a globe, and we have hours worth of links, examples, tests, measurements that have been done, images that you could go and reproduce for yourself if you cared enough, detailed explanations about how light works, infrared observations, so on and so forth. But you have a sentence, I live on a globe. So you see how, like, to me, that sounds a little bit childish. I'm not trying to be mean to you. It's not your fault that you were raised on this religious delusion called the globe. But do you see the difference here? Like, does that not cause you to kind of question clinging to this belief with no evidence?
No, the problem is everything I believe is affirmed by your examples and not disproved. So it's
affirmed. Oh, please. Oh, that's even, I need even more details about that. In what way is your statement, I live on a globe, affirmed by observations that disprove the geometry of the globe? Because it kind of seems like it's doing the opposite to me.
Well, the first thing is that example of the gravity, and they said that all elements fell at different rates, and they showed an example of like 8 different elements falling at different rates, but didn't explain didn't give proof that.
So we showed you the evidence of things falling at different rates. So we showed you that evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we showed you the evidence.
But the problem is you didn't show that it was because it was different elements and not other factors.
You've got room for doubt. How does that change everything?
Because it's not a proof.
Of what?
That different elements fall at different rates, which is
okay. But how does that do anything with regards to Earth's geometry? How does that have to do with Earth's geometry?
Because I tried to explain the difference in the gravitational force as in different locations on Earth. But you said
why is that dependent on a globe?
Well, because we're at different.
It logically doesn't follow.
Because we are at different distances from the center of mass.
Okay. Instead of what? Instead of gravity just being different at different parts of the Earth? How do you know it's a globe in the first instance?
Well, that would explain the different.
Well, so you're retrofitting ideas to fit your concepts. This is called affirming the consequence. It's a formal logical fallacy.
Okay, but I have no reason to believe otherwise.
Yeah, we've got measurements of no curvature.
Yes, but you always keep going to that. But
I know it's
Yeah.
very
Can you-
inconvenient truth, isn't it?
can you
It's
agree
because
that
your
that
story, gravity makes
Yeah.
everything into a
Don't-
sphere. So he's doing it again.
The gravity conversation
always-
has nothing to do with the form and figure of the Earth, my friend. That gravity conversation was demonstrating that there is variations, which you had agreed to.
Can I speak?
It's an agreed upon average because of variations. We know.
Okay.
Would you agree that the example of different elements falling at different rates isn't something you should trust?
Why?
No, I'm asking you, do you believe it's not something you should trust?
Why?
I think it's a curiosity, don't you?
Well, I don't trust it, so I
Why?
don't really...
Why don't you trust it?
Because it doesn't prove anything, it just
Why?
shows something. Why what?
Why doesn't it prove anything?
Well, that's my question too.
No, dude, that's your claim. I asked you why doesn't it prove anything. You literally said, "Oh, it doesn't prove anything." I'm asking you why. It's like, can you be specific?
Well, it hasn't accounted for other factors
Like,
which
Okay.
could have explained it.
Does the alternative prove that Earth is a globe? Suppose we witnessed all the elements
that's not my
falling at the
argument.
same rate. No, I know, because it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yes, but you said that in response to me saying that the gravitational pull is different.
in
different
relation to the gravitational constant.
Yeah, that was a separate discussion.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
that's
all
what I'm talking
understand
about right
it's
now.
an agreed upon average because of variations.
Because of variations of distance. That's what.
Lots of variations. Now,
What
you
other
can
variations
say,
other
and for the sake of argument, it's like, I'm trying to agree with you so we can move on.
Exactly. That was the point of this. And also to reveal a curiosity. All right, listen. If what you're claiming is true, that Earth is a globe, and as a consequence of its uneven distribution of mass around the equator, due to its spinning motion in outer space, is it possible that you can arbitrage gold by buying low and selling high, by moving it from one place to another where it weighs more than where you bought it from?
What?
Okay.
That isn't really related, or?
Can you go from where gravity is less and buy heavier gold for less? I should say where gravity is potentially more, right? Let's say gravity is pulling down super hard on the gold. All right. Artificially inflating its weight. And then you take it somewhere else. I have to think this through, honestly.
I understand what you're talking about, but the difference
Yeah, it is a great thought question. Yeah, I mean,
but the difference
yeah,
is like 0.5%. It's not.
yeah. You should look into the
You would be-
Travelocity. Yeah, it's already been demonstrated that. Is he claiming that's true? 'Cause it's already been demonstrated that's a myth with the Travelocity gnome mass test, though, where they discovered that it did not have the correlation that was claimed.
If I were to rack up a bunch of gold, right, that didn't weigh as much in one place of Earth and sold it somewhere else where it suddenly weighed a lot more and make more money that way? Like, could this be a thing? Like, why is that not a thing?
Because the cost of moving it to the other place would be greater than what we do there.
I just need to lever up, man. I just need to lever up with a bigger loan and then buy volume. Just buy boatloads of it and off I go.
Did you hear my response?
No,
Yeah,
it could
so
be
I
somebody who already
replied.
is making. Yeah, it could be somebody who's already making that route. Yeah, for another reason.
Because my costs are going to be fixed,
Well,
right?
you could
So my
do that
costs are
if you
going to be
want.
fixed. So what I'll do is I'll lever up and I'll cover the fixed costs with my loan. And then I'll widen the profit margin by levering more and then selling more on the end at my destination.
Those small percentages make it up in the end.
The trick is volume. So more leverage, more profit.
Okay.
Awesome. Anyway, so things going up and down is relevant to what?
The flat surface, we know.
Mm.
I have no problem with flat Earth gravity. How about that?
Mm.
As I
That's so
mentioned
funny
before,
you say that, because I was just, Yoda, I was just looking up the Travelocity GNOME thing, and that is actually the title of the video explaining it, Flat Earth Reality of Gravity Revealed by GNOME Experiment.
oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
I'll post it.
I'm still not firing on all cylinders today. Had a rough night.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
the GNOME test is great. That would have been a great example of variations that actually aren't corresponding to latitude. I mean, the idea is that there should be a correlation, right? Things around the equator, Earth is spinning faster, but gravity's more powerful, so things should be equalizing. Gravity itself weighs things down further to account for rotational velocity around the equator, trying to throw everything off.
Are you
That's
saying
just
that gravity has to work harder at the equator?
Yeah, that's the claim. And then the GNOME test could not find that correlation.
yeah, you're not firing on all cylinders is still better than the highest tier of Glober, Yoder, so we'll take it anytime. I don't even know what the highest tier of Glober. Actually, in my mind, the highest tier are the ones who say, I just believe it. You know, I just like balls. I like the pictures from space. It's a cool story and I'm sticking to it. To me, that's the highest tier. It's like they're honest, right? And that they know that's the best they got. And they're saying it. Yep. That's the highest tier for me. I haven't had one of those for a while. I need another one. If you're out there in the YouTube land, come in and tell us how much you love balls and how you just like the stories and they're cooler. The globe stories.
Super honest, yeah. We cherish honesty around here. You know, but even then, like, we can concede, right? Okay, so that what if you could go beneath the celestial equator and weigh things and discover that it weighs more? So what? You know, the fact that you can backfit an explanation in order to be congruent with a mental concept is not proof of anything. That's, again, affirming the consequent. It's also a single cause fallacy. If you are purposefully doing this to exclude other potential causes, other potential explanations that are valid, then you're engaged in a single cause fallacy. You're affirming the consequent. It's illogical. Now, it doesn't mean that it's not true. Sorry. Yep. I took a pause.
A side note there is, I appreciate how today, in particular, you've been calling out the logical fallacies because we used to do that more often. It was kind of like a sport, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we should go back to it.
Good shit. It's great. They get so old.
Have a scoreboard. Yeah.
The single cause fallacy, that's a good one. It sounds like it is this, and I'm gonna discard everything else. It has to be this. Cannot be anything else.
It can only work on a globe.
Yeah.
That is not what I'm saying.
Well, good. Okay, I'm glad we cleared that up.
Awesome. So some things go down at an average. Cool.
We don't agree on that.
No, it is an agreed upon average because of all the variability, right? They sat down around a long boardroom and measured gravity in different places all over the world, and they agreed upon the average.
Okay, that I agree on, but not.
Cool, awesome stuff. So things go down, some things go down at an average. Awesome. Now what?
Yeah, his example isn't really. Yeah, I don't know why he sent it.
Okay. So now what? Because you seem to be unsatisfied. So we've all reached an agreement with regards to the average of things going down. Now, with regards to the high altitude infrared imagery that we painstakingly provided you, how does this explain your model?
Well, that video didn't really have any calculations or anything to prove your theory, so how does it explain
compilations?
What? Compilations.
What are you talking about? Did you watch the video?
Calculations, not compilations.
Okay. I'm giving you the calculations. He spoke about the height that he was in his aircraft and the estimated distance to the horizon if it was a sphere, pointing out the distances to the locations later on in the video when he clarifies to get an estimated distance because of the objects in the foreground and the background to the horizon. The horizon, when using the infrared spectrum, is estimated to be around 800 to 1,000 miles away. Should be at 230, 220 if it was a sphere. Remember, we're using the infrared spectrum for a very specific reason, because it should show us a truer reality because of all of that nasty refraction in the visible spectrum. So we're trying to mitigate for that if the Earth was a sphere, would show us a geometric horizon closer to its actual location. But it's further away.
Where did you find these numbers?
See, this is why I asked you before you even watched. That's why I asked you the questions, so I knew that you'd understand. It was interesting that I asked you right at the beginning if you knew the calculation, because it is going to be relevant, because the man was in an aeroplane.
I can't do the calculations without
I asked you if it was. I asked you if you knew what they were, very specifically.
I do, but I don't have any numbers.
Like a 5-year-old child. Do you remember?
Do you have the numbers, yes or no?
I'm just telling you.
Do you
remember the numbers that I told you?
Can you send them in chat?
Can you remember the numbers that I told you?
No.
Oh.
Okay, so you won't.
We can do the calculations together live.
Sure.
All right. Since you're challenging us, why don't we do it? And we can walk you through the process so you can discover it. Okay.
Okay, listen, I just want the numbers. Are there any numbers, or are you just making this up?
No, I was going to give them to you when I asked you right at the beginning before you started watching the video, but you started acting like petulant. Do you remember? And now you're asking for them like they're relevant all of a sudden.
You asked if I knew the formulas, not the numbers. How high is it? How far away is it?
Yeah, exactly, because that's relevant.
Numbers.
Yeah, exactly, that's going to be relevant. But you wouldn't even go through the first question.
That's
So let
not
me
what
go
you
to the
said
second.
before.
See, he's doing it again. It's like you earlier,
won't ever let me
interrupting
talk.
my statement like you wasn't confident enough that I was going to include
You
everything.
just say the same things over and over. This is
No, I
going
don't.
nowhere.
No, it's very different. That's the first time I've actually said that. It's the first time I've even referenced that particular point in our
Will you
conversation.
give me the numbers, or are you just gonna ask me for the formulas?
What number do you want?
How high up in the air is the guy in the
5,000
plane?
feet.
Okay. So, how far away is the object he is looking at?
No. How far away is the object that he's looking at? Well, let's go with the safe estimate of about 800 miles. The safe one. There is within the video the claim to it being 1,000, but I'll keep it to 800.
Okay. So that was what I wanted to know.
Yeah, I told you that before you started watching the video.
You did not.
No, because I asked you if you understood. Started acting like a child. I would have given you the numbers, dude. I just wanted to understand that you knew what the fucking calculation was and why the numbers were even relevant when you were looking at it.
I am 18 years old. Do you understand?
I couldn't give a fucking shit. You're an idiot.
Do you understand?
I don't care.
Exactly.
I mean, why is it relevant?
That was my question. You did not explain that.
Oh my god.
See? Now I proved my point.
That makes me feel not as bad. That makes me feel not as guilty for calling him childish earlier. Yes, Jedi definitely did exactly what he said, but yeah, explain it to him again. He definitely did that. I am the witness.
No,
as
I
is the
understand
YouTube,
now. He
both
just
YouTube
didn't.
streams.
Wait, did you say that you were 80 or 8 years old? Which one was it?
18.
Oh, 18.
So, literally a legal adult.
Yes.
So you what? So I should because you're a legal adult, I should what?
Exactly. It has no relevance. I did not know the relevance.
Exactly. So why bring it up, dude? Stop acting like a petulant child, right? You've got the information now that I would have given you half an hour ago if you didn't act like an idiot.
What? How did I act? What did I do?
I'm waiting for the evidence. I literally, whilst I was getting the evidence for you, I said, are you aware of the Earth curve calculation formula?
Exactly,
You said,
that was my
I'm waiting for the evidence.
Yes, the numbers.
As far as I'm concerned, that's acting like a little child. I am trying to help you to understand what I'm about to show you. You didn't want that. Now, after the fact, you're asking and complaining that you don't have it. What a wanker!
I asked for the numbers. You said
and
you
I
would...
would have given you the numbers. Me and you could have had a conversation. I could have given you the Earth curve calculation formula if you didn't know, and then I could have given you the numbers.
Exactly. Formula is not numbers; it's variables.
Excuse me. Stop being a pissant. You could have had this earlier. You stopped it from happening.
That's not what I was asking for.
What? The altitude of the aircraft?
The formula.
Yeah, I would have given you that. That's what I asked if you understood.
Yeah,
so when I gave you the altitude, you would have understood why it was relevant. Because it gives you a prediction based upon the height of I to what? That's a question. Based on the height of I, what does the calculation give you?
How is that relevant?
What, the distance to the horizon?
No, the formula.
Because it predicts the distance to the horizon based on the height of the eye. In this instance, 35,000 feet in an aircraft.
What was my answer before?
It's not fucking listening, dude.
I already know it. You don't need to explain it. That was what
we also have, if you get tired of him, we also have light Lighthouse's LMAO. I'm unsure on his position, but I'm just saying you can keep going with this guy. But at some point, if you get tired of him, we also have Lighthouses here.
I'm trying to go right now. This guy he's
I mean,
mad.
it's fine. You've got the numbers. Have you done the calculation? Where should the horizon?
I have not done the calculations yet.
Really? It's not hard.
Really?
Yeah, it's not hard.
Okay.
How long do you need? Like 30 seconds?
No, I need 10 minutes.
You need 10 minutes to do this.
Yes.
Okay, we'll move on to someone else then. Come back in 10 minutes.
All right.
It's because he's 18, he can't do math.
Funny.
Yeah, I think this is good. Bingo. I think that bingo, 10 minutes, it's 11 minutes after the hour. So until 12:21, Bingo will be working on his seat work calculations, and maybe I'll have time to review some of the evidence that was presented earlier. Lighthouses was talking in the lobby. I'll try unmuting you. So, I see you are also in the English Hub. Have you talked to us there before? Lighthouses, LMAO.
I was just there. There was a message at the side chat, so I came here.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, what is your position regarding the Earth where you live? What thoughts do you have about that?
I think the Earth is underneath me. I don't think it's a globe, and I think NASA is fake.
Oh, yeah, they do a lot of fake things. I mean, so I'm glad you realize it's not a globe. I gave you the VC verified role, so in the future you'll be
You
able to
guys,
unmute
you haven't figured
yourself.
that out.
What?
Hello, PD.
Oh, is that who that is, Yoder? Should I not have given him the role?
It's up to you. We can see where this goes first.
Yeah. I mean, somebody can always mute him if they want.
Well, I mean, they don't have any evidence. They ain't got anything, dude.
We also have Hot Dance, but I don't know about unmuting Hot Dance, but we could try it. You think we should?
Yeah, why not?
Get him to tell us why the lighthouse isn't obstructed. Get him to tell us that.
We want Hot Dance to tell us.
Yeah, Hot
Hello,
Dance.
Hot
Tell us why the
Dance.
lighthouse isn't behind the Earth. Go ahead, tell us. You're just a listener. I don't believe you. I think you're lying.
Oh yeah, Hot Dance is saying in the lobby, I'm just a listener, sorry. Yeah, we allow listeners here. That's fine. Thank you for at least responding.
But he was actually typing, so he's not just listening, right?
Hot Dance is confused, just wants to learn. Yeah,
Hot Dance, go run the numbers for us. Here's the numbers, Hot Dance. Go run these numbers for us and tell us why the Earth is not, why the lighthouse is not behind the Earth. Go run these numbers for us.
I'll just put Hot Dance back on mute, but if you ever decide you want to have the VC verified role to be able to unmute yourself, then just let us know. I have to go check on my chickens, so I might lose signal, but I'll still be listening.
Did you run the numbers, Hot Dance? He's typing. That's why I asked him that. Do you get the argument though? Oh, you can't talk. Okay. Well, the lighthouse shouldn't be visible at all. Hot Dance. That's the point, right? It should be behind the earth if the claim is correct, but obviously it's not correct, and the lighthouse is completely visible at 15 miles somehow, right? How, we don't know, right? But yeah, so you go say refraction at night. Okay, that's great. That's the best you got is refraction at night, right? Yes, okay. That's all you got, right? That's all you could go to. But then what I do is I turn the lighthouse light off and I put you on top of the lighthouse and I use a thermal camera, right? And now there's zero light to be refracted, so you have no more refraction, right? Now what? Hot Dance. Perfect name for this argument, right? Hot Dance, thermal cameras, right? Perfect name. Perfect. So at night, when there's no light to be refracted, you have zero refraction. So now you're fucked, okay? Yeah, it's not there, right? Exactly. Hey, there's going to be a warm spot on top of the lighthouse. That's you. We're going to put you on top of the lighthouse. You're going to be the hot spot for the thermal camera, okay? Because you're about what 100 degrees, right? You're right around 100 degrees, so you're perfect for this. But that's the point. They've got two options, right? And both options go against NASA. It's either flat or the sphere is 100 times bigger than the claim, right? Either way, NASA's fucked, okay? That's what it boils down to. So yeah, just have like a little card, right? Anytime somebody thinks it's a planet, just say, explain lighthouses to me. And if they can't, right, then they have no idea, right?
Well, that was the end of it. That was Lighthouse's guest star appearance. And now he's gone. Hopefully, everybody was enlightened by that. AV is here. Hi there, AV. Oh, we've got 1 minute left before. Sorry, I said hello and then I started talking. Hello. We've got 1 minute left before Bingo, right below you there. He's going to present evidence and analysis of our evidence. He had 10 minute assignment from Jedi who I guess is gone. Oh, he didn't. His teacher didn't even stay to hear the students report. AV. That's how bad it's been.
Oh no, I was looking
At
forward to
least
Jedi.
I know. Maybe he'll be back because I mean, yeah, he's got 1 minute, so we can't wait to hear Bingo. We're waiting with bated breath.
I liked how we asked for an example of gravity condensing gas, and then we were presented with gas escaping gravity.
No,
That was
okay,
funny.
I'm done. So this it. And I can't send the picture.
Sorry, what's the problem? You don't have image perms or something?
I'm trying to paste the screenshot. I can't. Wait, I can't.
Well, we can have someone sort that out for you in the meantime. Why don't you describe what's happening? What was your assignment, and what it is that you're going to demonstrate?
All right. Based on the video he sent in the live stream chat, he provided evidence that you could see 600 miles or 800, whatever he said. In the video it says 600, but in the video I can't even see 600, so...
And an altitude of what was it, like 33,500 feet, maybe?
Yes.
Okay. So how far, if Earth is a globe, how far should the horizon edge be?
Okay, I think it's 230 miles. I'm not
Yeah,
sure with the units.
sounds about right. Yep, I
Yes,
agree there.
but his point was that you could see further, but you clearly don't see any further in the video, so...
How far is he seeing in the video?
Well, wait, I can send the timestamp. If you look at that timestamp, you can see 3 different measurements: 600 miles, 210 miles, 135 miles. I don't know how we measure this, but based on my eyes, I think the horizon is at 210 miles. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Is this the extent of his claim?
Well, I think he wanted to prove that the curvature of the Earth would not allow you to see further than that, but you clearly can't see further than that.
Well, this video has multiple observations. You know, this
Okay.
one that he's presenting is not the extent of his claim. His claim was 1,000 miles. You know, I'm sure if you fast forward the video some more, you'll find other observations with other distance markers.
Okay, if I send this timestamp,
Right, like-
isn't he just pointing an arrow at nothing?
Okay, well, try presenting a better one, I guess. I mean, I could cherry pick frames from a video too and say, see, nuh-uh.
No, he paused this. I didn't. These are pictures he put up in the video. I didn't just cherry pick that. These are the pictures he's analyzing.
Because if you fast forward to 10 minutes and 26 seconds, he shows you the 1,000-mile visibility claim to the Hudson Bay. So
Yeah,
why didn't you show us that one?
I think I sent. I sent
Well,
that.
I know, but so why did you show us a different observation?
What did I show?
You showed us a Georgian Bay observation that was only up to maybe 200 miles away, which wasn't his claim. His claim was the
No,
Hudson Bay, 10 minutes,
that's my
26
point.
seconds.
You clearly see nothing at the 1,000 miles, which he has arrow pointing
He
at.
wasn't presenting 1,000-mile visibility for that one. You have to fast forward to 10 minutes, 26 seconds. I can show you a
Yeah, that's
screenshot.
what I'm talking about. What is the arrow pointing at?
At 10 minutes, 26?
Yes.
It's pointing at what he's presenting as the shoreline of the Hudson Bay, where the land meets the water.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, this is a very bad example of this. You clearly see nothing there. You're just
I
pointing
don't know,
at
people who
nothing.
are familiar with the geography like we are, especially those that live in that area, can identify these pretty easily.
Do you see the Hudson Bay there?
Looks like it to me. And I think Jay Tolan's evidence supports the claim.
There is clearly nothing there. Is something wrong with my eyes, or?
What do you think you're seeing then? Well, it's not nothing.
Well,
I'm
it's
trying to understand what you think you're seeing.
a highly pixelated picture of something black and white. Yeah,
Are you
it's-
saying that you open your eyes, look at this image, and you see nothing?
Well, I
You
see.
have to get your eyes checked.
Yeah, probably.
That's not a good thing that your vision is. I mean, my vision is not good either, but I can
I
still see stuff.
Passed the eye exam when I took my driving license, so not long ago. I don't think my eyes is the problem. It's clearly
So
nothing
you
there.
see nothing. There's gotta be something that you can see.
What's
Okay,
funny
what
is
is it
at 9 minutes 46 seconds, he begins his super zoom from inside the plane. So, and you can watch the land features scroll by just as you see on a greater map of that region of the world. And it matches.
What is matching? There's nothing there.
No, brother.
I think you are.
Do you think this is like an image of empty
Delusional.
space? Like there's empty space, there's nothing, no land, no features, nothing at all? Or is there something?
There's nothing visible.
Do you know what the black stuff is?
Water.
Very good. Do you know what the lighter gray stuff is that meets the black stuff?
Well, that's land.
Yeah. And can you see clouds?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Do you understand how perspective works?
Depends on.
I'll be
how
more
you use it.
specific. Yeah, like as objects go farther away, they decrease in angular size.
Yes.
and it's a fairly linear relationship. So in this case, on the horizon, a teeny angle of view is going to have more distance compressed into it than a larger position in angular size closer to the observer.
Yes.
Right. So
You're basically saying it's
100
less
miles
blurry.
Yeah, the first like bottom, maybe 1/4 of the image could be 50 to 100 miles. And then the second fourth of the image further up towards the horizon could be, I don't know, maybe 400 miles. And as you get closer and closer, you see hundreds of miles within a tiny, tiny angular field of view on the horizon. He zooms into that. And he widens the field of view up. And he sees what looks like the shoreline of the Hudson Bay. He's providing angles. His camcorder has a 30x zoom. And he actually goes into the analysis of this using technical specifics. Yeah, he's performing what's called photogrammetry. And that's an analytical field where you can discern sizes and distances of objects and even identify objects and images based off of the image itself and contextual data, the camera, the observer
But he's
position.
clearly pointing to nothing. I don't think. How
Dude.
could you explain what he's pointing at?
He picked a spot on the horizon and zoomed into it.
Yes.
And you can see the land and the water scroll beneath, which matches the regional map of Earth.
Yes.
And he's showing you this is that lake, this is that lake, this is that lake. See the shape of this lake, see the shape of that lake. And oh, wait, what's this off? On the distance, I see darkness. I see land. That looks like the Hudson Bay. Does that match? Well, yeah, the direction matches. The amount of distance that's compressed in that angular size matches. I mean,
I think you are delusional, not gonna lie. It's clearly nothing there.
You can clearly see way beyond 230 miles.
Yeah, maybe 280 max.
What makes you think that?
Based on the 200 miles, 250 miles, then you see maybe 1/4 of the next line.
So you're saying Earth has to be a globe. Therefore, it can't be any further than 230 miles. Maybe 280. Okay. Yeah, so what evidence is there that Earth is a globe based off of this?
Well, it's definitely evidence that this is not proof for a flat Earth.
What makes it say that? How do you know how far you're seeing in this image? It seems like you don't know what he's doing or what he's describing, so don't mean to poison the well too much.
But he's not pointing at anything.
You mean the arrow that says Hudson Bay that points to where the shoreline meets? It's not pointing at anything?
He's pointing to nothing.
Yeah, the pointer... Oh, okay, the pointer is pointing at nothing?
Well, it's just a big gray space.
So there's not a thing that the pointer is pointing to.
Okay, it's pointing to
at something?
The dotted line on the...
Okay, so he's zooming in, and I've clipped this still image at one point in the zoom. So this isn't a static image necessarily. This particular screenshot is, but it's from a zoom in. It's from an animated zoom. So the important part to understand is the zoom process itself gives you context that you require in order to do identification of features of the land and the water. I would agree if I only had this still image that there is not enough here for me to discern whether or not this is the Hudson Bay. I get that information contextually from the zoom process. So that's why if we rewind the tape to about 9 minutes, 46 seconds, you can watch the
Okay,
zoom
I
and you can
don't
take
agree.
in the context that is required to build the case that
looked at
that is the shoreline of the Hudson Bay.
Look here. Here you clearly see the horizon.
No kidding. And it's way beyond 230 miles.
Yeah, it's 300 miles.
In which part?
I sent it.
Wait, what's 300 miles?
The horizon.
How did you come to that?
Because the line you see, that's I would assume that's the horizon.
Okay. And how do you know that that is 300 miles away? It doesn't
Because
even
there's an
comport.
arrow that says 300 miles.
Actually, he's pointing to, what is it, like Duck Island? Hold on a second.
Lake Superior. If you click the link I sent last.
You can see beyond Lake Superior. And he's showing you that he can see beyond Lake Superior, obviously. What he's showing you at 300 miles Lake Superior is not the edge of the globe Earth, is it?
The edge?
Yeah, the edge, the horizon, the knife edge horizon.
Yeah, that's clearly at the line and not beyond the line, which you showed earlier.
No, he continues to zoom, dude.
Is this more zoomed than the 1026 picture?
Do you know where Lake Superior is in relation to the Hudson Bay?
Well, I don't know where he is.
So, yeah, study a map first, okay?
Yeah, I know exactly
All right.
where the Hudson Bay is.
Yeah, so you can see it past Lake Superior. This is not difficult, dude.
But
And when we're done with this, we can go to the Baja one, which I actually have better documentation of. I actually did some analysis. I took numbers from his GPS and I processed it through calculators.
okay, we
It's quite
can do
remarkable.
that. This doesn't really prove anything.
Really, like, so first off, seeing Lake Superior at 300 miles is way beyond where the curvature of the Earth should be.
But how wouldn't I know if that's Lake Superior?
Due to the zoom process. I'm going to say this only one more time, and if you ask me again, we're going to have an issue.
Okay, but
The still image does not alone have enough context. What is required for you to gather context is to watch the video where he zooms and you can see the land and the water feature scrolling by that matches what's on the regional map. Okay? This is how he's establishing the case for what he's seeing at the end. Now, if you want to spend time rebutting this, you're welcome to. I'm not trying to dissuade you from that, but your rebuttal should be a bit more detailed than what you're giving the audience right now. I mean, you're basically saying, "Nuh-uh."
Okay, but what is? Also, I don't see the Lake Superior there. I don't know how you see it. I'm looking at the map and it doesn't really show that.
And what do you think you are seeing?
Could you like screen share and show what you see, because we
I'm
must
seeing the
see
same
different.
thing as you and the whole audience who's watching the video along with us. We're seeing the same thing. I mean, it's fine. Like if your mind and your eyes can't interpret this the same way as what we can, then we're at an impasse.
But if I look at the Lake Superior, it's the other direction from where he's looking at. He's looking north, like straight north almost. Maybe a little east. But Lake Superior is to the west.
Is your claim that he misidentified Lake Superior?
Well, you tell me. I gave you the information I see.
Yeah, okay, so why don't you show me what direction you think he's looking? Show me how you got that from the video.
Okay, I'm not really sure where he is, but I'm assuming
Yeah, so you're just making stuff up then, dude. Come on.
No.
Like,
I'm
I
gonna
think he
tell you.
should be looking in this direction instead.
Okay, where do you think he is?
Well, hold on a sec. I swear every time I hit backspace, it shows me 2 ads that I have to watch through. Every time I try to rewind, this is annoying. I'm not going to pay for YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube ads have gotten really bad. Irrelevant ads. And too many.
The worst is now the pre-roll ads. Before you even start watching a video, it'll pre-roll ads now.
Sometimes I'll get ad like in the beginning of the video, before watching the video, like you're saying. And then maybe
before selecting a video.
Maybe within a minute, get 2 more ads. I'm like, bro,
Yeah.
that was just the introduction of the video. I don't even know what the video is about yet. I'm already 4 ads in.
All right. So we have a GPS. Again, there are multiple observations here, and I don't want you getting confused. In this earlier part of the video, he's looking northwest, more due west. So his flight is going to be somewhat perpendicular to his line of visibility that he drew here in this part of the video. He's not flying north into Canada. You can tell by the airplane wing out the right that he's actually looking right, to the right side of the airplane. So the airplane is flying westward, it looks like, and he's pointing his camera, sweeping it north to northwest. So
Yeah, I have to go for a moment, like 50 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay, go get those lighthouse measurements for us. Thank you.
Okay.
So, just so the audience understands, I provided GPS readouts from the aircraft as well as the plotted line of sight, showing the direction and how the land and water does match the zoom in. So we can tell from the contextual cues in the video that he's seated at the right side of the airplane, forward, looking rightward, that's due north, northwest, and you can see the wing of the aircraft there, the right wing. And if you know from his other videos, he lives in California. So it looks like he's probably flying home from somewhere.
Yeah, what everybody's missing from this as well is the reflections of sunlight. Well, the sun is in the south, so the direct reflections off Lake Superior and such would continue back north, not towards the position of the aircraft. So we're only receiving indirect reflections off the lake.
What's happening, guys? Is there any conversations do we have?
Well, I'm back, but my buddies left, so I have no one to talk to.
Tried saying that again, but without crashing your vocals, so it doesn't sound like that.
My buddies left, so I have no one to talk to anymore.
You got me to talk to. What's going on?
Well, what do you want to talk about?
Are you the same guy that have been speaking for a while?
Yes.
Oh, what's your username?
Bingo?
Oh, Bingo, yeah.
Yes.
Bingo! So, Bingo, how does the globe nonsense makes any sense to you?
Because I have not seen any proof of it not making sense, and and everything I see around me, like it affirms my theory of that, I think.
So, which of your senses have you used to come to the conclusion that it is a globe?
Well, we could talk about maybe the sun going around the planet. How would that work on the flat Earth?
Look at the sun. So one of your senses, your eyes, your vision, right? That's one of the senses. Your vision.
Yes.
So we look away from the ground. We haven't seen the globe yet when we're looking at the ground, right? You don't see the globe on the ground.
No.
No, but we look at the sun with our vision. And how does that tell you that the thing below your feet is a globe?
Well, we certainly know that the sun is spinning around us.
The sun is spinning around us.
Yes.
It's moving across the sky in repeating cycles, like clockwork, like a clock that is never late, unlike man-made clocks that have to be adjusted every time to be on time, right?
Yes.
So how, by using your vision, your eyes, looking at the sun, tells you that the globe makes sense? When it will be the contrary, it will indicate that the ground is motionless and the sun is moving the opposite of the globe.
You've heard of Einstein, yes?
Einstein? Who's that?
He's I don't know. He's not alive anymore, but he made some theories about relativity. Maybe you've heard of them.
Relativity? What's that?
Well, everything. If something, okay, I have some language problems here. You know, I can try with Google Translate.
The globe has way more than language problems. It's complete nonsense. Well, go ahead. Yeah.
Is Einstein's theory nonsense? Is that what you're saying, or am I speaking nonsense?
Which of our senses do we use to come to the conclusion that Einstein's theory of relativity is true? Which of our senses do we use for that?
Well, if you're sitting on the train, and beside the train you're sitting on starts moving, And if you look at the train, maybe you think, oh, my train is starting to move.
Okay.
Do you agree?
When you woke up that day and open your eyes, you open your eyes, right? And then you looked
Yes.
around you. Was the walls of the house that you woke? Was the bed moving? Nothing was moving around you, right? But then
Yes, yes.
you said, okay,
When I sat
it's
up,
daytime. You open your eyes. It's daytime. The sun rised from.
no, I live in the basement.
Okay, you live in the basement. So you
Yes.
open your eyes, you turn on the light, you can observe everything looks in place. So you decided, okay, I'm gonna go travel. And you walked to the train station. And when you saw the train with your eyes, was the train that you were gonna get in moving or not moving?
Well, when it arrived,
Or
it
you
was
got
moving. When I
okay.
stepped onto it, it was not moving.
Okay, so it was moving before it arrived. It was moving to arrive to the station, and then it stopped, and then you got on it, and then it started moving.
Yes.
So you use all of your senses, even your vestibular system. You walked around balanced, right? So you didn't fall to the side, right? You kept your balance to make it to the station. You observed the train moving, stopping, not moving. You sat down, and then it started moving again.
Yes.
How do you come to the conclusion that that is analogous? What's the word? The same of the Earth, of not feeling the Earth and not detecting the Earth and not demonstrating or having any measurements of the Earth spinning, when the train itself has equipment and sensors that will tell you that it is moving, but you don't have that for the Earth.
Okay, the reason I brought up the theory of relativity is because you said the sun is moving around the Earth. What if we are spinning and the sun is still?
To say that the Earth is spinning. Okay. So the other option is that the Earth is not spinning and that the sun is moving above the motionless Earth. Is that an
Yes.
option?
That's an option.
Okay, so if there's no measurements of the movement, no detection, and even there is no parallax to the movement of the luminaries,
Yes.
that will indicate and confirm that your senses are correct when your senses indicate one of them, starting your vestibular system, that doesn't detect the motion of the Earth, because when the Earth moves, it detects it. But while it's not moving, you know that it's not moving. So that makes
No.
sense. Then with your eyes, you observe the sun moving, so you can say, okay, the Earth is not moving, and the sun is moving, or the luminaries are moving. That makes sense.
You
The
forgot the premise.
The premise is relativity, but is it relative that it's also relative that the Earth is not moving and the sun is moving? That's relative as well.
If you walk, how do you know that you are moving or that the Earth is moving back?
Okay, moving. Let's just say moving at the speed that they claim, right? 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, right? Is there any evidence for that? Not just relativity, that might be an option, like actual detection.
Okay, this is a different topic.
No, because
Do you
you're
want
saying
to
it's
move to that?
relative, but the relativity, you can confirm which one it is. Is it moving? Let's check for that. It's not moving because you cannot detect the motion, so you can come to the conclusion that it's not moving. Everything indicates that it's not in motion. What will
If
you
you're
discard? What will you discard? The realist level and the actual experience the actual lack of motion and replace that with the opposite.
Okay, if you were at the back of a truck, it was completely closed, no windows. How would you know if you were moving or standing still?
Because it's gonna bomb, it's gonna have to brake at the stop sign, it's gonna take a curve, and you're gonna notice all of this. And if you don't hold yourself, if you're not strapped to the truck, like if you can break your neck inside a truck, you know that, right?
So you're noticing the different accelerations, but not the movement itself, right?
The earth, I mean,
yes.
The truck is in motion, and you feel the motion. The earth is not in
now you
motion,
changed it.
so you don't. So the is the truck in motion? Yes or no?
I know. How can you tell?
Okay, what is the speedometer? What does the speedometer says?
I'm at the back of the truck. I don't know any of that.
Okay,
How can you tell?
Because when it's moving and taking a curve, right, and going around the curve, you know that you might go to the side of the truck, onto this side of the truck. You're gonna have to hold yourself.
That's an acceleration, not a movement.
So what is the Earth doing allegedly?
Well, what the Earth is doing. That's what we are trying to figure out.
It's not in motion. That's pretty simple.
It's not in motion.
It's not in motion. That's simple.
But you couldn't tell if you were moving at the back of the truck, right?
Yes, you can.
How?
Because it is when when the truck is going left, right, reducing speed, accelerating.
That's what I'm saying. Different accelerations.
You're saying that there's a truck out there that doesn't do any of these things?
Okay, if we put like millions of thrusters at the front of the Earth to slow it down, we would feel that. Yes?
Millions of thrusters in where?
At one side of the Earth, doesn't matter. Just show in one direction.
Well, you feel the millions of thrusters. You probably will hear them too. Feel them and hear
Yeah, but you would feel the acceleration, right?
Sure.
So it's acceleration you feel, not movement.
It's also going. And you remember when you said earlier the orbit is also going in a curve. Remember the curve, like when you go in the truck and you have to take the curve.
Is it going in a curve?
Isn't it going around the sun? Remember?
Is it
around the sun in a spiral? Well, no, I don't think so. It's not. That's what I'm telling you. That's why you don't feel it. That's why it's not measurable. That's why it's not detectable. No, it's not moving.
Oh, you can't prove that by your own logic.
Yes, you can. There is no measurement, no detection of the movement, and when the luminaries are moving, if the Earth was moving, there will be parallax observable from the luminaries.
You would only feel acceleration, not movement. Do you understand?
The luminaries will be in a different positions every single night. It'll be different positions. The luminaries. And they wouldn't repeat like they do in a
what is luminaries?
daily cycle. All the lights in the sky, all of the lights in the sky move in repeating cycles. If the sun was moving, if the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets, the radiance, all of those
the
things.
Planets are not luminaries. Or? It says a natural light-giving body.
You're making an assertion right there. You don't even know what those things are.
No,
You only see them as lights. You only see them as lights. If you make an assertion they don't have lumens. I mean, how do you see them if they don't have lumens? Luminaries.
A natural light-giving body, isn't that if they emit light?
I mean, that's what we see.
If they reflect lights, are they luminary?
Reflect light? How do you know they're reflecting light?
No, I'm just asking if they reflect light.
Who counts as a luminary?
Yeah, that's my question.
Well, according to the definition of luminary, yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, it's planets or the moon or whatever, they would be considered luminaries. What's your contention?
No, that was just a question. I didn't know what it meant.
Well, I thought you Googled it. You said you Googled it.
Yeah, a natural light-giving body.
What's it say after that? Especially the sun or moon?
Yeah, but I don't know what the first part means.
It's a body that's giving off light. Yeah, it's something that's giving off lumens.
I understand.
Light. Yeah.
It's obvious. You can look at the lumens and they are luminous luminaries.
Okay, but if we just think about movement and not the spinning around part.
So again though, you're trying to claim the opposite of what is being observed. So you're claiming nonsense again.
No, it's a hypothetical.
No. On the luminary part, in the globe idea, you're kind of saying that it's not a luminary, but still.
No, I just asked what it was.
Okay, now you know. Okay, so they are luminaries.
Yes, I understand, but if we assume that they don't exist, okay?
That they don't exist? What?
Okay, I'm trying to make a hypothetical, okay? If we say these luminaries don't exist. Okay?
I'm not saying that. Go ahead. Yeah, hypothetical. Go ahead.
How would we know if we're moving through space or standing still in space?
You will have to detect it. You will have to, the speedometer on the train or in the car. You go to
how do you measure speed?
I mean, you'll put a speedometer on the Earth, and it will tell you 0, not moving, or non-zero, moving.
Okay, the speedometer on the car measures the speed of the motor or the wheels, and.
Well, there you go. It's moving.
Yeah, where are the wheels on the Earth?
You can also put it on within the wheels, right? The traction of the wheels and all of those things that you have in the car that it makes it move. You will put all of those things together and determine, including with a speedometer, that it is moving.
Okay, but the Earth
and it will make sense because you will also be using your senses, right? And it will make sense that it is moving. But that with the case of the Earth, it makes sense that it's not moving, not detected, not sensed. You see?
Yeah,
claiming that the Earth is moving, it's nonsense.
But you can't detect it. How would you prove that?
The lack of motion is not evidence for motion. The lack of motion is evidence for no motion.
But if I say there is no way to detect it, how would you can't say that's lack of motion? There's
There is
neither
no way.
motion,
There is no way
motion
to
or no
detect
motion.
it,
Then.
so you cannot claim that it is in motion.
So you think we just should look at the speedometer of the Earth?
I mean,
Statue.
something. It should be measurable. It should be detectable. There should be something,
how-
but nothing.
How do you measure it?
I mean,
I think
that's
your
your
problem.
claim. That's your claim, your problem, right? You're the one thinking, yeah, the Earth is in motion, but
No, my
even
claim is that you can't measure it. But
so there you
you
go.
also say
Not in
that the
motion.
Earth is not moving. That's a contradiction.
A contradiction. The contradiction to acknowledging the realist level. That's not a contradiction. That's an acknowledgement. That is a description of what's actually happening. That's me
Okay,
saying
prove the Earth is
it's
not
not in
moving.
motion. The Earth is
You
not
prove
in
that by
motion.
saying we don't sense it,
Okay, so
but we don't have a sense of motion. It
we
doesn't
don't have a
exist.
sense of motion.
No,
So you don't feel motion, dude?
no.
You don't feel motion. So, oh my god. Earlier you couldn't see anything in the image. You said you don't saw nothing, so you cannot see. And now you're saying that you don't sense motion.
When I asked what you
It's
sense in the back of the truck, you said
possible that you have some
acceleration,
type
not
of
motion.
medical issue that you don't sense anything or see anything.
But you said you only felt acceleration, not motion. That was not me.
Oh yeah, those
You
words
felt
never,
the turns,
came out of
you
my
felt
word.
slowing
out of
down,
my
you felt
mouth.
speeding up. That was your examples.
Yeah, if you're moving in a car, yeah, you feel it. That's what I said.
You feel the acceleration, right?
If you're moving in the car, you'll know you're in the car, and you know you're moving, and you are gonna feel it.
How?
Have you ever been in a car?
Why not just answer the question?
How? How do you feel it?
Yes.
So when a car it's tilting a little bit to take the curve, you have some liquid.
There is no curve. It's going straight.
Oh, it's going straight. So yeah, it's accelerating, it's stopping at the red light, and then accelerating again. There you go.
So that's motion, not acceleration, right?
That is the car moving, and you feeling it. There's no other way around it.
It's the car accelerating, or it's not motion, right?
It's moving from one position to another position. It is in motion.
It is in motion, but you can't sense the motion. That's what I'm saying.
So you cannot sense a car in motion when it's moving? No?
You can sense the car in motion, but you can't sense the motion. Do you understand?
No, I don't understand. Go ahead and explain it. You cannot sense the motion. Go ahead.
I just explained it. You sense the acceleration. You agree to that, right? You sense the turning, you sense the...
What's the point of your argument, right? Because the Earth isn't going along in a straight direction, like the car you're talking about.
I think his point is having no point. That's his point.
Yeah, it seems like it. It's just like a false analogy, basically.
Okay, but he doesn't understand reality, isn't? Do you?
No. Something that's spinning, right? Like the Earth, right? Something that's
the car,
turning.
the car.
So no, what's the car got to do with the conversation? Like with the actual topic?
Because he doesn't understand.
It's the car. It's an analogy, isn't it? You're trying to give an analogy with the car to the Earth.
An nonsensical one.
No.
Yeah. That's your point, isn't it?
Okay,
you don't feel the Earth
even
moving,
if I
and
do that,
you're using a car as your example.
It doesn't
but
matter.
It's a false analogy because the Earth is turning, right? So it's constant circular motion is constant acceleration. If something's spinning, it's accelerating outward.
Okay, but listen. If he can't even agree that you can't feel motion, how can I make my point?
Well, it's a dumb point because everyone feels they're moving in a car.
I haven't made the point.
Yeah, you said you can't feel moving in a car, but everyone knows they're
Exactly.
moving when they're driving in a car.
Do you agree that you can't feel motion?
You can. What do you mean? You know you're in motion.
How?
He thinks like all of his senses he discard, and he can just play dumb, and that's like the nonsense of the senses, playing dumb and saying
That's what you are
since
doing.
I'm dumb and I discard all of my senses, I don't feel motion because you know.
Yeah,
I
you
don't know
feel
anything.
motion because you feel motion, right? You have no reason to believe that.
You remember when before you get in the car, before you get in it, you're using your brain, your senses to even reach it in the first place, to calculate your step.
not
You
using
walk
your-
to it, then you turn the key, and the cars go vroom vroom, right? And then you grab the wheel. All of these things, all of these steps that you use your senses, and then when you press the pedal for the gas, it starts moving. Press the brake. All of these things you know, but for some reason you kind of playing the fool, like you don't know that this stuff is happening. You're denying reality.
Can you just answer the question? Can you feel motion?
Yes, you can feel it. You know you're in motion.
The phenomenon.
When you are in motion.
Motion.
Yeah. When a car is in motion, you know it is. You know it's in motion. Yes.
And you explain that because you can feel acceleration.
And then what?
Yes.
And then what?
Because they are not the same.
Then what?
Can you at least agree to it?
And then what?
Okay, wait.
Wait.
talk?
So your point is making no point? Is that your point?
Well, I can't
Your
make a point
your nonsense,
of reality if you can't
foolishness.
accept reality.
You're the one denying it. That's you. That's you
But
projecting.
explain how. I mute and you explain how.
I don't see the curvature. That's how you know it's there. I don't feel the motion. That's how you know it's there. The sun, and I see it moving. That means that the earth is moving. That's you negating.
I'm talking about motion. Explain.
Perceiving reality with your
Explain how you feel motion, please. You're just avoiding
No,
it.
that
Please just-
you're the one. You're the one that wants to explain how you don't feel emotion. You explain it, not me.
Yeah, I
That's
say you don't feel it.
When
How can
I'm
I
in
explain
motion, I
something
know
that
I'm in
doesn't
motion.
exist?
I'm using my brain. I'm using all of my senses. I'm using my eyes. My vestibular system is active. All of the things together that make my senses. I use all of those, and I know that I'm in motion.
But
You denying
the motion itself, that isn't the sense you have. You use your other senses to figure out you are in motion, but you don't feel motion itself, right?
Okay, give an example when you don't feel motion. Go ahead.
Why would I do that?
You're the one claiming that that's the case. Go ahead and give a real life example that you are in motion, but you don't feel the motion, like in nature, because Earth is the thing in motion that you don't feel, right? So give an example in nature when that's actually happening.
Well, like if you're in the back of a truck, you don't feel motion. You feel the bumps, you feel the when you're speeding up, you feel the turns, but those aren't motions.
So
Those
what
are
is the bump? The
acceleration.
bump is as the car is going somewhere, and the tire is at a certain level of the street, and then there's a bump which is higher, and then it goes up and go down. When something goes up and then down, is that motion?
Yes, but the motion.
Oh, there
isn't
you
what
go. So
you're
you
feeling.
feel the bump, you feel the motion. So you yourself
You're feeling the
contradict yourself.
acceleration.
If you move up and down, is that a type of motion or no?
Well, it's a type of acceleration.
So it's not a motion then?
Well, the bump is acceleration.
So it's not a motion. That's what you're saying? That up and down is not motion?
Well, you don't feel the motion, you feel the
Is
acceleration.
up and
like I
down
said.
motion? Yes or no?
Okay, this DJ guy, he
Is
talked about
up and down
analogies, and
motion?
this is even worse than mine.
It's up and down motion? Yes or no?
It depends.
It depends. Oh,
Up is a direction, not a motion.
okay. So when you physically are going up, your body going up and then going down, is that a type of motion?
Okay, you're first going up, then you
And then you go
accelerate
down.
down, and that's what you feel.
Okay, so you do feel that motion.
No, you feel acceleration still.
So you're going forward. You're going forward, and within going forward, then you go up a little bit and down a little bit, and you're gonna feel the forward movement and that up and down. So all of those motions, all of those two vectors, you're gonna feel them.
Okay, what does motion mean? Maybe it's language problem.
Tell me, what does it mean? What does it mean?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Maybe it's.
I don't know. What does it mean?
You don't know?
No, I'm not sure about it. Go ahead. What does it mean? You're the motion expert. That you don't feel any motion. That's how you know about it. That you don't feel it. Go ahead. Tell me what.
Well, I said I may not understand it, so why would I explain it then?
Oh, so all of this for nothing then?
Well, explain it. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. You can prove me wrong right now. Do it.
My experience and your experience is that every time that you're in motion, you feel it, but you're denying
What
it.
is motion?
So the earth is motionless. There you go. And when it starts moving,
you won't
you
explain?
feel it. No, that's you for the explanations.
Okay.
Your nonsensical ones.
Here's a definition: a change in position. Do you agree with that?
Change on a position, you said?
In position, change in position. You move from one place to another.
Like going from one height to another height and then to another height?
Going from one height to another height.
Is that motion?
Yeah, I'm asking you if you agree with that definition.
That's the definition?
Well, we defined it like that if you want to, or what?
No, I'm not going to define it. You define it. Go ahead.
Well, I defined it. I'm asking if you agree with that definition.
Can you give me a citation so I can read it? Just
No, I made it up.
I don't trust what you're saying because,
You see, if you don't know what motion is, how can we have this discussion?
You just admitted that you don't know what it is. Why will I agree
Yes,
with
and
you
I
when you try to explain it? You said that you don't know what it is. If you're gonna try to make a claim about it,
okay, you're just
I'm gonna
lying
have
now.
to double
What I said was maybe there's a language barrier, and what I think motion is not the same what you think. Now I define it as change in position. Do you agree with that
change your
definition?
position. Go ahead. So, and then what?
Do you agree with that?
I don't know if changing position means for you the same thing that it means for me. So now continue.
What will I continue with? If you don't agree with me, how can we have a discussion?
You can keep talking and see if your nonsense makes sense.
You obviously don't understand.
I overstand your nonsense. What's so funny?
I thought it was a joke, so I left.
What, your nonsense? It is a joke.
No, you overstand, not understand.
That's not a joke. Reality supersedes your nonsense. You know this, right?
Okay, but we at least have to define reality before we can start talking about reality, right?
The natural and physical world.
Yes.
That's pretty real, isn't it?
Okay. I'm sending a link to Britannica.com. Do you agree with this definition? Read through it.
Really? Let me see. Can you read it? Are you gonna read it?
Well, I sent the link.
I'm not looking at the screen right now. I'd rather listen.
You open your
and
phone.
speak. Not really. I'm on a different console, not on. I cannot see the
Okay,
chat.
well, I'm not really interested in having a conversation with you. You're just bad faith. You won't engage with the conversation. It's
Is
not
that
a
like
point.
poison in the well? You don't want to demonstrate that your nonsense makes
You
no.
asked for a source. I gave it, and now you won't even read it. So what's the point?
I mean, now that you have the source, that you looked for it, now you can tell us what the motion is.
No, you can read it.
Sure, I could read it. That's true. You can read it as well, right?
I already read it.
So what is it? Now that you read it, what is motion then?
It's the link is the definition of motion, so you can read it if you want.
Yeah, what's motion? So the first question that I ask you, why do you think that the globe nonsense makes sense and you still haven't made sense out of it?
Well, I'm not here to argue it. But you would argue the other way around. But yeah,
Still trying to say that the globe nonsense makes sense.
it does.
So nonsense makes sense?
If you call it that, then sure.
So no curvature observed nor measured. And use your senses to do all of that, all of those things. Observe, senses. Measure, you use your senses to measure. To hold the tape measure, to hold the laser, to look at the results. And you can confirm, you already know, before you did the test, that the Earth is not curving. So you're confirming already, the Earth is not curving. Claiming the opposite will be nonsense. You're saying
Prove
that
it.
The nonsense is the case.
Prove it is nonsense.
You cannot observe it. You cannot see it with your eyes. You cannot see the curvature. You cannot use your senses to see the curvature of the Earth.
So just because you can't measure it, it doesn't exist, right?
I mean, the lack of evidence is not the evidence, right?
Exactly. So how do
Exactly.
you know it's
So
nonsense?
the lack of curvature is not evidence for the curvature.
But you said you can't measure it.
That is the case. It's not measurable. It's not there. The not measuring it's a falsification of it. Because if it was there, if it was there, you will be able to measure it. But it's not there. That's why it's not measurable.
But if I look at the picture of the Earth, it's clearly not flat.
What picture?
Any picture.
Any picture? I can show you pictures from across the salt flats in Peru, and that's not curving.
Well, that's not of the Earth. That's a specific point of
It's
the Earth.
Earth.
Okay, so if I show you my right leg, can you prove that I exist? Or only that my right leg exists? Do you understand?
It sounds like you don't understand, or you don't comprehend. Because you think that a misrepresentation, like you're saying that if I looked at the movie, if we watch the movie Narnia, and we see Aslan, the talking lion, right? You're saying that lions speak English or Spanish or Chinese, depending on the country that you're in. But you're saying that if we go to Africa, we go to Africa and we see that lions in reality don't speak English or Chinese or Spanish. You're saying that the one in the TV supersedes the one in Africa.
No,
that's what you're saying about the Earth.
That's
because
not
when
what
we
I'm
went
saying.
to the Earth,
Let me explain.
it's not curving, and then you're saying, look, this picture. In this picture, water is on the outside of a spinning sphere. Even though we cannot find that in reality, you're saying the picture, the misrepresentation of the Earth supersedes the real Earth.
You say water doesn't curve too, right?
No. I said water on the outside of a spinning sphere, right? In a vacuum. You gotta add all of those variables, right? You cannot have that in reality. You cannot show it. You cannot demonstrate it. But you're gonna say a picture supersedes what we actually know about the water and the Earth. That it's not curving, and that the water doesn't attach itself on the outside of spheres. We know that for fact. It does? Show it.
Yes. Why?
Show it in a lab. Show it in a lab.
Why in a lab? I can show it on the Earth like you did, right?
You can show it on the Earth?
Yes.
You can. So you're saying that you have measurements of the Earth and the surface of water curving at the specific ratio that conforms with the 3,159 miles? Oh, show it. Can you post that?
Yes. Open this link.
Open the link. You posting it on the text chat?
Yes.
Live stream voice text. Bingo! Google Earth?
Yes.
Are you trolling?
No, it's water curving. You can zoom in and see. It
Can you
looks
drink?
flat
Can
on
you
the.
drink that? Can you drink that water? Can you drink it?
Yeah, it's the water we are drinking right now.
You can drink that water on that imagery, can you?
Yes, it's the water in my tap. It's the same water.
Holy guacamole! So okay, it's the same water. So now
Yes.
grab that water in a cup. Then grab the globe that you have on the table. You know the globe thingy that you have on the table, the decorational thing for decoration. Now put those two together and show me what the imagery on Google Earth is showing. The water sticking to it. Go ahead. Can you do that? And remember, it has to be spinning too. So make it spin and show that the water doesn't go splash splash on the floor.
Okay, gravity requires a big
Gravity?
mass.
What's that?
Yeah, that's the thing that's holding the water together. But I have to go right now, so maybe we can have this discussion another time or not.
Yeah, come back later.
Yeah. Goodbye.
So you couldn't demonstrate it. Bye bye.
like a
Sphere.
ball. Sphere, yeah.
Oh, sphere. No, yeah, sphere. No, the sphere, that's impossible. That will go against everything you know, you ever experience, anything you can test, check, verify. The sphere is a complete fantasy.
But he's saying the story. He's saying the story sounds good. Yeah, well, it's a story, bro. It's supposed to sound
It doesn't
good
sound.
and make sense.
It explains the movement like perfectly.
But it's a story, though. It's a
No, wait, 1 second. There's explanations, things that people can say with their mouth, right? And people can say a lot of things and explain about anything. But there is things that you can show and demonstrate in reality. You can explain how Superman and the fantasy character in the movie does what he does, right? You can explain that, the fantasy. But that doesn't have any relation to reality. If you're gonna give an explanation of how you boil water, that has a reference to reality. You know, you grab fire and boil the water. Bye. You boil the water with the fire, and you can explain that. You put the water on the you can boil an egg. You can explain that stuff. That has references to reality. But the globe has no reference to reality, dude. It's complete fantasy.
Yeah, I know, but you guys can't explain like how the sun and the earth move compared to each other.
Yeah, I can explain it. I can give you an explanation. The creator is at the center. He made the clock of the sky, and he's the one that operates the skies above, and the luminaries are God-centric, heaven-centric. That's an explanation. You like it?
But how does it move? In a circle?
Earth doesn't move.
Okay, so Earth doesn't move. What about the sun?
Yeah, when you open your eyes every morning, right? When the light comes, and then you look to the east, and you see the sun in that position, and if you keep looking at it, you're gonna see it moving. You're gonna be able to testify in court under perjury. Yeah. Under perjury, you're gonna be able to. A judge is gonna ask you, "Did you saw the sun moving?" And you will be able to say, "Yes, I saw it. Yes."
Yeah, but what exact trajectory it take?
What is what?
Like exact trajectory it take? Does it like go a full circle around? Like, you know what I mean?
Why?
I'm asking. I don't know.
I know, but why?
What do you mean why?
Why are you asking?
Because I want to explain like how daylight and night work, and you guys can't.
Oh, when the sun is above, it's daytime, and it's illuminating your area. That's daytime for you. In Australia, if the sun is not up, is not there, that's nighttime. That's nighttime when the sun is not there. Then when the sun goes away from you and towards that spot, it turns into nighttime for you. And then it's daytime for the other guy. It's pretty simple.
But you just want a story. We don't have a story for you, unfortunately. I think
you could say it's a story.
Underlying thing here is that no one even knows what the sun is or what the stars are or what the moon is. So we're not going to give you a story about it. Like Jemsy said, daytime, sun out, nighttime, sun not out.
But we could know it, like if we have different people at different location and observe how like when they look.
Bro, make the separation. Everybody's on the ground. Nobody has been to the celestials above, unless they have. They can confirm and they can show you. They can say, "Hey, the creator brought me up there, and he gave me a special permission VIP pass, and I went to the heavens above, and he showed me." Like when the watchmaker takes you to the factory. And he shows you all of the pieces, how he builds the clock. He shows you all the gears, how he builds the hands of the clock, how he puts them together. If the watch maker took you to the factory, and you can say, "Hey, I saw how he puts the watch together." Then you're gonna have to ask the creator to do that for you. So you're gonna be able to say, "Hey, this is how the luminaries work, and this is the exact schematic." And the mechanisms in place.
But listen, it's a cycle that repeats. Like you could say, if
the cycle. Listen, the cycle of the watch that you see on the wall, you can see the watch with the hands of the clock moving, right? And you say, "Oh, it's 2 o'clock."
It's 1 o'clock. It's whatever time o'clock with this many minutes and this many seconds, and it's the press of the moon cycle or whatever. There's clock that give you the moon cycle and the sun cycle. There's many watches, right? And you can be looking at the watch on the wall. You can be looking at it, but if you don't go behind the dial and check the mechanisms, the gears behind it, you don't really know what's making the clock tick. That's what's happening with the sky. You can observe it. You see what it's doing. You can see the luminaries moving, right? Day and night cycle. That's what you're observing. But what is making the sky tick? What is causing the cause of the phenomena, the cause of the movement? You want to know that. That's your question. But nobody here knows. You don't know. I don't know.
Say what cause.
I told you, if you want to know this, you're going to have to pray to the Creator. Go ahead.
I didn't say what cause. I said how it moves. How? Like observe. That's it. Like you said, the watch. I know the watch is gonna the clock is gonna move from right to left or whatever. You know what I mean?
Again, no one knows what the sun is, bro.
I didn't ask what is it. I'm asking how it moves.
But you might
We
wanna
don't know,
what
bro.
that is to then go on to say other things about it, dude.
Yeah, we can't test that kind of thing. We don't claim to know everything. We don't claim to have a alternative response for every single crazy claim that the globe side makes. Okay, what we can do is go out and test the Earth, right? And we've done that, and there's no curvature over distance. So all of these things that the globe model says cannot possibly be true because there's no curvature, right? There's no horizon where there has to be a horizon for the Earth to be a globe. There's no curvature where there has to be curvature for the Earth to be a globe. So there's a lot of discovering to do, right? There's a lot more that needs to be done. We don't know everything about this amazing system that we live in. You know, the governments want you to think that they've worked everything out, right? And that they're the all-powerful people to look up to just have blind faith in and put your trust into them so they can, and they will use that, right? They'll use that trust and they'll use it to control you, to control the people, right? That's what the government does, right? They thrive on money, power, control, and they'll do whatever they can to stay in power. So what we can do, right, we can go test the Earth over and over and over again, and we cannot find any curvature. It's just like you experience it, right? Flat, stationary. We see the sun move across the sky. But in the globe, right, they tell you that, yes, you experience the Earth as flat, but really it's the opposite of that. Really it's not flat, it's curving, right? They tell you, yes, you feel it not moving, but really it's moving 1,000 miles per hour. And then also chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour and spinning around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour and all these crazy speeds, right? But you just feel it flat. I mean, you just experience it as flat and stationary. Now, they'll tell you that when you see a sunset, right, from your perspective, the sun's not moving. Really, you're on a globe and it's spinning backwards faster than the speed of sound away from the sun, and it just gives you the illusion that the sun is setting because you're on the spinning globe, right? They have replaced people's common sense with a whole bunch of nonsense. And most people don't even question it, right? There's nothing wrong with questioning these things and going out to test them in reality. I see B-Man's putting some comments in the chat, talking about miraging and stuff like that. Don't know if you want to open your mic, man.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man?
How are you?
Good, good. Did you have any questions?
Not really. Just made a statement in the chat. That's about it, really.
Were you talking about like what Sonny posted?
Yeah, I was talking about the video where he zoomed in on the sun, and you can clearly
Yeah,
see
so you don't just have like a. I know, but looming doesn't just appear when you zoom in on something, right? It would look like that from before you zoom in.
Yeah, but cameras use light, so and light bends beyond the horizon. That's
Yeah, but it's not going to start to bend once you zoom in on it, right? That wouldn't be the rebuttal that I would use if I was on the globe side to that observation.
What'd your rebuttal be then?
Well, you could probably say something about the glare, right? That when you zoom in, it's reducing the glare or something like that. But I think you're opening up that that convergence point, right, due to perspective. Just like if you're looking down a long hallway, everything looks like it converges into a vanishing point, right? So just say the hallway is really long. It looks like the ceiling goes down and the floor ramps up and the walls go in, right? Everything goes into a center point, and that's called the vanishing point, right? And that's a product of your perspective. Now, if you took out like a zoom camera, you could increase that vanishing point distance by increasing the field of view. So if you zoom in down that hallway, you'll be able to see further down the hallway and there'll be a new vanishing point. So I think that's, what's happening here with this, right? When you're zooming in, you're increasing that vanishing point. So it looks like that point of the, where the ceiling starts to meet the floor, right? In the hallway example, it's opening that up, right? So once again, like that, there's that point of the ceiling that looks like it's meeting with the floor due to perspective is now further apart, right? Because you've opened up that field of view. And it's probably a little bit to do with the glare as well of the sun, and the aperture changing a bit as you zoom in, cutting out, right? As you'll see when it zooms in, it gets a bit darker, right? That's just because the it's not letting in as much light when you zoom in, so a little bit of glare, but mostly a perspective effect.
Yeah.
Looming's like constant, like it's something would well, not constant, but it's not something that would just pop up all of a sudden when you zoom in. That's all.
I guess that cameras can still zoom on things that are still above the horizon. The sun was still above the horizon in the video, hence why I was able to zoom in on it. It's not going to.
Yeah, but
once it fully sets.
No, I got you. But if you didn't have the camera right, it looks like the sun's half hidden behind the horizon.
Again,
like when you zoomed out. Exactly, that's our point, right? When things
that's your point,
move away from you, they converge with the horizon.
Yeah, if you were to stand on a hill, if you were the guy in the video, right, and you were to get on an elevated surface, you would be able to see a little bit further.
Yeah, but that would be the same. Like you're going to find a lot of these things. They work on a flat surface or on a globe, right? So if you're on a globe, you go higher. They'll say, "Oh, you'll see a bit further over the curvature of the Earth." But the same thing applies on a flat surface. You go a bit higher, you're opening up that field of view, right? That perspective convergence angle is going to increase, right? You had like a very shallow angle of perspective because you're so close to the ground, and as you get higher, it's going to open up and you're going to have a vanishing point at a much further distance. So a lot of things you'll find, you can explain it just fine on a globe or on a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's a very complex topic, I guess, but
yeah, it's a fun topic. But did you have any other questions?
Yeah, right. Here's the thing. I've talked about this in the other server a bit before. Do you guys have a globe? Do you guys have a model that you subscribe to?
No, because we live, within an enclosed system, right? So it's not possible to model out every single thing, like a full flat Earth model that explains how everything works and a scientific model where everything's been rigorously tested to fit the model. That doesn't exist for the globe side either. It depends. Often people misuse well, what do you think the model is, right? Like, are you talking about a desktop globe, right? Like most
you
people
wouldn't be able to post it.
Yeah, exactly. That's where you guys start to run into trouble, right? Because a lot of people mistake what we're talking about when it comes to a model, right? They think a model is just a miniature version of an object. Now, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth or the size of the Earth. Flat's not a shape. So we're not claiming a complete working model or anything like that. From the globe side or from the flat side, right, you can model out bits and pieces here and there to explain certain things that happen, but there's no like fully inclusive globe model that explains how everything works, and you can, because you're not going to be able to post it, right? You could post like a desktop globe or something like that, and then we can debunk it super easily by, disproving the curvature claims. So even if there was a globe model, it's been debunked because there's no curvature. That's been confirmed.
It's been confirmed. Hi.
Yes. Well, countless amounts of long-distance observations, laser tests, mirror flashes, microwave tests has been done over and over on huge distances of water, frozen lakes, salt lakes.
Distance to the horizon.
Yeah, distance to the horizon. We can see magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe, and we can't find any curvature. Then when we go looking to the globe side throughout all of history, who actually went out and measured the Earth, right, we get nothing, right? We get a bunch of assumptions and calculations based off those assumptions. Not empirical evidence, not practical demonstrations like what we're providing.
I would say that there's an abundance of evidence of curvature in the Earth being a globe. Not only in measurements, but just... Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
There's no measurement.
Measurements.
There's no measurement.
If we...
Just start posting.
Even looking at the stars, okay?
Yeah, but a whole bunch of assumptions, right? That's what, once again, you have to make assumptions, like looking at the sky to work out what the shape of the ground that you're standing on is. It requires a whole bunch of assumptions. So you would have to validate those assumptions first, right, to be able to continue on with that claim. So what we're talking about is actual characteristics that have to be there if the Earth's a globe, right? Like the horizon should be 3 miles away if you're 6 foot tall. Okay, so we can go to a 10-mile body of water and set up a camera at 6 foot high, right? And there's no horizon there. At 3 miles, it's undetectable, right? In fact, we could see the whole way across the 10-mile lake and there'll be no horizon. Okay, and then we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, which would have to be hidden behind the horizon by like 50 foot or something like that, right? You would have to have a 50-foot tower on the other side of the lake, and you would just be able to see the very top of it popping over the horizon if it was like 51 foot tall or something, What we have is like repeated like tests that have been done over and over again where we're showing not just 10-mile distances, right? Like 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles. And we can't find any curvature. So, I encourage you to look into it. And if you think that you can find counter observations that do show curvature, then please, we'd love to go over them step by step with you.
I mean, I guess there's been many... Yeah?
What's that?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. You were going to reply. Go ahead.
Oh, no, okay. Thank you. I suppose there's been many experiments done over thousands of years. The one that comes first to my mind is probably one of the very first. You've definitely heard of it. It's Eratosthenes. However you fucking say his name.
Eratosthenes. Yeah, absolutely, bro. So that's what I was talking about, right? So calculations based off assumptions. So that's what he did, right? He pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe, right? He wasn't trying to prove that the Earth was a globe or flat or anything like that. He already assumed that the Earth is spherical, right? And then he just measured the angle of a shadow, right, of 2 sticks, right? So one stick at midday, it didn't show any shadow, and then another stick 500 miles away, it showed a 7.2 degree shadow. Okay, so he, based off his pre-assumption that the Earth's a globe, right, and then he had to also assume that the sun's an infinite distance away and that the sun rays are coming down completely parallel. Okay, so he made those 2 assumptions, and then based off those assumptions, right, he did some math based off the Earth being a sphere, right? So he did I think it was something like 7.2 degrees divided by 360 degrees times 500 miles, and then it came to 40, 40,000 kilometers, 24,000, 25,000 miles, or whatever it is in that system. So, it's just based on assumptions, right? Even the globe scientists admit that, right? They say, it doesn't really prove anything because of the assumptions that were made, right? You could do the same thing in your bedroom with 2 sticks, right? And work, if you made the same assumptions about your floor that you're standing on, right, and the light rays, you could do the same math that Eratosthenes used and work out the sphericity, right, or the circumference of your flat floor, right? That's how it's flawed.
Yeah, I mean, he did work off of a bunch of assumptions there. No, I agree with you, but I think it's more incredible to think about, how he was able to come to this conclusion. I would say he would have been one of the first scholars to really think about the well, probably not the first, but one of the most notable scholars.
Well, you know what? What's agreed upon as well is the existence of Eratosthenes just not being verifiable, right? Like there's no original writings from him. Like, where did he write this stuff down? Nowhere. A lot of people speculate it was just handed down by word of mouth for hundreds of years, right? And it wasn't until hundreds of years after he even was claimed to have been alive that the first person even spoke about him. Now, there are other people that we do have primary documentation from that lived in the same area that he lived in, and none of them mention anything about this. Okay, so it wasn't until much, much later that only 2 people actually mentioned him at all. They can't validate they can't validate his existence. They can't validate his work was accurate, how it was done. No primary writings at all from him. It's and that's the mainstream, information about him. So, I mean some people say that it might be... Go ahead, James.
It's like a character talking about the cosmology on a fantasy, like a character in a fiction novel talking about his cosmology or whatever, or doing something in the fiction. That's what it sounds like. A persona, a character in a fiction. Go ahead.
A myth.
Yeah, well, you could say the same thing about Shakespeare. Like, some people would argue that the existence of the character of Shakespeare, the guy with the big forehead. Some people think he was he had ghostwriters or whatever like that. But obviously, because of the time period, it's difficult to verify if these people were real or not. But their work is still there. If I compare it to Shakespeare,
the thing in question is the claim.
We still have. Sorry.
The thing in question will be, let's say the character is talking about boiling water or eggs coming out of a chicken, or grilling steaks, grilling ribeye, and ribeye comes from cows. If that character is talking about that stuff, that's something that you can relate to reality. But this character, Aristophanes, is talking about you standing on a spinning globe, and that's not demonstrable in reality. That's the story doesn't add up when you construct it and check it in reality. That story has been falsified. So even though if he existed or not, as a character or as a real person in history, the story that is associated with him, it's a fantasy story.
You could say it's a story, you could say it's a character, maybe his real name isn't Aristophanes, or whatever. We still have his work, and it still came from this time period, and it's just to prove that the scholars of the earth has,
they don't have his work, bro. They don't have his work. They don't have his work. Right? They don't have anything that he did, right? They can't even prove that he existed. They don't have his work. But look, let's just grant you that he existed. It still doesn't prove whether the Earth's a globe or not because of the assumptions that were made. Now, the Chinese documented doing the exact same thing, but they didn't make the assumptions that Eratosthenes made, and they confirmed that this observation proves that the Earth is flat, right, and stationary. which is also, fallacious, just as fallacious as what Eratosthenes did, right? Pre-assuming things and then doing calculations based off the assumptions, right? So it's just a flawed test, even if he did exist. It's just flawed, right? Like I explained to you that the assumptions, are what makes it flawed, right? Do you understand that, right? Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the globe Earth physicist, he did a video just explaining that it doesn't prove either because of the assumptions.
Right. If I can just make one short statement or question, can I just question him, please? And it's
yeah.
Is it to do with Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes 2,500 years ago, being able to measure the curvature of the Earth, but today, our time now, modern technology, and we can't measure a single degree. That is a massive discrepancy. How can it be that a human being can measure curvature, but our technological devices are unable to measure the curvature? Don't you think that's a bit strange? And remember, you're speaking yourself, sir, and you haven't measured the curvature yourself. It's a simple thing to do. It's not difficult. Please bear that in mind when you're speaking, and you're being gracefully, and you're not really acknowledging these serious anomalies. And I'll shut up now.
Yeah, no, you're right. I want to add to the Eratosthenes thing. So you understand with the assumptions part, right? So logically, right, it doesn't necessarily follow because he has premises, right? But he's assuming they're true. They actually need to be true for his conclusion to be true. And that's all I wanted to say on that.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, the experiment is flawed, but I suppose I'm using it as more of an example than anything. I would say to the other guy's point, I don't know his name. I would say we have measured curvature. We do it in geodetic surveying. We've done it since the 1700s. We use triangulation, theodolites, and I guess one example of us measuring.
That's measuring a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's a straight line all the time. But the thing is, have you measured? Because everyone in this server here has gone out to measure that curvature, and it hasn't happened. We're following the Samuel Rothbotham. It's a drop over distance here. Samuel Rothbotham couldn't find it. The Globers couldn't prove it in a court of law twice. Okay, in a court of law, wasn't able to prove the Earth was a globe twice. Okay, and the question is, have you measured it? Have you gone out with your theodolites and measured it? Where did you do that? When? What methodology did you use?
No, personally, I have not measured it.
Well, there you are then. So you haven't measured it yourself. So you can't say you know. You would need to measure that to know. We know because we've measured it. That's how we know. We're not taking the other person's viewpoint now. Okay? We're taking my own personal viewpoint is I've gone out there to check. There is no curvature. And when I look back over my 63 years of my life, there's been no experience of globe. And that would be impossible, living on a globe, that would be.
How have you measured it?
Oh, it's like we just said, drop over distance. So if I give you 6,000 miles, that's the distance from London Heathrow to Tokyo, Japan. Okay, 9.5 hour flight. The predicted curvature to be experienced through that flight of 9.5 hours is 3,740.47 miles of curvature. Okay, and then when you look at the distance on the globe that you live on, that's 6,000 miles is almost 90 degrees of curvature. So you've got 90 degrees of curvature to experience over 9.5 hours, and the plane flew horizontal all the way. There was no curved trajectory, and I've done that flight many, many times. I am talking to you from Japan right now. That was one method I used.
Maybe it's because gravity.
Gravity doesn't exist, hasn't been proven to exist. There are no experiments that can prove gravity. And Sir Isaac, if you're talking about, I don't know which one you're talking about, but Sir Isaac Newton's gravity has been superseded by Albert Einstein's, and Sir Isaac Newton himself disagreed with that theory that was mass attracting mass. And he did not want to have his name associated with that theory, which he could not prove and didn't prove. So
what
why
do you call
things
the
fall then?
Yeah.
Didn't hear you.
Why do things fall?
Why do I think?
Why do things fall?
Oh,
If I were to
things
drop
fall
an apple,
because
why does
when
it fall to the ground?
you've moved them from their rest. So if you pick up a pencil from the table, now you've increased the distance there. Now it's going to drop because the medium that it is in, the air, the pencil is more dense. It cannot be supported by the air. So it's just going to return back to equilibrium. That's why. Things that are lighter than air, on the other hand, tend to rise up, straight up, finding it their equilibrium. And that's how the creator of this flat earth that we live on has designed it. Okay?
Okay,
it's no magical force pulling me to the ground, okay? No magical force.
Okay, so if an object is denser in the air, yes, it would fall to the ground, yeah?
It's just going to, it has no other way to go but down. That's the way the earth has been designed, yes.
But the air is all around the object. What's stopping the object from falling up?
Because it's heavier than air, so it must drop down to the ground. If it's lighter than air, it flows up.
Oh, I get what he's asking. You're asking why this direction.
Yeah, and that's why I said God created it, you see. Nobody knows why it's down and why up.
But you're just using the argument of like, oh, we can't understand it because God created it. But that's
well,
let me help.
I can't prove that. I don't know why it goes down. I don't know why it did and not sideways.
If I may.
You don't know.
Jedi's going to take this one, Jin. Put yourself on mute. Jedi said he'd take this one. Thanks.
So, the only thing that we can scientifically demonstrate is that it is the relationship between the object and the medium. It's called relative density. If we have an object and we place it in a medium, it's either going to do this, go that way, or do that, go the other way. And if we're talking about gas, well, that's going to expand through the limitation of volume. Why these things happen in this way, though, it sounds like a bit of a cop-out, but we don't know. Sheer answer is because we can't scientifically vary and manipulate the thing that's making that directionality happen. We can just cause things to do this or that. That's basically all we can do.
Yeah. You see, here's the thing. This is why... I actually have no idea what I'm going to say. I just don't understand. I just don't understand the point of like, oh, we just can't explain it.
I'm kind of giving you the end of the scientific road that we're going to walk down, because let's be fair. If you're going to make a claim to that gravity is going to be causing something, then you're going to need an experiment where you vary and manipulate gravity to cause something. Now, I've just expressed to you that we can only operate with the object and the medium, kind of hopefully walking you down to the path that what we're not actually very manipulating is gravity here. No one is. There's no scientific validation for it, unless you think it is and we can go down. But that's where the road's going to lead us down. No scientific experiment that proves any idea of gravity.
Okay.
What if we remove the air in a vacuum chamber?
Say that again, please.
We remove the air in a vacuum chamber. So we have
so
air, no nothing.
Right, so you change the medium. Even though there's no such thing as a true vacuum, you'll always have something inside the chamber rattling around in there. But if you change the medium, objects actually weigh more in a vacuum, which also debunks gravity.
There's a video in the side chat for you. It's a quick clip. It's only like a minute long or something. It's from the experts telling you all about gravity and how they don't know what it is.
Yeah, so B-Man, if you're frustrated that nobody has given you an answer as to why things go down or up, I share in your frustration because no scientist at any time has ever proven why that happens. They say they don't know. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says, I don't know.
I think.
Okay. Well, if
I
they
don't
don't know,
if
then
you're-
I definitely don't know because I'm not a scientist, bro. I'm a drama student. So fuck. I guess I'm fucked.
Nah, don't sell yourself short. Those are just men, and they mess with shit, and they get stuff wrong all the time. So don't feel bad.
And you're probably more of a scientist than they are.
I'm definitely not.
It's like some axiom, some of the laws of nature, like high pressure towards low pressure, that kind of stuff. So things go down or things go up. I mean, that's the way it happens, and that doesn't have to be. There is if that's happening, but you cannot establish the cause of that effect. That's the way it is. And there's a lot of unknowns in this world.
And that's why motion itself, right? So when we observe motion of things, right, we can do things with it, right? We can exploit it. We can understand that it is doing a certain thing, right? That'll fall into practical physics. When it comes to the reasons why, like if we can't figure out the reason why, which is mainly what gravity's being presented as a reason why a thing will move in a particular way, right? That falls into theoretical physics, right? Like that's why when you go to university and you become a theoretical physicist, you'll be learning about why they think things are moving in a certain way, but there's no practical involved with it. They're just giving out ideas, right? They're just trying to back engineer, figure out mathematics, assume that there's these reasons that exist, then try and make predictions with it, etc., right? Doesn't necessarily mean they're correct.
Yeah, but that's how we move forward, bro.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Long guys ago.
It's not how you move forward, right? It's how you make big giant mistakes. Imagine if you were doing a big math equation, right? But the first couple of variables in the math equation were completely wrong. Right? The math equation's just going to get worse and worse and worse as you keep adding to it. Okay, so we have in the globe mathematics, right? They have the radius value, right? They have the 3959 mile R value in their mathematics. Okay, so if these things don't match up with reality when we go out and test them, then the whole math is wrong, right? If they're saying that this radius value, right, they're doing calculations based off of the radius value, but that doesn't exist in reality, right? The whole math equation is junk, right? If there's one wrong variable in a math equation, you can basically throw the entire thing away. It's going to be wrong.
Okay, I have another question for the young man, and it's this one. If we're meant to be moving forward through technology as it evolves, because that's what you implied by that statement, that's how we move forward, bro. Okay, well, how is it then that NASA, that supposedly went to the moon in 1969, haven't been back for like 50 years, and now they're having difficulties now? 1960s they could do it, but now they're unable to do that, and they're finding it hard, and they're having to push the project back and back and back and back. And technology is supposed to have evolved. The car has evolved, the aeroplanes have evolved, the push bike has evolved, motorcycles have evolved. There's a lot of forward motions, but it's somehow the maths can't seem to be moving forward for the space travel. Do you understand, bro? Thank you.
Yes, I'm talking overall, like, not just space. And I think they're also evolving, bro. Did you see, like, SpaceX? They want to go to Mars.
They have.
So that's the story.
Elon Musk hasn't.
No one's going.
These rockets yet. By the way, let me just explain something. The super heavy of Elon Musk. It's got 33 engines. Okay, and its thrust performance is dramatically less than the Apollo 11 rocket, the Saturn V, which was pushing out 1.5 million pounds of thrust. Not saying it went to the moon, but that's the power. And yet Elon Musk rocket is only able to achieve, with its 33 engines, 400,000 pounds of thrust. And then he says, well, if we use this special fuel, we might be able to boost it to 600. Still underperforming the 1960s. And he hasn't gone anywhere with it yet. Okay.
I mean, it takes time. It's not going to happen in one day, you know.
The thing is, technology has evolved. Look at the device we're using today. Look at how we're communicating. I don't see it. There's a massive anomaly anyway.
Went to the moon in the late 60s, early 70s with less computing power than the Nintendo Game Boy.
When they interviewed NASA astronaut Don Pettit a few years ago, right? They asked him, why doesn't NASA go back to the moon? And he said that he'd love to go back to the moon, but NASA destroyed that technology to go back to the moon, and that it would be a painful process to build it back again. You know, that's a ridiculous answer to the question.
I mean, if you're going to appeal to us moving forward, it sounds like we're regressing, like we're going backwards. So how do you explain that?
Guys, I'm talking overall, like computers, cars. I mean, if like basic formula you said is wrong, it will not work in other stuff like computers and
cars won't work if the Earth is flat and stationary. What?
Cars what?
Cars won't work if the Earth is flat and stationary. The only reason cars work is because the Earth is a sphere spinning in space. Same for computers. It's the only reason they work because the Earth is a ball spinning in space.
I didn't.
Am I missing something? Am I getting this wrong? Like technology, we can go. All of this stuff means the Earth's a sphere, right? Can't be anything else. But the technology relies on being a sphere that moves.
Yeah, so all this computing Fuddy, all this computing technology and cars and everything's moving forward by magnitudes, right? But space travel has moved backwards by magnitudes. So that doesn't make sense, does it? Right? They've been promising that they're going to go to the moon. Right, since they claimed they went to the moon, they've been promising space hotels in the 70s and the 80s, and they just keep kicking the can down the road, and they keep delaying all of these claims that they're making about being able to go back to space, right, where they, you know, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and even if I believed the Earth was a globe, right, you just have to do some basic research into the Apollo missions to know that they were obviously faked. Only 26 people have ever even claimed to have left low Earth orbit and actually gone out into space, right? And that was back in the 60s and 70s, over 50 years ago. Meanwhile, all of this computing technology and rockets and all this stuff's like amazing compared to what it used to be. But they can't go back to the moon because they destroyed that technology. And it would be a painful process to build it back, as they say.
Van Allen radiation belts are in the way now.
Yeah.
It's all crap. No one's going to the moon. No one ever went to the moon. You're not going to the moon in the future. Your kids aren't going to grow up on Mars.
The government wants you to think that they know everything and that they're heroes and that you should look up to them and just trust whatever they tell you. It's not the case. There's so much we don't know about this amazing system that we live in.
Yeah, guys, I know. But guys, listen, I know like there is like 0.001% that I might be wrong. What about you? Do you think there might be a chance that you're wrong or no?
No, 100%.
Nope.
It's been measured to be flat, so that's 100% validation. No, it's 100% chance that the Earth is flat because we've measured it. Everybody measures it that way.
Yeah, it's been confirmed over and over and over again. And it's also like the reality that everyone experiences. Like, it's what you experience every single day of your life. And then you could go out if you wanted to, like many of us have, and actually test for curvature. And you're going to find no curvature. It's been done over and over again. That's why I encourage you to look into the long-distance laser tests, look into the long-distance observation in detail, and then try to find anything like that from the globe side. You're going to find all of this stuff is coming from the flat Earth side. You're going to find things like Eratosthenes, right? Like 2,000-year-old ancient Greeks that we can't even prove existed, that made a bunch of assumptions and calculations based off assumptions, not people going out and actually testing the Earth physically.
Yeah, I've always thought that Eratosthenes thing was interesting. Like, imagine if the flat earthers relied on some, like, caricature of a man from 2,500 years ago. Flatosthenes, he proved it. That would be, I don't think anyone would accept that. They'd probably make fun of us, honestly.
Yeah, they would. Absolutely, they would.
Yeah, the double standard. Yeah, the double standard of evidence is just outrageous. Yeah, we have thousands of observations, laser tests, radio wave propagation, so on and so forth. Yeah, they got some dude with sticks and shadows that hasn't even been demonstrated to exist. It's outrageous. I mean, there's just no question about it. It's just a matter of whether you can look at the evidence calmly and rationally, or if you're just emotionally still attached to your globe.
The globe. We should do opposite day one of these days. Just like start like everything reversed. Yeah, Flatosthenes. We got this guy from 300,000 years ago. He proved it.
Yeah, it rains rubies on
oh yeah,
Venus. Yeah, definitely. Just make up like the crazy shit that they say. Yeah,
you'd be like, you can't say that. It's like, well, now you know how it feels, bro.
actually, most of them don't know that claim, right? Where the globe side says that it rains diamonds on Uranus and smells like farts.
Oh my.
You know, we need to take advantage of that more often and say, like, well, did you know that flat earthers have worked out that it rains diamonds on Uranus and smells like farts? And then wait for them to tease us and then say, well, actually, that's the globe claim. And here's the articles about it. Gotcha, bitch.
And don't they say that space smells like bacon? Didn't they say that?
Oh man!
Oh, DJ, I'm now going to use that. So if you hear me starting to bring that up, do not interrupt me. I'm going to make it sound like flat earthers came up with it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Can't wait, man. Yeah, me too.
Flat earthers discovered. A new segment.
Yeah, because I think like 95% of the people that come in here, they don't know that. They're shocked when we say it.
Well, that's why I love Crit's zany space news, because you'll present it to them and they'll be like, "What? That's ridiculous." It's like, well, yeah, like this is your own side. This is your own worldview that you're rejecting. Crazy stuff. And then enters in the BYOB Earther when they start bringing their, well, on my globe it works like this. It's like, I don't think you get to bring your own version, dude. If flat earthers are being mocked for not believing in the globe, it's not your personal globe that we should believe in. It's the globe as presented. So I always try to slice off anybody who's trying to talk about, well, actually it works like this. You're a BYOB Earther. You've brought your own ball. There's no need to do that because it's already provided. Anyway. Flat Earth off road, anyone? No?
I just want to tell our friends that don't worry, it was never a ball to begin with, so you're not losing anything. You could just let it go. It was just an idea. It was like Santa Claus, and you outgrew Santa Claus, and now you can outgrow the globe.
Facts.
I was just gonna quickly respond, CB. Yeah, if you're gonna do the event, I'm down. It took me a second to get my mic.
W. Yeah, well, I'll just advertise it one more time. I mean, I think today's a good day for it. But yeah, guys, we're going to start an event called Flat Earth Off Road, where we go off topic on purpose. And we're going to start up the event in the chill chat over in 247. And, you know, bring some topics, bring something you want to talk about. You know, Flat Earthers, the idea is that you guys didn't just stumble into the Flat Earth. You most likely thought critically about things and ended up here. So, you know, I want to know how else you apply this critical thinking in your life. What do you eat and what do you buy at the grocery store? Or do you have like an electric car? Do you prefer to drive something that's like diesel or like, you know, there's just like so many different things we can get into. Current events. Did you vote for the last election? Are you going to vote in the next one? Do you follow the Iran situation and all that stuff? Current events. We can go into anything. So I'm really curious to see what you guys bring to the table. But I think this would be a good time. I hate to steal away from the Flat Earth stuff, but if you wanted to get some stuff off your chest, this would be a good time to do that. So yeah, Flat Earth off road. We go off topic on purpose. So, all right, well, I think I'm going to go ahead and fire that up. I'll be in the chill chat. If anyone needs a link to the server, it's discord.gg/flat earth. And we'll be in there. If someone wants to record it, that would be really good. I think we should put it on X. I don't think it necessarily needs to be on the YouTube channel, like through the bots. But if someone wants to record it, that'd be a W. Clipcord or Rayleigh or whoever, you know, anybody. But Flat Earth Off Road, guys, be there or be square. I'm gonna go ahead and fire that up here in, I don't know, just a minute or two. All right, well, see you guys over there. W panel and W everyone in here. Don DeMarco.
All right, awesome, CB. Cheers.
Just one quick question there. Who the fuck is Don DeMarco?
I actually don't know. I don't actually know who that is. I think, I don't know. Remember back in the day, you had like mixtapes and you'd be like, man, he's spitting fire. Or like, you know, like you'd be listening to a rap song and they would say crazy stuff from the DJ. I think there was a DJ that'd be like, Don DeMarco. So, I don't know. I have to look it up, but I think that's the lore. But either way, it's funny. All right. Well, I'm going to fire up the event. I'll let you know when it's started here. 1 second. Yeah, just like another thing too. It's like everyone's done such a good job staying focused on our mission. We're on YouTube all the time, so like staying focused on that and we stay on topic for the most part. So I just think giving people a little bit of room to blow off some steam would be cool. It's probably just gonna be episode 1 as well. You guys want to be there for the debut? Gonna go ahead and start this up right now. Okay, the event is live. I'll drop a few links in DMs if anyone needs it. Flat Earth Off Road. We're going to get started here in just a moment.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the last thing Says Who said. I think globe believers should take that to heart, because before that we were discussing the real lack of solid, concrete, rational evidence for the globe. You're really relying on, it's more of a social thing, right? It's the popular thing, the globe, it's so cool, we love outer space, science fiction. It's like it's a cultural thing. It's been, of course, we know that it's there by indoctrination. It's not there by any kind of natural process, because it wouldn't be normal for humans to take on this worldview that has nothing to do with their actual life experience. So Says Who was just saying, it's okay to let that go and to live your life rationally and logically in the world where you actually are, where there's no globe and you've never seen a globe and you've never experienced a globe. I think that's a good thing, to just periodically give people permission to leave the indoctrination, because that's all it is. There's no facts. There's no measurements to back up the globe. It's just a story you were told. And sometimes people think it's too scary to leave the story behind, but we've all done it. It's perfectly fine. You can continue on your life, and you might even find it to be improved, because there'll be less conflict and cognitive dissonance in your mind, where you're trying to believe in a worldview that's completely different than what you're actually seeing when you go outside. But we've got some new people in here since the last time we checked. We have Mickey, Juan. Anybody's got a question or just wants to say hello, or Fadi, if you thought of any other questions, by all means, speak up. It's good to see everybody. Seg's here now. Hello, Seg.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, go for it.
Is moon flat?
Is the moon flat? Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we often get people who, look at things in the sky and then they ask us, you say the earth is flat, so is this other thing flat? So we can get into, in a little while, if we want to talk about what it actually is based on what we actually see when we look in the sky. But and whether you can judge a spherical nature of something or flat nature of something when you're only ever seeing one side of it. But beyond that, let me just say that usually when people ask that, it's because they are imagining that we think the Earth is a disk flying through space. Is that what you think? Do you think that we think the Earth is a disk? Who was asking that question? Who asked about the moon just now? Hello? Oh, was that you, Mickey? Okay, Mickey. Yeah, so I just was wondering, just before we answer your question, what do you think the flat Earth looks like? Or don't you have an idea? Maybe you don't know.
Okay.
Now,
So,
I could hear you better before. Oh, now you're like a little soft for me. But yeah, keep going.
okay, if Earth was flat, what the cause?
You're like totally faded away from me. Is that what's happening for other people? Like I could hear you really well at first. Yeah.
I can't hear him.
Quiet.
Yeah, so maybe you could go turn up your settings, but while you're doing that, I'll just answer my own question since you didn't seemed like you were going to ask another question. We don't think it's a disk, so that's often a misconception or a wrong idea that people have in their heads when they think of flat Earth because they've seen a cartoon or a meme. We do not think we are on a disk. We acknowledge the Earth is
as we experience it, which is no motion, no curvature, but we don't make a claim as to the outer limit of it or the thickness of it, but we do not think that we are flying through space at all. We reject that whole concept. So sometimes people have that wrong idea. So yeah, if you could, if you want to ask another question or follow up, that's fine. Maybe just turn up your volume or speak up a little more. Or maybe we have another person with a question. Hello.
Can I ask? Switch off. Hi.
Oh, somebody's hot micing maybe? Oh, it's DJ. 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 I'm gonna mute him. I'm gonna mute DJ. Okay, so who was asking the question?
Hey, me. I wanted to ask, do you think, as a person who thinks the Earth is not a sphere, is that so? Is that right?
Yes, I know for certain that the Earth is not a sphere. I've checked it. It's a mathematical proposal that it would be a sphere. That's a shape, a claimed shape with a claimed radius, and we have tested that in reality and see that it is indeed not a sphere. That's right.
So, do you think that there is a limit of Earth? There is a place that you would fall or something?
Great question. Yeah, that is another common, usually when people come in here, it's very common that you've seen some kind of weird meme or joke about people falling off the edge or a ship sailing over the edge. That is not at all what we claim or think. So we've seen no evidence of an edge. There's no reason to think there's an edge. Like I said, we're also rejecting the medium of outer space as it's been presented to us. So we are not claiming an edge. We are restricted from traveling past the 60th parallel due to the Antarctic Treaty, which is enforced by over 50 governmental bodies. And so, therefore, we do not claim an edge or think that there is an edge.
Hi, can I ask a question? I have something in my head.
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Why is the Earth the only flat planet in the whole universe?
Okay, great. So I'll just reiterate again what I just said, but I'll give a little more detail that maybe will make it easier to understand. We do not think that Earth is a planet. There's no evidence of that. In fact, that is a very modern phenomenon to even call Earth a planet. It was never, historically, the planets were the wandering stars, Mars, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, and so on.
What is Earth?
That's where the word planet comes from. And Earth is the place where we live, which is clearly very different than those places which are up in the sky. And we are a solid ground foundation, a realm where we live. And that is a completely new phenomenon that's been introduced, incepted into the human consciousness that was never there before because it's nonsensical. We're nothing like those other places. What makes you think that we are anything like those places in the sky?
Oh.
Do you have what things do you see in common that Earth would have in common with Mars, Jupiter, Venus, and so on? What do we have in common with them?
Atmosphere, moons, orbits, mountains.
Yeah, so some of those things that you mentioned are claimed, but they have not been verified. So so I guess if we're going to get into this conversation, we might have to get into NASA as a credible source of information. But basically, just to answer your question in a brief way, we don't think Earth is a planet, so we're not into that. That's the misconception. It's saying, flat earthers just think Earth is a flattened out planet. No, No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying we're here on the ground looking up at the sky. We see things in the sky. If you use your telescope and look at those objects in the sky, they don't look anything like NASA's artistic renditions and animations that they create for you to look at and then tell you stories about them that can't be verified. So
They didn't.
Pardon?
They edit. They
what? Edit?
Google what? What? Google what I did? What did they do?
Photos.
I think he's giving it a look. He's checking it out.
Oh, they did it. That's what he said, Jedi. Okay, thank you. Yes.
I feel like I'm still waiting for something.
I have a question.
So to clarify, he said they edit. He's saying that they edit the photos or whatever.
That makes more sense. I do apologise. I didn't hear what he said. Really, that's on me.
I think someone had a question as well.
I got it from the chat. He typed it instead of saying it because he's learning English, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's fine.
Hey, you're doing great. You're doing really good.
Yes, I was about to say that to commend all those who are using English as their second language. You're doing a great job. You're asking good questions, and hopefully our replies are understood by you. And to the guy who was talking about falling off the edge or whatever, when we ask Japanese children here of elementary school, junior high school, and high school students, which is safer to live on, a flat surface that is not moving or a ball that is rotating? And they all said that the ball is not safe because you're going to fall off the ball. You don't fall off a level surface. Okay?
Can I say something about what you just said?
Hold on. Yeah, before we go on to you, I just wanted, since we clarified what Ard was saying at the beginning, you can mute yourself if you're just typing and then unmute yourself if you're ready to ask another question after this person, Ard, or ADR. Oh no, he's gone. Oh well, yeah. All right, who's the other person that had a question?
Me.
Oh, back to someone. Hello, yeah.
Hi. So the person who said that when they asked Japanese students whether it was safer to live on a stable, flat surface or a ball that is moving constantly and spinning. So I think that it would be safer on both things because, well, Earth, as I believe, is, well, spherical, and because it has gravity from all the sides, everywhere, unless you're very much far of it, it's very little. It doesn't affect so much. But if you're close, as us, me, and you, we are on the surface of it. So its gravity does not let us fall. And because it is spinning in a very high speed, we are spinning in that speed as well. And we do not fall because, well, we are going with it. And I'm not sure which law of Newton that was, but there is a law that indicates that in space, when an object is going on a... Okay, I'm sorry. That's, excuse my not so very good language. So it indicates that when an object is going in a straight line, or
Mr. Silent.
Yeah, so going in a straight line with nothing affecting it, it's going to keep going in that same speed and it will not stop. And that happens to us here because, well, The Earth is spinning constantly around itself
Sorry.
and around the sun.
Do apologize.
So if it stops for 1 second, we will ourselves, our bodies, everything will be thrown off. But that doesn't happen because the Earth is not stopping, it's constantly moving.
Okay.
I hope you understood.
Yeah, your English is really good. Well done. I really appreciate that. And you took your time to explain yourself really well. I do have some issues with what you said, though. I hope you don't mind if I challenge what you said. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. I think you're incorrect about rotational motion. If you put anything on a rotating object, because of the force applied by the rotating object, stuff comes flying off. Basically, the principle of our wash. Yeah. So the fast spinning of the Earth isn't the thing that's keep us here. In actual fact, that's going to be the thing that's going to throw us off.
Indeed.
Good. Second thing, you spoke about straight line linear motion. The Earth's not doing a straight line linear motion. One, it's rotating on its axis, which necessitates acceleration, and two, it's orbiting elliptically, so not a straight path, so not analogous.
That's right. Well, I think it was on my side. That was my fault because I didn't explain myself very well. So, indeed, the Earth is spinning, and the movement that it does would make us go fly anywhere. And, well, that doesn't happen because of the gravity. The Earth's gravity is so strong. I mean, the Earth is a very big object, so its gravity is strong, and it's holding us from falling or being thrown in the direction it's spinning.
Could I just correct you? Sorry for a moment. It's not that it's claimed to be strong. It's just strong enough, right? So it's actually it's considered to be the weakest force out of the four fundamental forces, even though in the standard model, gravity is omitted. But that's another story. And also, it's not a force. That's another story again.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
Small thing. Just small thing. There was this experiment called the final experiment when like two flat earthers and 12 like globe earthers went to Antarctica to watch the sun and the rotation of the Earth. And what happened is that the sun. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. My English is very bad. I don't know how to explain it.
It's okay. We are very well aware of the final experiment and the people who went and what they observed. So we understand what you're talking about. What's your question, my friend?
Yeah, how you explain what happened that day? Like, if the Earth is a globe, then the poles have like 6 months of sun and 6 months of darkness. Both poles, Antarctica and North Pole.
Yeah.
So that can be explained by a globe Earth, but how can we explain that on a flat Earth?
The movement of the sun throughout the year.
In the poles.
Yeah, so not the poles. You can see the 24-hour sun in North and South summer, 6 months of the year. But you'll notice that these are two different locations. When it's summer in one location, it's winter in the other location. What we observe throughout the year is the sun. So the sun moves from one location to another location, does one circle here, does another circle there. That's what we observe. The sun moves. Your story is the Earth is a ball, it's spinning and tilted on its axis at 23.4 degrees. Interestingly enough, this is the north-southern path if we're talking about latitude. The Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn, 23.4 degrees north and 23.4 degrees south. So it's quite literally the sun moving between these areas.
So you say that, like, we don't move around the sun, that the sun is moving, like, above us.
Yeah. So it might be easy to
Why
term
does
as...
it not...
Go on. What were you doing?
Sorry, but why does not the sun fall over us if it's spinning above us?
Sorry, would you mind rephrasing the question? I feel like you asked, why is the sun not falling over us? So I must...
Yeah. Exactly.
Bro, have some common sense, bro. Have some common sense.
Okay.
No, he's asking us as flat earthers, like, why the sun isn't falling down to the ground.
Oh, why the sun isn't falling down to the ground? Oh, I don't know. Luckily enough, it isn't, though, so that's good. But, yeah.
And it can't be explained for a globe or for flat Earth why the sun isn't smashing into Earth. So that's not a fair question either way.
No. I think I didn't understand what Jetty said. I understood that the flat Earth is not moving and the sun is passing above us to make the day and the night.
Yeah.
Very good.
That's why I understood.
Yeah, well done.
So in Antarctica, it turns out that they actually went ahead and measured a flat Earth while they were there. And then they also verified that the Earth is stationary because they used what's called an equatorial mount to track the sun as it moves. Well, that mount is stationary on the Earth, and it's the camera that spins to follow the moving sun. So without realizing it, they validated both a flat Earth and a stationary Earth. And I think it's just hilarious.
Okay.
Bro, nobody can understand you. You're going to have to fix that mic.
Yeah, I think someone else was interjecting because it was ADR, right, that made the first question, asked that question.
What? What did you say to me?
Oh, nothing, Fade. I was just saying I think the person who was making weird sounds was not the person who asked the question.
Oh, okay.
Has anybody else got any other questions? Any more questions about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Yeah, guys, do you think I should improve my accent more?
No, you're fine.
Oh,
There are
really?
Japanese accent.
Next
More better than
next
Japanese.
question.
All right, so that was Mickey. I think Mickey is very triggered. Are you okay, Mickey? Got a question?
There you go.
Well, if you look in the side chat, he is absolutely having a cow right now, so he might have fallen over.
Look up and have a look in the side chat. It's always interesting to see a grown man have a cow.
Guys, are you live right now at YouTube?
Yeah, we are live, yeah.
24/7, 365.
Where is the link?
You're in here. You don't need the link. You're already going to be viral.
Yeah, you could click on the bot that has the link on it. Or a lot of people have a profile flat server tag. You click there, that'll have a link to the server that will also have a link back to the YouTube.
Yeah, just as a quick side note, cows are designed to feed off of a flat earth. Their stomachs wouldn't work otherwise. Thanks.
Wow. Thanks, honey. That was probably today's most randomest fact. Cheers, dude.
That's like, what was a roadmap? What CB was just talking about? Flat Earth roadmap or something? Off-roading?
Okay.
I seriously go over there and say that and see what he says. I think he'd get a kick out of it.
Okay. Yeah, I might pop over there in a bit. Is he doing? He's doing something.
Yeah, he's doing like an event, like off-road in flat Earth or something like that. Be like, hey, cows can only work on the flat Earth because their stomachs built.
Brilliant.
It wasn't
At least
completely
you have
off topic.
At least you have peaks.
Somebody said someone was having a cow, so it was still on topic.
Yeah.
But I digress.
No, you're fine. Just made me laugh, dude. That's all. Thought it was funny.
Oh yeah, I wasn't knocking you for it. I think it was pretty funny too. It's like one of those lighthearted moments you can't script. Some people come in here, oh this shit's all scripted. Really? It is? You think this is scripted?
Yeah, guys, I got paid,
Mm-hmm. Well done.
Yeah, au contraire, I would say that the Globers come in with a checklist. Let's see. What do flat earthers think? They come in, they're checking their list. They're writing a list and they're checking it twice. Like, what do flat earthers think? Do they think the moon is flat? Why do you think it's flat? Oh, because of water?
What's at the
But
edge?
is Mars flat? Sorry.
Where's your model? What's at the edge?
There you
Explain
go.
eclipses. Tell me about the edge.
Yeah, what about the ice wall? What about the 24-hour sun on the flat Earth? Yeah.
Oh, no. It's flat Earth.
We're upsetting a lot of people. Maybe we shouldn't do this to people. Maybe we shouldn't tell them the truth.
They're not ready for it. Some people, this topic isn't for them.
People stay up for 2-3 days in a row because they come in here for 5 minutes and then they wig out and then they don't know what to do. They think they're a brain in a jar now. They think they're stuck in the matrix. They can't figure out the fact that water is just water. It's just flat and level. The normal shit, it's not curving. And somehow that puts them into a spiral.
I see what you did there with the spiral. Maybe we should write a disclaimer. That's a good idea. Disclaimer.
Well, YouTube has a disclaimer, don't they? Anytime you search this, maybe we need one of those. Warning: you will get triggered if you find out the truth.
Like the warnings they have before roller coasters. If you got a soft disposition, this conversation might not be for you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
Warning: your feelings may get hurt.
Yeah. That might be quite upsetting. It's 4th of July, and we could start talking about fireworks and the fireworks being shot up over the flat plane that is stationary.
Is it still the 4th of July?
It is.
Yes.
Aren't you guys independent enough yet? Calm down.
No. Listen, we do that to make fun of you guys every year. In fact, in the circle on my street, we just laugh and laugh, and we point in England. We just stand on my street and we point and laugh. That's what we do.
I'm not surprised. Us in the UK just haven't got a clue what's going on.
Yeah, I keep asking neighbors and people I pass by, freedom from what? And independence from what? And what are we independent from? And what are we still dependent on? I love that question.
Well, anyway, happy 4th of July, guys. You enjoy that independent. You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm gonna go blow some fireworks off, and I'm gonna point them at England.
Yeah, no, you do that as well.
Yeah,
we do that at bonfire night.
Thanks for letting us go. Like,
Look, thank you very much for letting us buy that land as well. Really.
Actually, it's funny because most Americans think that we own this land, but it's still owned by Britain.
No, we decided to stop fighting and just buy the land instead.
And just rent it to us.
That's right.
And just rent it to us.
One of the monetary centers of the entire earth is the City of London. You know, we got Wall Street. You know, City of London, the International Bank of Settlement in Basel, Switzerland, and then the Vatican, and all the money gets funneled through those monetary centers. Well, I guess Hong Kong is another one, but yeah, it all goes to the Vatican. So if you don't think you're paying taxes to the Vatican and you think you're not religious, sorry, wrong answer. Look at the treaty. I think it's a treaty from 1203 or somewhere right about that. How the Vatican owned all of the property, including North America. They've never given it up by decree. They still own it.
Yeah.
So England was only borrowing it from the Vatican, and King George never relinquished North America in the first place. So he didn't leave till 1781 or something.
Two of the largest landowners on the British Crown, King of England, Charles, and the Vatican. Now, there's a couple of Arabs in there. Not going to lie, that's a lot of sand.
Yeah.
That's about it.
That stuff is fascinating too, actually. It's very interesting.
What sand? Did you mean sand, Sonny? Land.
Land?
Land.
The land, yeah, the land ownership. Who owns the land? Mm-hmm. Yep. Who owns the sand? I thought you said sand at first.
I did because
okay.
There's just a lot of sand.
Shit, I thought I misunderstood you. I'm like, I must not be reading the accent correctly, but yeah. So, yeah, who owns the sand? Boys and girls?
Well, I'll tell you this: the British drew the very straight lines for it. That's for sure. So we took them what sand they could have.
Yeah.
And then we took out their kings and our own royalty. And people think that different countries. It's funny. I think it's hilarious that people actually buy this shit. They think that these different kings are not related and these different countries are not part of each other when they are. It's like Belgium. We made that one up too.
What a fantastic story. If people only knew that, like, we only know half of it.
I think it was like in the 1200s as well. I might be incorrect with this, but I think it was the 1600s. But either way, a long time ago, a few hundred, Pope was declared the supreme ruler and emperor. I think that's one of his official titles, like king of the world.
Right.
But anyway, we do digress. We do have a chat room. Interesting. Just going to scroll through the chat and see if there's interesting.
Well, we have someone in here, and someone seems to believe that gravity is real. He called it a force, and I said, can this force be measured in reality? And I haven't heard from him since then.
Oh.
Well, it's not a force that you can do anything with. It's just a force that It's a force that you can use in your imagination, because if you actually try to do anything with it, it doesn't do anything. I can't like gravitonize like my wall and then make things stick to it. So I don't know what gravity these guys are talking about.
Well, apparently someone thinks that gravity only works on stuff that can't be moved by the wind. Well, buildings fall over in heavy winds, so I don't know how that's going to work out for you. I'll tell you what, someone, why don't you just join the VC? Practice your English. Spiral on the mic.
Hey, so what I meant to say is that something, you grab it that is heavy enough to not be carried away by wind, like a feather. You can drop a feather and just some wind comes and just flies away. Because it's not heavy enough. I only wanted to imply that objects normally fall downward unless they are so light that they just stay in the air, like oxygen atoms. And you know, the air that we're breathing, it's not all sticking on this ground because it's light enough to not.
No, it's not. Sorry, no.
So I asked, why do some things fall down when you just let them go? That's it.
Well, I let go of a 2x4 in the pool and it went up. So now what?
Because water makes it fall.
Yeah, I know. No, it didn't fall. It went up.
I said water makes it float. Sorry, I didn't finish this one.
Okay, water makes it. Yeah. I thought I heard fall. Water makes it flow. What happened to gravity? I think you said everything goes.
Oh, says who? You robot everybody or just me?
What?
Well, says who roboting?
Take it away, Jedi.
No, you seem better now, mate. Like I said, it might have just been. You seem better now. You carry on.
So in water, things go up.
Not all things go up.
Not all things, right? So a piece of wood will go up, but a rock will go down. Is the rock more dense than the water?
Yes.
Okay, will the rock go down in a pool of mercury?
A pool of what?
Mercury. It's an element. They have it in thermometers sometimes.
Okay, I'm afraid I don't know it.
You may not be familiar with the term mercury. That's what the T-1000 was made out of. That's a joke. But anyway, there are certain mediums that are so dense that even iron will float in them, like mercury. So if an iron anvil floats in mercury, then it has nothing to do with gravity, does it?
Well, gravity of the Earth pulls things towards it. But
right, and I told you in the side chat that Einstein debunked that in 1915. So the force that you're talking about has already been debunked. It's 110 years old.
Hey, hold on. But okay, where was I? So the gravity of the Earth, that is in the center of it, brings everything, pulls it towards it. unless it is too far away to be even affected by it.
Well, friend, I just told you.
Sorry.
Affected, but not significantly, that it just comes towards there.
Friend, are you making this up? Because I already told you this has been debunked. You can't just go back to something that's already been proven to be incorrect and then say that it's doing the thing that's been proven to be incorrect.
Where was it debunked? Could you?
I told you this. I typed it in the side chat. Einstein did this with his general theory of relativity in 1915. And he published a paper November 25th, 1915. You can go look at it. It is no longer a force. It hasn't been a force for 110 years.
If you think that the theory of relativity is correct, then you would automatically think that Earth is spherical. As we said,
He doesn't.
That's where you're wrong. See, now you're strawmanning me. I didn't say that the general theory of relativity is correct. I'm just telling you that the new pseudoscience that is currently understood today debunked the force of gravity. So now the new pseudoscience that also has not been proven is general relativity.
So you're saying I'm wrong with an evidence that you don't even believe
the evidence,
to be true.
It's sorry to interrupt. It's called a hostile witness in this case. So within your story, you're in a contradiction. Two types of gravity, and you're talking about this particular one. According to your story, Einstein, as I cited in the chat, supersedes this idea. So if we're talking about the solar system and the galaxy and the universe, dark matter and dark energy, we're going to be talking about Einstein's special and general relativity, or mass attracting mass. Mass attracting mass, according to you and your story, was debunked in 1915. Mass attracting mass violates special relativity because of the instantaneous action at a distance. It's in the side chat if you want to read it.
Are you guys open to new questions, or are you in the middle of a conversation? It seems pretty slow.
I mean, I guess if this guy...
I have a question to get the ball rolling. Where do we stand on the moon? Is the moon flat or round?
I have no idea. Can't go to the moon, can't access it to measure. Looks like it could be...
We can see it though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough with the moon. The moon's locked. We can only see one side of it, so it could just be flat facing us. But the other planets in the solar system, right? They are round and
slow
they
down, bro.
rotate.
No, slow down.
Can see.
Slow down. One sec. Just 1 sec.
Yeah.
Wow. Just slow down, dude. So you're right. We can only observe the moon, and yeah, we only see one side of it. It looks like it could be spherical, but like I said, we can't validate it because we can't go there. I guess you're going to start talking about planets now. They look spherical, blah, blah, blah. But again, we're going to have the same conclusion.
They rotate, and we can see that.
I mean, that's awesome.
They are indisputably round, right?
I've never seen one rotate.
Still going to have to go there.
We have telescopes, so we can see through telescopes. You can buy a telescope and have a look.
So what do you see rotating, dude?
The planets.
No.
So let's look at Jupiter, for example. Do you see that rotating?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so you notice the bands of whatever that is move.
Yeah.
Does that mean the body itself is rotating because those bands move?
Well, it's funny that you went straight to the gas giant, the only one where you can stand on this. What about Mars? What about Venus? What about Neptune?
You said gas giant. It's funny you said gas giant, though, but I'm sure Jedi will get to that in a minute.
Yeah, it's funny I said gas giant because that's why I said. You think that's gas, do you?
Okay. What do you think Jupiter is?
I don't know. I don't make any claims about what Jupiter is, but you do. You say it's a giant ball of gas, don't you?
Yes.
Cool. Do gases have inherent shapes, or do they take the shape of that container?
Well, a gas giant could be flat, so let's move on.
No. I'm asking you, do gases have inherent shapes themselves, or do they fit the shape of that container?
Sorry, say again? You cut out.
Do gases have inherent shapes, or do they form the shapes of that container? For example, if I want a sphere of gas, should I put it in a soccer ball? Will I then have a sphere of gas taking the shape of the soccer ball?
It would depend on the environment. In an environment with gravity, it would not form into a container, would it? It would be compressed by gravity.
Okay. Are you aware of the second law of thermodynamics?
Which one's that? Yeah.
Which one's that? It's basically speaking about it. It's basically talking about how energy moves in the description for entropy. So, for example, you have heat and how it For example, we have gas that has kinetic energy and how it moves. It's a specific law of nature that describes this motion. Quite simply put, hot goes to cold, high pressure goes to low. Simply the law of nature. So, for example, I'll give you an example, right? You heat water in your kettle. If you continue adding energy to it, the energy that's put into the water is going to change the water into a gas. If you stop putting the energy into the water that is hot, is eventually going to go cold because it's going to disperse its heat out into the ambient temperature of its surroundings. If you pop a balloon, the high pressure will leave. Simple law, right?
I'm not too sure if this is the second law of thermodynamics.
Really, gas expansion into a vacuum. The mixing of ideal gases.
Well, the second law of thermodynamics is about entropy and heat flow.
Yeah, right? Exactly. The simplest description and observation of entropy is gas expansion into a vacuum. I.e., if you pump up a tyre and there's lots of gas within the container, there's more pressure than the outside pressure. When your girlfriend gets angry and comes and slashes your tyres, the high pressure will always increase in entropy and disperse into the lower pressure environment, won't it?
Okay, well, how about this? I concede on Jupiter. You can win on Jupiter. The point stands is, what about all the other planets?
Hold on. Moderation here. Moderation, stop. You conceded on Jupiter. You now gave up Earth being a gas ball in outer space also. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No, I haven't. I've conceded on Jupiter based on there not being enough evidence, without evidence.
What? No.
Resulting in there being
You're conceding that we've won
I'm
the
conceding
argument.
only on arguing Jupiter because I feel like you're hyperfixating on one specific planet because it's convenient for your argument.
Okay, so
I'm saying it's not a useful argument.
Okay.
Let's look at the bigger picture and all of the planets.
Do all planets have atmospheres?
No.
No? Okay, but the majority of them do, right? Venus does, Mars does, Jupiter does, Saturn does, Neptune and Uranus do.
Okay.
Right? Cool. So this is a violation of that law. Contain gas adjacent to a vacuum. Gases don't have inherent shapes that take the shape of that container. Being as these are uncontained, the second law will dictate the gas will fill the space.
Holy shit, he's actually right. Okay, fair enough.
The original question was though about whether the things in the sky, particularly the moon, is it a sphere or is it flat? And I think that would be a conflation between like comparing like the Earth and those things, or those things to the Earth, like as if they're other worlds, right? Like so land, or a place you could actually go and experience reality like you can experience it here, just under different conditions. But there's no evidence that that's even the case. And you might be imagining like the Earth as an object in outer space, like a flat Earth, like that we think that Earth is like an object in outer space, and that it's a world and those other things are worlds, but we're not thinking that. That's not what we say.
Okay, so let's just try and establish something. Your point is that because all the planets have atmospheres, they kind of could hide the shape of the planet. That's your argument, right?
No.
What is your
our
point?
claim? Our claim is the story that you've been told about these planets that have atmospheres violate a simple nature, the second law of thermodynamics. You can't have giant balls of gas take shapes of spheres in vacuums because gas expands in vacuums.
No, because of gravity. The gravity compresses.
No.
And how do you explain the atmosphere on Earth then? You're saying the atmosphere on Earth is impossible,
Okay.
but yes, I agree.
Sorry. Hold on. What's the definition of gas pressure?
Why don't you define that?
No, it's the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, is expressed within PV equals nRT, where P is pressure and it's solved by force over area, the force that the gas colliding with the limitation of volume, the container. So to have gas pressure, we require a closed thermodynamic system, because if the system was open, then the gas that has kinetic energy would leave. Now that's the simple law of nature. You'll notice. Hold on. Excuse me.
How would you explain
Excuse me. Oh, it's contained. Has to be contained because we have.
So we believe there's a sphere around the Earth that contains the gas.
We have gas pressure. What's the necessary anti for gas pressure? You were taught this. You sound like you probably even done A levels. So what's the necessary antecedent for gas? Good. So what's the antecedent for gas pressure?
Sorry?
What's the antecedent for gas pressure? What is the necessary requirement for gas to achieve pressure? A fixed volume container. Because the second law of thermodynamics will dictate if the system is open, the container is open, the energy will leave. That energy is the thermodynamic heat, and the gas that has kinetic energy given to it by T, temperature. Gas expansion into a vacuum. You'll notice that gravity doesn't appear in these laws because it doesn't apply. It's not observed.
Yeah, for these laws, but in the scenarios we're talking about, gravity is obviously in play.
Sorry,
you got to factor in gravity to the equation, right?
Sorry, it's like you're misunderstanding me. You understand that the second law of thermodynamics is universal and without exception in open and closed systems. So every time you keep appealing to gravity, it's like you don't understand the law.
But this is a law that's observed on a...
It is a law. You're saying no, it's not. You're saying yeah, but gravity. So it's not a law.
It's a law that's independent of gravity. It doesn't mean gravity can't affect the system.
Dude, it's a natural law. Do you know where we get this natural law from? Nature, nature and where we live. So nature and where we live shows nature acting this way: gas expansion into a vacuum and entropy increase. You're saying no. This law doesn't happen in the way that we observe it. Gravity causes an entropy decrease, as in it goes the other way. What you would also have is a perpetual motion machine, because gravity is never going to run out, and it's going to cause thermodynamic increase within the environment, something that we don't observe.
Okay, so what you're actually doing is you're just talking nonsense to try and confuse the argument.
Sorry.
You're not actually saying anything of meaning.
Sorry.
You're just throwing around a whole...
I understood what he said. It didn't sound like gibberish to me. He made perfect sense.
Then can you translate that into complete layman terms for me, if you understand?
Earth is flat and stationary, and we are contained, and space is fake. The end.
Space is fake, but we can see things in space.
We can see things.
We can't.
What, like
we can? I physically have seen these planets.
We see things. We see things. Bro, we see things. We don't see things in space, in outer space, the vacuum of outer space.
Or your argument is that they're being projected into the sky.
No. Just saying that the vacuum of outer space is non-existent. It doesn't exist.
Okay, but you said earlier that there was a vacuum in space. Now you're saying there is.
No, we didn't say.
No,
that
your
there is.
whole argument about the thermodynamics and the gas expansion was that the vacuum would pull it apart because there's
You're
no
going to have
container.
to help him out, Jedi.
But now there's
Sorry, it's
there's no
spiraling.
vacuum.
He's getting confused.
No, I'm not spiraling. This was your point, that the gas has to be contained within a container, otherwise the vacuum would pull it apart because of the second law of thermodynamics. But now you're denying that there is a
He's off
vacuum.
again. No. One, vacuums don't pull. It's the energy of the gas. Kinetic energy, the gas expands into it. The vacuum's got no fucking pulling property. Two, I'm taking apart your claim that you think there's a vacuum up there. According to your story, it's a violation of the laws that we experience here on Earth, as in that ball of gas. Yeah. So there couldn't be
your point now.
So there couldn't be a vacuum unless everything is physically contained. Like Jupiter's got a balloon round it. The Earth has got a dome over it, for example. Mars has got a football round it. It needs a container to keep a spherical shape of gas.
Right, but again, this comes back to gravity. Do you not believe in gravity?
Okay.
Gravity is what pulls the gases together.
Okay, no. Mass attracting mass. Gases don't attract other gases. I've said this 1,000 times.
Gases have no mass.
Hold on. Gases expand, and there's no observation of gases compressing
gases have mass?
Excuse me. There's no observation of gases compressing themselves because there's a lot of gas. You understand what you're saying, right? Is there? Show it.
Yeah, it's called Jupiter.
Sorry, are you... no, that's your story. Are you aware of the kinetic theory of gases?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. So you'll understand that gases don't attract...
Well, not in small quantities, because their mass isn't enough to cause an observable gravitational effect. You need a lot of mass gravity to start.
I get you. So a lot of gas stops lots of gas expanding. Is that what you're telling me? Just need a lot of gas.
No, I'm saying that in order for there to be a gravitational force from gas, that there needs to be an awful lot of gas.
There's no demonstration of that.
No.
What about our atmosphere?
That's your violation.
Begging the question. So you're looking at a volume of gas and saying, well, this is the reason, right? This is the way it is, right? You're not demonstrating it. So when we say demonstrate, we mean through producing that result, like replicating it, like a person actually doing that, not just pointing to something and declaring that that's the case.
Okay, I see. So you reject the idea of having an implicit faith in what science we have unless you can personally replicate.
It's not science because it's not demonstrated.
Yeah, if you've got the experiment that demonstrates, then you'll have the science. You've got the hypothesis and experiment, you'd have science then. If you got that, we'll have that. That's awesome. I bet you don't, though. What I've started to do in the side chat is also cite something about, specifically the second. Notice I'm literally paraphrasing these well-established people in the scientific. I will continue to do so as well. And I like it when people tell me I'm saying. Yeah.
Can I ask something?
Please.
If it's not gravity that's holding it in, what's preventing the air from just escaping endlessly into the space then?
Well, who knows if there isn't any air in the first place? But if you have, if you have gas pressure, then you require a container.
So what's stopping the air escaping then?
But if you have gas pressure, you require a container.
So what's the container then?
Oh, I don't
We're saying that there isn't a place for it to escape to.
Yeah.
As in they don't believe in space?
Oh, if you have a vacuum up there and an open, dynamically open system, dead. In actual fact, we'd have never been born.
Okay, so there actually are experiments that prove this. It's called the Candish experiment, conducted by Henry Candish.
Sorry,
You measure the force of gravity between masses in laboratory. Well, I'm reading it.
Okay,
I've just simply done a bit of research to disprove your point.
So it involves some gas.
Googled something.
Yeah, I have.
Dude,
What's your
That's awesome.
Did this experiment involve containing gas?
No, it didn't.
No, but it proves that mass attracts mass, and if you're trying to say gas doesn't have mass, then what is your point?
Sorry, gas has atomic mass. That's the structure of the protons and the electrons. That you're talking about
atomic mass, but we're talking about
you're talking about something else. Yeah, you think mass has a property that's magic, right? So define mass for me. What is it? Google it quickly, I guess.
Why don't you define mass for me? What do you think?
Oh no, dude, it's your like. Before I lose my patience and I start swearing it.
No. This isn't my argument now. This is
you said mass. You said mass. I want you to define what mass is. What is it? And then I'm going to ask you another question.
It depends. There's a lot of ways you can define mass, really.
There's a lot of ways you can define mass, is there? So, what? Is that helpful to me, is it? Tell me what it is.
You guys, man, you guys.
No, I want you to tell me what you're talking about. You've said this word. I want to know what you mean by this word, because apparently it does something. I'm then going to ask you how it does the thing that you're claiming.
Why don't you make mass work in your formula?
I'm not making a claim to mass doing anything you are. You're also like 110 years out of date when you say mass attracts mass. It's like, well, do you not like Einstein or something? Oh dear. Gravity is no longer defined as a force of mass attraction of mass. It's defined as the disturbance of a space-time fabric, right? The curvature of the space-time due to the displacement of mass. Mass doesn't attract mass; it distorts space-time fabric. According to Einstein, right? Surely you've heard of this.
Yeah, and when it does that, what happens to the mass around it? Does it attract?
No,
because of the distortion in space-time.
No, the mass doesn't attract. The mass distorts the space-time in one straight path of the other body. Once it enters that space-time fabric that's curved, its path is curved. There's no interaction between the masses themselves. Right, come on, dude. And then you're going to want to tell me
that chemistry. Fuck this. I fucking hate physics.
do you know what? I feel for you. I feel right with your foregone conclusions that gravity's whatever you think it is, and it does stuff whatever you say it's going to do. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, dude. It's not just us saying this. This is the quote-unquote scientific community as well. Don't know what gravity is. There's holes in all ideas, mass attracting mass and Einstein's, that are continually trying to come up with new ideas because their observations don't fit the model. And you want us to believe in it, all right?
Dude, can I ask a question? If we are in the container, okay, when the temperature rises, why doesn't the pressure rise inside the container?
It does.
Like at night, there is lower pressure than during the day? Or winter, summer?
Yeah, there's loads of pressure differentials throughout the day, time and season, dude. It's called weather.
Well, no, pressure, that's another interesting point, right? Pressure decreases the more you go up. If we're in a container, the pressure should be constant all the way.
Why?
What do you mean? Why pressure is constant? The reason why pressure decreases in like on our globe is because we have gravity, and because of the thing we were talking about earlier about how different densities are at different altitudes, right?
Sorry.
Go on.
You're talking about gas pressure when you go up a mountain, right? You seem to forget that the cause of gas pressure is the gas exerts the force of its container. You seem to think that you can't have
Sorry, are you cutting out just for me, or like can everyone else hear him clearly? Is it my internet connection issues?
Yeah, he's cutting out a little bit, but it was only just in the last sentence, Jedi. So just say that last sentence again.
Okay, so I'll try and start again very quickly. Talking about gas, forgetting that the gas pressure is by the gas exerts the container. You're saying that there's
someone else needs to. Sorry, you should out.
It's getting worse, so I'll take over and maybe I won't cut out.
Okay, no. I don't want to move away from this point because, like we just
no, we aren't moving away from this point. Excuse me, we're not moving away from this point. I'm going to say what he was going to say. It's on the same topic. It's not a problem. So, since we have gas pressure already, the requirement for that gas pressure is containment. Doesn't matter if it's low or high or gradient. Where did the gas pressure come from in the first place?
From there being gas, but look, the point is
no, you don't have gas, and then you define gas existence as gas pressure. That's not going to cut it, and you're not going to move on to another point.
I'm not moving.
Don't be rude. You are, but anyways, I'm asking you a very specific question. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm still on the air pressure in contained and uncontained environments. So please listen.
Okay. So
in a contained environment.
Gosh. Is he cutting out? Yep, he's cutting out as well.
In a contained environment, if the temperature rises, does the pressure rise?
Of course it does.
Okay, so
yes, I just said yes.
In the atmosphere, when it's warm, the pressure lowers, and when the air is cold, the pressure goes up.
Sorry,
that's being in a container, does it?
Sorry,
and that is observable.
Sorry, when you increase the temperature of a gas, does pressure increase?
In a closed system.
Not in any system, dude. Does pressure increase?
It does.
Yeah, good. It has to be closed for you to achieve. It has to be closed for you to achieve pressure. If it's an open system, the gas will leave, no pressure. So temperature increases the pressure. That means that it has more energy.
You're saying that there's so your argument before was that there is no open system. We're in a container.
Yeah.
So how is that possible?
What do you mean? How is that possible?
Well,
we have
like
gas
you just
pressure.
said, in a closed system, when the temperature raises, the pressure increases.
How
and then you said in a non-closed container, it's the opposite. But
what do you think the container is the size of your lunchbox?
How does that work?
Sorry, in an open container, you won't have pressure.
But we're in a
container. It has to be closed for you to achieve pressure.
Right? We're in a container, and that's how the atmosphere is contained.
Good. And you're asking us, why is there a gradient?
Therefore, if you increase the temperature of the Earth, the pressure would go up. But the opposite is true. You've just proved me right.
Donnie, stop.
Fuck me. Is it constantly hot all the time?
No, but when it gets hot, does the air pressure go up or down?
So when it gets hotter, air pressure goes down. When temperature increases, pressure goes down.
On the
Or
Earth.
do you mean density? Density decreases with temperature. Pressure increases with temperature.
Yes, but listen to my point. In the atmosphere, when the atmosphere gets warmer, the pressure, does it go up or does it go down?
Goes up.
Does the whole lot of it go up at the same time, Donnie? Donnie, I know what you're trying to get to. Does the entirety of it raise at the same time?
No. It cools when it goes up.
And that's what creates our wind systems. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough.
You also have to understand where the gas is produced. Right? So where's the gas produced? in our earthly environment?
Sorry? Relevancy? Why does it matter where the
Because you're
gas comes
asking
from?
about
The
gas
is
pressure.
there.
You're asking
Yeah,
about
the
gas
gas is just
pressure,
there.
and why the further away you are from the gas production, there's less pressure. Like,
one's
it's really
talking about
relevant,
gas
but if you're not
production.
following along, maybe you should mute yourself.
We're not talking about gas production. We're talking about the change in temperatures in the environment,
because of the
in a
relationship
open
with
and
pressure.
closed system.
And how do we have a gas pressure gradient within a contained system? You think that where the gas is produced and cycle is going to be completely irrelevant to this, do you?
Oh, so your argument is that the reason the temperatures, the pressures are inverse of a closed container is because there's gas being created.
Sorry, we live within a dynamic system. We're going to be mentioning more than one thing. We're definitely going to be talking about temperature, and we're definitely going to be talking about the gas production when we're talking about the thermodynamic system in which we reside. So yeah, these things are very relevant. I'm really sorry that you don't see that, though.
My friend, what Jedi is trying to explain to you, listen, my
in
friend.
a closed container, the temperature raises, the pressure raises, but we don't see that in our
What he's
atmosphere.
trying to explain to you, he's describing to you what's happening in the environment. He's not making stuff up. He's trying to describe what is happening from the observations and the
demonstration. Is when it gets cold, the gas.
This is not like an agree or disagree thing. This is the way gas behaves, and you're disagreeing with reality. You're disagreeing with the way things happen.
No, I'm
Why?
not. I'm not. In a open system, gosh, I'm going around in circles here.
I mean, they still haven't said what the container is. Like, if
Why do we need to?
Because you
Why do we need
need to have an explanation. You need to have an explanation of where the gas is.
No, I'm
going.
sorry. We don't have to have anything.
Do you guys not believe in space either?
Sorry, I have to go back.
Of course.
Are you aware of Charles Law? Guy who was talking about temperature increasing or not increasing pressure. Are you aware of Charles Law?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why are you making the claim that you are if you understand Charles Law? The pressure of a gas increases as the temperature increases.
In a closed system, but we don't observe that.
What happens in an open system?
So you admit there is an open system?
What happens in an open system?
But you dispute there being no open system.
What happens within an open system?
But you dispute there being an open system. You say
I'm
there is
asking you
no
what happens in an open system. What happens?
Hold on. Jedi, I need to address something. Hey, Donnie, I don't know if it's intentional, but you're being incredibly rude to someone who's trying to explain something to you. Your incredulity and your over-talking are really annoying, and it's making audio chaos. Do you think you could actually act like a gentleman and just have a normal conversation? Or do we have to completely compete with you over the mic when you could just be listening? Since you came in here asking questions, you should be civil enough to listen to the fucking answer.
There is no open system when we're in a closed system, but now you want to stay arguments about an open system.
Yes, because it's relevant. So if we're talking about thermodynamics, we're talking about isolated. It's like
this is not about what he's claiming about what we're about the cosmology, right? This is just establishing what happens with gas with increased temperature within a closed system versus an open system. Let's just follow along and you'll see where it's going.
To acknowledge there's a potentiality for an open system.
We're not acknowledging there's an open system. We just want to establish what would happen with an increase in temperature in an open system where there's gas.
Mm-hmm. What would happen?
So there's no open system, but you're going to explain how gas works in an open system.
Excuse me. It's like, in a closed system, if you increase the temperature, the pressure will increase. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what happens in an open system?
It decreases because it expands.
No, the gas expands. It leaves, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We understand that within a closed system, we achieved pressure within the fixed volume, and we were able to manipulate that pressure within the fixed volume with temperature. When we opened the container, second law of thermodynamics took place, there was an entropy increase, and the gas fucked off. Didn't it?
Okay, so that means then that the Earth
is a
cannot
closed
be
system.
within a closed system. Well, then
Yeah, we are in
how
a
can
closed
there be
system, yeah.
any open system then? You've just
Sorry,
stated
how can
that factually, in an open system, this behaviour happens, which proves we're in an open system, not a contained one.
Sorry. You must have a closed system to have gas pressure. You must have a closed system to keep the gas within a defined area. If you have an open system, you won't have pressure, and two, you won't be able to keep the gas in a defined area. So if the Earth is an open system adjacent to a vacuum, the gas is going to ever so politely fuck off.
Right, but in order to have this point, there has to be some open system to perform the experiment in. So the fact that we can observe this proves that we're not in a closed system.
He's just
Otherwise,
an idiot.
No, you're the idiot.
Yeah, he's completely
Honestly,
retarded.
you're the idiot. In
Sorry,
this
I've managed to
situation,
cite pretty much everything that
you're really trying to have your
Excuse me. I even cited Charles Law for you. All right, you were in direct contradiction to a well-established gas law. You're also in contradiction to what I cited within the second law of thermodynamics, and yet you've got the gumption to turn around to me and say things like, "I'm talking rubbish." Shut up, man. You've provided nothing apart from your feelings.
Nobody here is claiming an open system except for you, Donnie. So the situation is, if you believe you live in an open system adjacent to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, then the pressure would leave this system or whatever and equalize with the pressure outside of it or adjacent to it. So why don't you tell me why we don't have a pressure system somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to the negative 17 torr at Earth's surface? Or sea level, although there wouldn't be any seas if we were not contained. Please explain.
You're just talking shit now and avoid.
See, he's doing that again. Oh, well, when I'm confused and I don't know what you're talking about and you prove me wrong, you guys are just saying words. So who's the next white knight that wanted to visit with us?
I was curious, yeah. So did any one of you say that there isn't space? You don't believe in space?
There's no evidence for it.
So do you guys not believe in like any of the, like, you don't believe in the moon, the stars, what we see
Sorry,
at night?
friend.
Well,
Friend. The fact that we can see the moon and the sun and the luminaries obviously doesn't even require belief. We see them. The story, the fairy tale that you were told about what they are and where they are, yeah, we don't believe that part, if that's what you mean.
so I don't think you got what I'm saying. Like, what is the area between the sun and the moon?
Well, I don't know. It's called the sky, as far as I know.
Wait, you think that it's just sky from the Earth to the sun?
Yeah.
All the way? There's like constant air and like just...
No.
It's part of the Earth's atmosphere?
Like
Where
I
does
told
Earth's
you.
atmosphere end?
Holy cow. I'm trying to answer you, and you ask another question? Can you think you can wait for the answer? One question at a time, one answer at a time. The idea that you have in your head, you need to get rid of it.
I think our friend here still believes that the sun is 93 million miles away. That's why he's questioning what's between the sun and the moon.
Right.
Like
I said,
how close do you think the sun is?
I have no idea. It seems a heck of a lot closer than 93 million miles away, though. But I'm not going to make a whole lot of claims about what the sun is or how far away it is, because there's no way for me to verify that. But like I said, the story that you were told, and we were told too, by the way, everybody here that you're talking to at one time was a globe believer and believed in the heliocentric fairy tale. But all of those distances, all of those stories about what they are, where they are, the distances to them, is completely destroyed when the Earth is no longer a ball. Since the Earth is not measured to be curved anywhere and not a ball, that entire fairy tale falls apart. What we can prove is that the Earth is flat, the Earth is stationary and it is enclosed. Beyond that, we're not going to give you any false narratives like the ones that you've already been given.
So what do you believe is a container?
I don't know what it's made of. I just know that we have one because we're breathing.
Plus, space is fake, so that doesn't really matter anyway.
Well, so it's okay. So if I understand correctly, like you don't believe in a galaxy, you don't believe in the universe, you just believe that it's Earth, Sun, and Moon, and there is nothing outside of it.
Not as far as we can prove.
Okay, how close do you think the Sun is? You said, oh, sorry, you said you don't want to make a claim because you haven't gotten a proof for it. Okay.
Well, it would be difficult, you know? It would be difficult to do that.
We got Globers that made a claim, though. Globers made a claim that it's 3,100 miles above us. That's by a Glober who teaches at a university.
Okay, cool. I don't know what to say to that.
Me either.
So
the greatest difficult. Go ahead.
I was going to say, how high do you have to go to hit this barrier?
No idea.
And so, what do you think these people who've gone up in space, like, do you think they're all like fake and like they've been lying to the world? Like every single person who's gone to space from every single country.
Yes, they're all lying. Yep, lying.
What could be the purpose?
Can you explain the system like in a few minutes? That'd be nice. Like
I don't think they have one.
The system? Oh, yeah, no problem. Well, the Earth is flat and stationary. That part you know already. And the other part that you also know is that in a cycle, the sun, the moon, and the stars rotate above the Earth's surface in a very predictable manner. In fact, it's been cataloged for centuries, if not millennia. And it's a repeating cycle. That's where they can, you know, predict things like eclipses and comets and all that other nonsense. And so everything operates according to a cycle, just like a clock. And that's where you live. It must be enclosed. It's a dynamic system. The sun moves above the Earth's surface and continues to stir up the gas, heat it in certain places, depending on its proximity or angle to those areas. And they experience seasons according to the angular relationship to the sun, as far as we can tell. Although it is a loose correlation, because during the solstice is not necessarily the hottest or the coldest time of the year. It's usually the month or two following that. So it's a loose correlation. We couldn't even say that it's the cause. But since that's what we all experience, that is how the system works. In fact, you guys, you use this, you do it every day, you experience it every day, except you were gaslit and told that it works with the sun that's 93 million miles away in an ever-expanding vacuum, which is not possible, and that the Earth is a ball, which is not been measured in reality. So the fairy tale that you believe is not tenable, but the experience that you have is, and it's actually provable. That's how it works.
Also, I'm going to go ahead and post something for you. We can celebrate on July 8th. 99% of the world's population will be experiencing daylight at the same time. How do you do that on a ball?
Well, because most of the planet's surface is like ocean, right? The land area is mostly on one side. That's a great counterpoint. When you don't like something, just saying no. Dude, counterpoint.
Dude, how is it nighttime in Australia when it's daytime here? And then it's going to be light for everybody, 99% of the population, but then that's also around the whole ball.
Sorry, say that again?
Explain how you get 99% of the population having daylight at the same time.
I mean, to be honest, I don't even know if this is true.
Nobody knows. It's an anomaly. Nobody knows.
If you're on a ball, shouldn't that happen twice a year?
I mean, I don't even know if it happens, right? You just made this claim. I don't know if it
No,
happens
that's
as
from
well.
that's from the wherever it's from, Earth, Sun and Moon, or Sun and whatever it's .com, timeanddate.com. You know, the place that we get all of our time and date shit from. That's from them. They're the ones who announced it, not us.
Cool. Let me just check it. Do you have a source? I'm not really finding it. But yeah, either way, it shouldn't happen. Like, even though the ocean behind, well, not behind, between America and, well, I guess Australia a bit, is a large part of the Earth's surface, but it's not that big.
I'm not sure
So
how
what
you
do
don't
you guys-
find it, but I did a quick search. I just did a quick search, and the top 3 are 99% of the humans see daylight, 99% of the world's population in sunlight, 99% of the world's population gets sunlight. Are they all lying?
Right. I'll check them out. Wait, so what do you think? Like, is the what do you think sunrise?
That's how you
and
switch.
sun...
That's how you change subjects. Wait, what do you think about leprechauns?
Cool, I'll check it out. I mean, I kind of lost interest in that. I don't mean to be like that, but I think that's fair for you to call me out. I'm not trying to do a whataboutism. I just lost interest genuinely. But cool, let me see. But meanwhile, do you want to answer why we have sunrises and sunsets? You can't have that on a spotlight sun. You
What
don't
does that have to do with anything?
at this point. Well,
What do
because you can't
sunsets
have-
and sunrises?
You can't have a sunset and a sunrise if the sun is just hovering in circles above you, right?
Nobody said that.
Sure. So
Especially on
explain
July
sunset
8th,
to
since you wanted to
sunrise.
get away from July 8th, how come
No,
the sun
I
doesn't
said-
set on July 8th that way?
Okay, but one of the days, I mean, firstly, if this is true, one of the days doesn't prove it, right? We have sunsets and sunrises every day.
He does it every year on July 8th.
Yeah, sure. One day out. It still doesn't explain. If sunsets and sunrises are happening, could you explain what they look like in the flat Earth model?
Yeah,
there's no model.
Like, I'll just show you what they look like. Okay, I'm gonna post one for you. I'll post 2. Here's one. This is in Africa. There's the sun setting, and then we'll post another one for you, so you can see it gets smaller as it goes away. It doesn't go down around a ball. It's not going down.
Wait, no,
around the
you've
ball.
never seen the sun go below the horizon?
It's not going down. No, I've never seen the sun under the horizon. That's correct. Nobody in their life has ever done that.
What you're describing is an assumption that you've made because the sun appears to vanish from the bottom up. You're assuming that it's going below the Earth's surface or below an Earth curve on the horizon. But that's an assumption that you've made. It's the same as the assumption that you've made that the sun is somehow hovering above the Earth's surface. I didn't make any claims, nor did anybody here, about what the sun is, its distance from the Earth, or even if it's an object. So you made that up on your own, and then you tried to strawman us with it, which I don't appreciate, by the way.
I don't know how I strawmanned it. Okay.
Well, you said the Earth was, or the sun was hovering above the Earth's surface. Is it an object? How high is it? What does your flat Earth model look like?
I asked this. No, I know. I thought you guys said this, right? That it goes around. That explains the shadows and the different things. I thought one of you guys mentioned it. I don't know if you want to
It
hear.
goes over the Earth's surface. Now, what it is,
see?
how far away it
I
is.
wasn't strawmanning you. I was referring to one of your other, like, you might not agree with the model, but it was one of your other flat Earth conspiracists' model. So
Conspiracists? Yeah. So you gave me a model by somebody else? Did I present you with a model when you came in here?
Well, you might not. I don't know if there's a consensus or not. I was just asking in general. I don't know who takes it or not, right? You're allowed to, like, because if you, the person I'm speaking to, right? they can say, "Oh, I don't believe in that." That's fine. You just came in and you butted in and say, "Oh, that's not what I believe in." I'll go with whatever model that the person I'm speaking to believes in. I guess you guys don't have a consensus on that.
Hey, says who?
No.
It sounds like he. Oh crap! Never mind. Yeah, never mind. It'll come to me.
We have some people who are globe believers, and they come in here making extremely absurd claims about the globe that doesn't fit the official narrative. Do you think I should ask you questions about the things that they say? Or do you think it's fair that you deal with people on an individual basis and not try to straw man with other things that you've heard from other people?
Oh, I know what I wanted to say.
I think that's a false analogy because most globe earthers. He asked me, bro. Let me answer. All right, he asked me. Thank you. I think if you were saying stuff that most globe earthers were saying to explain to my point, right, the consensus, then I think it's fair, right? I think it's unfair for you to say something that's one globe earthers take that isn't held by most other globe earthers. I think that's unfair, right? I didn't know there wasn't a consensus. So, yeah, analogy doesn't stand. There you go.
Oh, well, so you're going to appeal to consensus then? That's a fallacy.
I didn't say appeal. Again, I didn't say appeal to consensus. You did.
There's a consensus amongst globers, right? So if I pulled an outlier, then you wouldn't want that to be something that I accuse you of. But then if I use the consensus, it's still an appeal to consensus fallacy. So either way, you're screwed.
Not exactly the point I was saying, but I do appeal to the scientific consensus. But I think this is kind of
that's a fallacy.
Right? I don't think so. I don't believe appealing to scientific consensus is a fallacy.
It doesn't matter. It's an appeal to consensus fallacy. That's actually the name of it.
No, I know what you're mistaking. Like there is the appeal to authority, appeal to.
No, incorrect. Appeal to authority is also not what most people think it is. You're appealing to a consensus. Everybody says this, so I'm going to appeal to it. Or most people say this.
Sorry, you're right. I should have. I appeal to scientific consensus, not just consensus by people. Sorry.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Are scientists not people? Scientists aren't people then.
No, they're not just people, right? They're expertise. Just like when you are having a discussion and you refer to an expert's opinion, that's a different opinion from just a personal opinion. An expert's consensus is very different from a people's consensus.
Do they have
first of all,
these scientists?
Yeah.
Do they have experiments, these scientists?
Sorry, say that again. Your voice is a bit low.
Do they have experiments, these scientists that have the consensus? Is that consensus based on experiments? Am I not coming through?
No, I hear you. I heard you.
Oh.
I'm still trying to figure out how he said the flat earth conspiracist when all we're doing is looking at water. I think he's claiming that water is a conspiracy against him, that somehow water is conspiring to be flat, but round and curved around the ball at the same time. He sounds like a conspiracy theorist to me, but that's what I was trying to say before about his...
I would agree.
Flat earth conspiracist. We just look at water, dude. If you think that's a conspiracy, you might be a conspiracy theorist.
Sorry, yeah, I just jumped in. I was interested in the scientific consensus type of claim. I mean, if they're going to have a consensus about something, if they're scientists, it better be an experiment, right? Because that's what scientists do. They do experiments, don't they?
Yeah, that's a great question.
I'd be interested in seeing some of these experiments that they're conducting to validate anything this guy might be claiming. Although I haven't heard many claims, but he is appealing to a scientific consensus for something. I don't know what that would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the person you were talking to, Donnie, he's now into the text chat, but I don't see him in the voice channel anymore.
Wait, what?
Pretty sure. Isn't that the guy you were talking to, Donnie?
No, that was the guy earlier that I decided to mute, and then the most recent guy. Now let's see, where is he? Did he leave too? Did he run away?
I don't know who it was.
Yeah, it was Silver something, and he was
the
at the
guy
top.
at the top. Yeah.
Yeah, he must have headed off, but yeah, Donnie's still in the side chat, but he was kind of like out of control.
Yes, I guess they're both gone.
He didn't like July 8th.
Conversation again.
Yeah, July 8th got him mad. After that, he said, I'm no longer interested in this.
Yeah, it was true. I know. I was just waiting to be like, dude, this is great. You know, that one day of the year where he can't explain. He can't explain it. He can't explain what he's going to do with it. And then he just said, okay, I got to go.
If anybody else has a question, feel free to speak up.
Well, before we do, right, just for the audience's sake, I'd just like to read out a quote from Michael Crichton that I posted in the side chat. He says, in science, consensus is irrelevant. What is relevant is reproducible results. The greatest scientists in history are great precisely because they broke with consensus. There is no such thing as consensus science. If it's consensus, it isn't science. If it's science, it isn't consensus. Period.
Mm-hmm. It's a really good quote. I like that.
If you could post that, that'd be sick. Or I can look it up. Oh, I'm lazy.
He posted it.
Ooh. Awesome.
Ahoy, আমি Lucasai.
Wait, what?
We couldn't hear you. Did you have a question about the flat Earth? Yeah, I think that's good. Both the consensus does not go along with science, along with the other one. They always say settled science. Anytime anyone says settled science, then you understand that they do not understand the nature of science, because it's the opposite. You know, you have to have falsifiable hypotheses, and so it's never settled. You know, it's never settled, and there's never a consensus. That's the whole point. Yeah, Sensei is saying in the text chat there that he had to leave, so hopefully he'll come back at some point and continue the conversation. Yes, he said that he will. Good.
All right, there's over 30 people in the chat. I know most of us are flat earthers, but we are guests and have been for the last 3 weeks on this English server. So welcome if you're new. Welcome to our channel. Oh, hello. What?
Okay.
Hello, how are you?
Fine.
Good, how can I help?
Nothing.
Oh, you just wanted to talk whilst I was talking.
Giving such a great intro there, Q10. Why'd you interrupt?
What?
You got a question? Yeah, if you've got a question when Jedi's done with his little intro there, then you can ask it. But let's hear the intro. Where were you, Jedi? We're guests on this channel. What was it?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Guests on this channel, and I was going to say, I guess it's pretty strange for new people that have joined our server that people are saying that the Earth is flat. It's 2025, and you must have some crazy ideas about, what we say and what we think, and must think, like I said, that we're crazy. But we're here to tell you that the Earth is most definitely measured to be horizontal and not curving. So most definitely can't be a sphere that's rotating within the vacuum. So if anybody's got any questions about that or points that they'd like to raise, then we are all ears. So, my friend, you wanted to jump in with a question? What did you want to ask? Silence now, huh?
Hey, Q10, I bet you got a question. Yeah, about the flat Earth. Q10, what's the first question that comes to mind when you hear the phrase flat Earth?
Reality.
Sorry. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Well, that didn't go as I wanted it to go. Maybe I'll try again. Space is fake. Those things up in the sky like Jupiter and Mars can't be the way that they're described to you. The Earth is measured to lay horizontally, and the reason why the stars move across the sky is not because the Earth is a ball spinning on its axis. It's because those things in the sky that are in motion. It's what we observe every day. It's indeed what we measure. So again, I know most people think they're living on a spinning ball, but when we go out into the real world and try to measure the curvature that would necessitate a ball, we don't measure that curvature. The Earth, indeed, over vast distances of water, lays horizontally. I mean, shock horror, right? Water lays horizontally on the surface. We all know that. We actually use water as a leveling tool. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon being where the surface of the Earth, water in this case, appears to meet the sky at distance. So we get level, horizontal, from the surface of the Earth because that's how it is. Now that's a problem if you think that you live on a spinning ball, because that surface of water must curve over distance. Unfortunately, it doesn't, which means the Earth can't be a ball. Again, if anybody's got any questions or points that I'd like to raise, we've got lots of people in here that would be delighted in answering your questions. Good, honest conversation is probably the best way to go forward. Sometimes people get very triggered by this subject. We mean you no harm. Let's be fair. We don't want to upset anybody. We just want to maybe challenge or help you challenge your preconceived ideas about what reality is. So, like I said, if anyone's got any questions, please feel free to unmute your mic. That's as much as I can do, guys. I don't think I can do anymore.
I know, it's good. We need to have that little clip. We could just play that again anytime we need a little summary of what we're doing here. Wesley has a question. I don't know, but he's not unmuting. You could always unmute and ask, Wesley. But I'll ask it and then someone could answer it. Wesley says, if the Earth were flat, we'd have evidences for the dome, or we could laser from Brazil to Africa or from UK to US. Am I wrong? So, why are there limitations if the Earth is flat?
some people, I kind of get where the guy's coming from. A laser would be a good thing that we could use to measure the surface of the Earth. And if it was flat, why can't we send a laser all the way across the Earth? Lasers
Bro wants to build a Death Star.
Yeah, right. Lasers are good for, let's say, short distances. It's kind of ambiguous, right? Short distances. But what I'm trying to point out is when we pass light, laser, through the atmosphere, we must understand that the atmosphere isn't completely transparent. It's translucent, right? It's opaque, especially with distance. So the more distance that you try to pass that laser light through, eventually the atmosphere is going to be like a brick wall. The light's going to diffuse, it's going to become less bright, where eventually it's going to be so far away and pass through so much atmosphere, you're not going to be able to see the light. It's not going to get to you. But we do use lasers at short distances over, say, 10, 20, 30 miles over bodies of water. And when we use these short distances, we measure a horizontal Earth. Now, these short distances, 10, 20, 30 miles, according to the radius value of the Earth, we should be able to measure curvature because there should be a descent of 8 inches per mile squared, which means roughly after 10 miles, there should have been a descent from the horizontal laser by 66 foot. We don't measure that descent over any distance of water. With all the technology that we do use, we measure the Earth to be a horizontal plane.
Hey, Jedi, I don't know what you did, but you didn't cut out one time. And I'm wondering if you can tell our friends about line of sight radio communications over vast distances.
Yeah, radio signals are very good at, transmitting information from one place to another. It requires a direct line of sight, though, between the tower that sends a signal and the receiver at distance to receive the signal. Direct line of sight is required, like I said. So if the surface of the Earth was curved, at distance you would not have a direct line of sight. If we go back into the development of radio and signals and transmitting across the Earth, we don't really need to look any further than a gentleman called Marconi back in the early 1900s, so in the last century. He was able to send radio signals, broadcasts from England, the UK, to places such as Canada, America, South Africa, and Australia. Now, these are distances in the thousands of miles. Now, you must understand that if the surface of the Earth was curved, at these distances, this curved surface would most definitely interrupt the signal, and the signal would not be received by the receiver. The signal was received by the receiver, demonstrating there was a direct line of sight between the tower sending the signal and the receiver at distance. The Earth is obviously flat in this example.
Brilliant. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wish Wesley had been listening instead of typing his next question in the chat. Are you there, Wesley? Can you unmute and say hello to us? Oh, there you are. Are you saying hello? Typing it. Yeah. So it's just been very meticulously explained to you how the Earth measures flat and how the laser tests, radio wave propagation, and so on have been demonstrated that would be impossible on a globe of the dimensions claimed. So hopefully you took some of that in. Can you unmute and tell us whether you took any of that in before you typed your next question about gravity? Oh, he said he's without a mic for now. Okay. Okay. One of those no mic people.
Yeah, it's 2025, Dandelion. Give them a break. Not everybody has microphones these days. It's still a new thing.
Guess what, Rodman? We had someone earlier that just said, I can't talk right now, or, that works, the same. We accept that. Yeah, you don't have to say that you don't have a mic. That's fine. So there's lots of reasons why people can't talk. So I'll just go ahead. Do you want to hear his next question? Unless there's anybody else who wants to unmute and ask us a question, I could read it. I could read Wesley's question. Doesn't look like there's anybody else. So Wesley. And also Also, gravity is a fact, as we can see in Cavendish experiment. If the Earth is flat, the borders would collapse from the center. Because of this, all the planets and stars are round. So many things there. Who wants to address that? So many things to address.
Maybe to start off with, our friend can go and have a look up what Cavendish was actually trying to achieve. That would be a pretty good start.
Try not to get triggered by the phrase, gravity is a fact.
I know for me it was even having to read the word experiment next to the name Cavendish experiment. It's hard for me to even read those two words together, but I got through it. I did it.
Well, they don't go together.
If you call him Cavendish, you don't feel so bad.
It's unfortunate Wesley hasn't the ability to speak at the moment. I mean, it feels like we're just like pointing at what he said or she said, sorry, and like just not answering the question. I'll try. Gravity is a fact. No, it isn't. There is no scientific experiment that proves gravity. I'll demonstrate this with your Cavendish experiment. One, it's not an experiment. It's not repeatable or verifiable with exactly the same results every single time. In actual fact, you'll be lucky if you get any results at all. So it's not a repeatable or verifiable experiment, and I use the term very, very loosely. But when you understand the current gravitational rhetoric, it's not mass attracting mass anyway. This Cavendish idea was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. Mass attracting mass violates special relativity. So Cavendish didn't prove anything. Newtonian physics isn't the current scientific rhetoric. This idea that if the Earth was flat, then this idea would make the borders collapse in the centre. I get what you're trying to say, but the gravitational idea that you're trying to describe is kind of broken from the offset. So that doesn't apply to a flat Earth.
Hello, can you hear me?
What's up, team?
Hello. What's up, Cyclone? And yes, we can hear you, whoever you were.
Okay,
I just put a message in the general.
You were saying that the Cavendish experiment are not related to the flat Earth. Why? I didn't understand. Sorry.
In short, Cavendish is bunk, even from your side, because it's Einsteinian physics. Mass doesn't attract mass. It's a space-time fabric. So your idea of mass attracting mass doesn't apply to a flat Earth anyway. It's not a thing.
Yeah, why don't you think Cavendish has anything to do with the shape of the Earth? It's not a measurement of the Earth at all.
Because when you have a flat Earth, if you have gravity, the borders will collapse to the center, and then it's because of this
they've just
that the other
confused you.
planets are round and not flat.
Now they've just confused you with a story about gravity pulling things into balls and all this. In reality, you just see objects fall to the floor, or you swinging some balls in a shed. Nothing to do with Earth being a ball. Besides, they're on bending, warping space-time nowadays, not even mass attracting mass, so a bit out of date. If you think Earth's a ball, you'd want to have measurement of it, no?
Sorry?
If you think the Earth is a ball, then you should have measurement of the Earth's surface being a ball.
Measurement?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, like of Earth's surface being curved. Like curvature, motion.
Yeah, like
ball.
if you look at a boat going to the horizon, you can see the boat.
That's an assumption of curve, though. That's an assumption of curve. How do you know that that's a physical effect or an optical one?
I don't know, like, I'm not getting your point.
Well, you see a boat appear to disappear bottom up. Is that due to optics or a physical surface curve?
I think it's a physical curve, maybe. I'm not.
How'd you prove that?
Well,
how would you prove that?
Well, why would it be optic view?
Well, you can't just assert it with no evidence. I mean, what you're observing is a boat on a flat horizon, so it's already not a curve to the basic observation, but you're claiming it's a curve, so you'd have to prove that. And if you can't, then why would you claim it? Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to jump in and interrupt. How's it going, guys? Jedi says who? Mary Mom? I think I heard a few years.
Yeah, we're doing well here. Yep, it's been a good day here on the English Hub. Lots of visitors, lots of questions, lots of answers.
Nice.
Hello. And just quickly, we hey Cyclone. And just quickly, we are running an event at the moment, and it is titled "The Globe Has Been Debunked: Long Distance Observation Destroy the Globe Fantasy."
Yay!
Wow, nice. Did you know, Wesley, that the globe's been debunked?
Sorry?
Did you know that the globe has been debunked?
For who?
What did you say?
For who?
For everyone.
But I don't know. Everyone is lying for us. Like the.
No, the Earth isn't. No, the Earth isn't lying. The pilots say they treat it.
Government.
No, the pilots say that they treat it as flat and motionless, so they're not lying.
The airplane pilots.
Yeah, they treat it as flat and motionless, so they don't have to lie because that's what it is. Same thing that you experience.
Yeah,
no
but
motion
why
of the ground.
all the governments agree that the Earth is flat? Even why all the governments agree that the Earth is round? Why are they all?
Well, the government isn't a person, right? It's not. It's not an entity with a single view. No, you don't know that. Don't say things like all governments. You've never spoken to one person from one government, probably. So don't try and pretend that you know what every person who's working or associated with every government thinks.
There's no any president or any chef of any state that say that Earth is flat. Why?
Why would that matter?
I don't know.
Why would that matter? If none of them have evidence that the Earth is a ball, why would that matter? If they've all got a belief that the Earth is a ball,
that they are all lying to us. All the countries.
Well, what if they believe it? No. What if they believe it and they're just wrong? They're not lying. It's just a tradition that was passed down to them. Well, that's a good point. Okay, so what would decide the question is the information, the evidence. So they should have the evidence. You should have the evidence. If none of you have the evidence, it doesn't matter who's mistaken or who's wrong. What matters is who has evidence. And there's none for the globe. It's been debunked. That's why we're here. That's why flat earthers exist. Not just to annoy the fragile on the internet, because the Earth's not a ball and it measures flat.
Yeah, well, the Earth could be flat. I don't know. I just don't know. I'm not an astronaut.
It measures flat. It measures that way. So
I struggle to believe that everyone is lying to us, and forever, for millenniums, I don't know, like.
That's because you don't understand what's actually going on. It's not been millenniums. It's not even been over 100 years that most people have accepted the globe.
Nope.
And it's not.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not everyone that's lying. It's not everyone is lying. People just believe it, like you do. When you tell your friend, "Hey, the Earth is a globe," you're not lying. You're just wrong. You just have a belief that's incorrect. The person who taught you that the Earth is a ball wasn't lying. They just have a belief that's incorrect because they were given it too. So these people aren't all lying.
Well, why don't you put a camera on a balloon and throw to the sky and see the dome or something like that? Like,
yeah, it's been done, but no, it's flat. You just see it flat.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's a proof that the Earth is flat. Like, if there's a dome,
flat. It measures flat, so that's the proof.
Sorry, I don't get.
Okay, so a globe is a ball, and a ball has a curved surface. Yes.
Yeah.
So the surface must drop down and away from you if you're standing on this surface.
But it's very bigger than us.
Oh, well, how big is it? No, they tell us the size. They tell us the size, so we know how much curve they're supposed to be because they tell us what size the ball is supposed to be. So this is why you don't know, because you're at the point where you think there's curve, but you think it's so big it could never be detected. That's not true. That's not the case. This is why you need to look into the details, because they tell us it should be measurable, it should be detectable. But it's not, because it doesn't exist. So, no curve. How much curve do you think there should be over 10 miles? Just guess.
10 miles? I think 0.
0 curve over 10 miles. That would make you a flat earther, because according to the globe religion, they say there should be over 66 feet of drop due to curvature. 66 feet.
The atmosphere is not.
No. We're talking about the ground. The ground.
There's mountains. There's.
No. Over a body of water. Let's say a lake. It's 10 miles across. They say from one side to the other should be 66 feet of geometric drop.
From where did you get this information that should be 6 feet?
Okay, so go onto Google and type in Earth curvature calculator.
Earth. Sorry, Earth what?
Earth curvature.
Okay, curvature.
Earth curvature calculator.
1 mile is 1.6 kilometers.
Right.
Oh no, okay, I will try 10 kilometers. Okay.
10 miles.
10 miles?
Yeah.
25 feet.
Put your observer height at 0.
Oh, okay. 6 feet. What is 1 feet?
There you go. 66 feet. So that's not 0, like you thought.
Oh,
right?
Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm just.
So should we be able to measure a drop of 66 feet in 2025?
In 10 miles, we should get 66 feet.
Okay.
From
So why has that never been measured?
I don't know.
Never been detected in history. What are some possible reasons why it's never been detected? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know, but I have the same question for you. Why the dome has never been detected?
Is one possible reason for it not being detected because it doesn't exist? Is that a possible reason?
Like the dome?
No, the curvature.
Oh, okay, I got a point. But how about the dome? It doesn't apply to the same argument.
What dome? What dome are you talking about?
The Earth flat dome?
Earth flat dome? No, we're talking about, well, Earth flat, yes, measures flat, no curve. Correct. Not claiming a dome.
You say that the dome doesn't exist?
What dome?
The dome of the flat Earth.
Oh, are you meaning a container for the system?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, there's got to be a container because there's gas pressure, but no one said it was a dome. Who would know that?
I don't know what model are you talking about.
We're not talking about models. No, we're not talking models. We're just talking reality. What can you prove in reality, not what you can assume as a model. So now that you understand that there's supposed to be 66 feet of drop of curvature in 10 miles, if you think that the Earth is a ball, you should be looking for that measurement, for that 66 feet of drop. That has to exist for the globe to be real. And if it doesn't exist, the globe is not real. You understand that? It's like a clear dichotomy.
I got it. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. So you should, well, in your own time, whenever you want, you should try and find proof of that 66 feet of drop in reality, because we're going out and checking for this, and it's not there.
I will search more about it. I don't have the knowledge about it, but I will search more.
That's fine.
I think I'll go take my dinner. Thank you for the discussion.
Nice one. Peace, brother. There you go. He's on the quest for the 66 feet. So what else has been going on in here? Any good ones? Good chats?
Oh gosh, he wants a recap. I don't even know where to start.
I mean, you don't have to.
No, I think it's been good. We've had some good conversations in here, haven't we, guys?
Yeah. There's been a few. But what about gravity?
It's a good question. Oh, well, that's good.
What you could talk about right here?
We're talking about
why everybody in mute.
We're talking about how there's no evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball. Do you agree or disagree?
You believe Earth it's flat?
Sure.
So
that's what it's observed to be. It's not a belief, it's just an experience. That's what we directly experience. Same as you.
I'm told you what. I very, very, very big fan of Einstein.
Oh, big fan of Einstein. Do you think he proved that the Earth was a ball?
Yeah.
How did he prove that?
A lot of things.
How did he prove that the Earth was a ball?
How?
Yeah.
You see sometime video from the space?
No, that would be a government cartoon, not Einstein proving Earth's a ball.
Why the government do it?
Well, no, you'd have to ask them.
One reason.
Maybe they're trolling you.
I don't think so.
Oh, well, okay. If you don't think so, then I guess it must be the case. How would you know? Have you verified any of their videos to be true?
Where did you live? If you want, you can in your country, take a rocket and go the rocket to the space.
No, you can't go to space. Space does not exist. So you can't go there. It's only
Building a
on TV.
rocket.
It's only on TV.
Building a rocket, put on the rocket GoPro and check. Or
I wouldn't
take
tell you
a balloon.
you're in a vacuum.
Maybe take a balloon, helium balloon.
Yeah, we've done that. We've done that.
A balloon just pops and it falls back down.
Take a big one, not original balloon.
Oh, so which one do I have to buy?
One get one.
Should I buy the $15,000? Should I buy the $15,000 one? How much helium do I need for that one?
Is this what you did to prove that it was a globe?
I don't need people to do it for me.
So how did you prove that it was a globe?
Wait, you really believe the Earth it's flat?
No, it's not a belief. That's what you experience. That's how it measures. It measures flat.
So you told me.
The belief is that it's a spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum because the government said so. That's the belief. In reality, you only experience a flat, motionless Earth. Have you noticed that?
So the moon, it's flat too?
No, the moon's the moon.
If the space not exist, how you see the moon?
Yeah, space doesn't exist because
the moon
is not in space. That's why.
So where?
It's in the sky. Just where you observe it.
It's above you. Don't you see it?
And why is not fall here to Earth?
Why would it?
The moon's not supposed to fall. It's not designed to fall down. It's designed to stay where it's at.
Yeah, that's where it was placed. So why would it fall? Like a doomsday preacher.
The sky is
falling.
Jinx.
Yeah. So, why do you think the Earth is a ball?
Because it's a simple logic.
What's the logic? Explain it.
Behind all this have a big science, and you can read about it. If you don't believe, it's yours.
Okay, name one science experiment that proved Earth was a globe.
The big science.
Which
Sorry,
scientist?
go on.
Which scientist proved that the Earth was a ball? Do you think?
All the scientists agree about this.
Okay, could you name one scientist that's proven the Earth is a ball?
Yeah. Einstein, example.
Okay, how did he prove it?
Einstein.
What did he do? What did he measure to prove the Earth was a ball?
Find a lot of rules about all these subjects.
Say that again?
It's find a lot rules about these subjects.
He wrote a lot of words about this subject, but I don't find that anywhere in history.
No, but we need some measurement or something, not just a claim, not just saying words, not coming up with imaginary concepts. We need measurements, experiments, right? Science. So, which scientist has proven that the Earth is a ball, and how did they do it? If you don't know, you can just say, I don't know.
I know, but I don't know how to explain it because my English is not so good.
That's good. That's fine. You can take your time, read it. You can just say the name and say the method that you think it was, or you can post a link in the chat. That's fine. You take your time. We're here. We can help with the English if you want some help. We double up as language tutors while we're debunking heliocentrism.
Right.
I
mean, if you're Googling it, and you just say the name of the person who's coming up in Google, we will probably have heard of the argument. We'll know what's being spoken about. But if you want to read about it yourself and understand it and then discuss it, that would be wise. It'd be a wise move. An uncommonly wise move.
Right.
Because, normally Globe believers will just say something, and then when they're challenged, they'll say, okay, now I'll look it up. When really, they should have said to begin with, I don't know, let me look it up. Instead, they say, this is the fact, but I just have to look it up. So we need a scientist who's proven the Earth's a globe. Because we couldn't find any.
Yeah, oh, sorry. He's found something, maybe.
What you try to find?
Some science for the globe. Some measurement of curvature or spin of the ground. Because that's what people are believing. No?
Like.
But you said You said the scientists have proven it.
Stand here in the chat. Wait. Random guy make experience about it. Not company, not the government. Just a random man.
Random guy. What did he do?
Yeah. Watch the video. I send in the chat of the Discord.
Did you watch the video?
Yeah, I sent the video.
Did you watch it though?
I watch now. This is the first time I watched it. But
okay, you watch it. You watch it, and then you tell us about it. You tell us what you've just watched when you've watched it. Yeah.
Why you don't watch yourself?
Well, depending on how you describe it, I might. But I'm not going to watch it and understand it if you don't. So I want to see that you understand it before we discuss it, since you've posted it.
Watch the video, and
you watch
it. If ever space or don't.
Yeah, so you go and watch it, and then when you've watched it, come and tell us about it. Say what the guy did, how it proves the globe, etc. And then we can go over it. And any other flat earthers I'm not on the chat at the moment, so if any of you guys know what he's posted, feel free.
Yeah. You have night or the sun in the sky on your country.
Is this what's in the video?
No. In your country right now, you have a day or night?
Night.
Night. So if Earth is flat and the moon and the sun in the same time in the sky, why you don't have a day right now?
Because the sun's moved away to another part of the Earth.
But the light don't work like this. Light don't work directly.
No, light does not travel forever. Light has extinction point in air.
So. If don't have something, it's cancelled it. It's split.
Yeah, air cancels it.
Why if you turn on the light in your room, all the room is lighting?
Okay, let's say you light a candle at one end of a football field. Is it going to light up the other corner of the football field?
Turn on a candle. Okay.
So is that going to light up the whole field?
The light.
Well, hold on. Is the candle going to light? Hold on. Is the candle going to light up the entire field?
Yeah, it's the light going for all the room.
It's not going to light up the entire field, is it?
Small light. The sun is
small light. No, the sun is the size that it is that illuminates only a portion of the Earth at once.
The size of sun it's more bigger From Earth.
Okay, how big do you think the sun is?
It's like I think something like 15 times from Earth.
How'd you know that?
Maybe more.
How'd you know that?
Where the humanity have
Humanity?
yeah.
Right. No.
Have a machine on the space and
Machine
the
in
has
space.
cameras.
No, my friend. That's just another story you've been told. What's your evidence for that?
I told you the name because I don't know the word. Wait.
You could tell me a name, but that would still just be a claim. We're looking for the evidence.
Satellite.
What about it?
It's on the space. A lot of them.
Says who?
I don't really have power for this. If you don't want to believe on this, you don't have.
Well, no, it's just pointing out that what you have is belief in stories, no evidence. You've just been told stories, and you believe it.
Okay, if you.
But we're looking for the evidence.
For you, it's not evidence. For me, it's evidence.
No, it's a story. Some guy told you the sun is how big, and you just say, okay. You can't measure the sun.
Okay,
you don't know how big the sun is.
Doesn't agree. Okay.
Okay. You disagree? You think you do know how big the sun is?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
I don't know.
How do you measure it? No. You know what they claim. You know what you've been told.
There are other people who have knowledge. Scientists. I don't have the knowledge exactly. I can check.
You just believe. You just believe that.
You just believe it. Know more than me.
Yeah. See, this is what they've done to you. They've made you think you have to give up your brain and your thinking and your critical thinking skills, and you give them up to the government.
It's be ridiculous. I told you. Agree?
You give them up to the government. That's fine. That's fine. But stop farming your brain out to unverifiable third-party sources that you can never verify. Start using your own mind. Take control of your brain.
Tell me what to do.
That would be my recommendation. No, of course, feel free to continue basing your worldview on TV, but that's just my recommendation. So does anyone have any verifiable evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball? A ball that spins and wobbles, I believe. I think they've added a wobble in. That's maybe been a patch. They patched it so it wobbles now. Has anyone ever felt the Earth wobble? Maybe if you've been in an earthquake.
What are you trying to prove? I mean, what's your agenda?
I'm trying to help people prove that the Earth is a spinning ball, but it's really difficult because there's no evidence. So I don't know what we're going to do.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, if you think it hard, you will feel like almost many things are, unknown.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to help people prove that the Earth is a ball, but we can't because there's no evidence.
The reason I felt is that you will see that in physics or everywhere that they say it happens because it happens, but how it happens and why it happens, if you go deeper and deeper, you will find like a loop.
What happens?
Anything. I mean, for example, just look at gravity. Just look at, other things.
What am I looking at? What am I looking at? What am I looking at?
Anything. I mean, take atoms.
If I look at anything, it doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball. Anything I look at just proves that it's flat and motionless, as far as I can see.
No,
how do we prove that it's
talking about it. I'm not. You don't get it. I'm not talking about the spinning ball of Earth. I'm just saying it randomly.
Well, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the Earth, not just random sentences.
You didn't get my point, I guess.
Well, you came in asking what are you talking about, and I told you, And now you're saying I'm not talking about that, so I don't know what your point really is.
You can continue.
What's this guy's name? Is he a regular spiral, or is this just a genuine confused guy?
Oh.
I'm not sure. Yeah. So what would we look at to show that the Earth is a globe? Can you tell us? Hello?
Who's 619704? Why is he muted?
For making a noise, I typed it in there to mute up.
All right. Well, we'll try him again. 619704.
Yeah, go
ahead.
ahead.
Making some noises. You all right?
I didn't see who you were
619.
talking to.
Or Salad Tawil, whatever your name is.
That's NPC number 619704. You coming in?
What is it?
619704. Hey, what's up, Salid? How we doing?
Good. What about you?
Very well, thank you. What brings you to the Flat Earth channel? You must be feeling crazy today.
Okay, I'm crazy.
No, I'm joking. Why are you here? Are you looking to ask questions? You got some globe evidence? What you got?
No. I'm just listening.
Just listening, okay. That's fine. What would you like to hear? Do you want to understand what we're talking about? Why we're saying the Earth's not a ball, or what? You got a specific point you want to hear about?
Okay.
Okay. Which one?
Okay. Anyone.
Anyone. All right. Does anyone want to tell him why the Earth isn't a ball?
Muslim?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, the Quran says it's flat too. Yeah.
وانا كل ما اخش تشانل الاقيهم كلهم كفره كده هو فيها يا جدعان
speak.
No,
inshallah, Habibi.
Salad.
La. Come on, let's get back to it.
Okay. Thank you.
So
Yeah, it's not a globe. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Elbow. You're gonna say
I was
something.
going to ask him, why does he think that the Earth is a ball?
يا عم قصهم بقى حد مش مسلم فكك مني.
I'm sorry, was that
Habibi.
English?
No Arabi.
He ran.
All right.
Yeah, mostly, Cyclone, you were asking about the summary for today. I'm pretty sure, like, almost all the people were like, look up in the sky to try to find out whether it's a globe or not. Isn't
That's
that always
weird.
the case, though, or most of the case? I don't know. I feel like it was more the case today because people would be laying out, devastating arguments about lack of curvature.
Normally,
and
they're very logical and laser focused on surface measurements.
I know they never are, but I keep hoping.
Yeah.
I mean, in
One day.
Groundhog Day, by the end of the movie, it's February 3rd. I keep thinking one day I'll wake up and it'll be different. Could happen.
You got to hold out that hope, Mary. That's why we're here.
That's right.
Oh, well, that's good. Okay. Anyone else? What was the room topic? The globe is debunked. Do we have any disagreement?
We haven't talked to either Clausa or Lulu. Scary black cat in Lulu's picture there. Even if you just want to say hello to us, that's cool. Even if you don't have any evidence of the globe, we could always discuss it.
I'll give you one free insult.
Wow, that's generous. Ooh, Nikolai is interested in that. Hello, Nikolai.
Hello. What's up, Nick? How you doing? Good, good. Hello. Good, good. What brings you to the channel?
Oh. Wait.
Do you know where you are? Do you know what day it is? What year is it?
Flat Earth.
Correct. The Earth is flat.
Deborah, you're hot miking. If you could mute, please, that would be great. And then unmute if you have a question, Deborah. I don't know. I'll have to mute that person, I guess. They're not hearing me.
Get it together, Deborah. So, Nick, do you have any questions?
Oh.
Or I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you believe the Earth is a spinning ball?
Oh. You mean round Earth?
Like a globe?
Yes.
Yes. What makes you believe that?
Uh. What?
Anything?
So you say it's not.
Yes. Yes. I say it's not, but I'm asking why you think it is.
I was learned like this.
Yes, they told you in school that it's a ball. Did they give you any evidence? Proof?
Oh, yeah.
So let me get this straight. That clown was in here telling me that his argument was not that ships disappear bottom up, and in chat, if the Earth was flat, we wouldn't see ships or the sun disappear bottom first. And I haven't even read the rest of it.
Yeah, that's what happened to me earlier. It was exactly what we were talking about, and then he didn't know what he was talking about, and then he came back and made the same claim again. He was doing it all intentionally. I think we even heard him smiling through when he was talking earlier as well. So
Yeah, that annoys me. They don't realise that you can hear it. They think they're just sitting there with that smug little look on their face. Yeah, I've got him here. Well, get wrecked, trolls. That's all I can say.
I wish people would read the things that they write, because I'm just going to read the beginning of this statement and then just stop because I don't even need to continue. On a small scale, water looks flat because gravity evens it out. I'm not going to read on from there. Gravity evens it out. What makes it flat?
I'll take that.
Yeah, thanks.
And
Gravity evens it out on a local scale, but because it's so big, I'm going to read the rest of it. On a big scale, oceans curve around Earth's center of gravity. That is why ships disappear hull first over the horizon and why you can see farther from higher up. It's like, yeah. We tried to confirm that with you twice and you didn't even understand what you were talking about. But we just need to stop with the first statement. On a small scale, water looks flat because gravity evens it out. But on a large scale, gravity curves it. Shut up. I wanted to come back just so I can berate him.
oh look, Paulie's in. Morning. I mean Ricardo. Sorry.
Trickster. Hiya, mate. Have we spoken to you?
Frickster hasn't spoken yet. I wish he would so we could give him voice perms.
Oh. Have you opened his mic?
He's been unlocked, yes.
Oh, good on you, mate. Yeah, Toolbox, you're just like, dude, you're in denial. You think the heliocentric model's just, real. You haven't tested it. Are you even in here? Probably not. No, at best he's listening on YouTube. But the reason that Toolbox is wrong, if you are listening on YouTube, son, it is a metric. It is a set metric. We can measure it, and that's the point of it. We have done, and it measures as non-curving. I do think he's just being a troll, but he's also just LARPing and following what he's been programmed to do and follow. It's not necessarily his fault for being the asshat that he's being. Maybe like thinking, oh, this is fun, I'll try this. And getting a kick out of it, but, well, he got kicked out for it.
There should be qualifications at university you can get for this type of stuff that we do.
Psychology course.
It's a bit of this, it's a bit of that. Yeah, it's a bit of everything, right? Surely you can get an MVQ in this.
Actually, it's very like when I was a correctional officer. You're a referee, a judge, a fireman, a policeman, a nurse, a friend, an enemy. Yeah, it's very similar to that. You just get a little snippet of everything, but you don't get paid for all those particular roles. You just do your thing.
think some of my frustration is bore out of these and many people like these people occupy the restless world, and you wonder why it's all gone to shit. It becomes that frustrating after a while. It's like trying to point out something to somebody that's really, really simple, but because of their brainwashing, they can't see it. And because of their brainwashing, the world is in the trouble that it's in, and they can't see it. Let alone point at themselves and say that not necessarily that they're the problem, but they're part of it, and they have to step outside of it. It takes a special type of awareness to do that, and it's very seldom we come across that type of awareness.
What's the official title for herding cats?
Wizard.
Pussy wrangler?
Wizard.
Okay, that is CB approved. CB officially stamps that one for approval.
Still there, Jedi. Good on you, dude.
Thank you, mate. I've done much pushy wrangling in my time.
Okay.
Yeah, in the farming industry, it's good husbandry. What's the medical division that looks after childcare, child health? What's that called?
Pediatrics.
Yeah, pediatrics. Yeah. In pediatrics, you're kind of a nanny. Yeah, it's got a referee. There's lots of different sides to it. Janitor. That's why I've got my background profile pic as a janitor. Well, at least Toolbox seems to be engaged in math.
But he referenced Pontchartrain.
Gotta come out, man. So, yeah, hold them to task on Pontchartrain, man. Why is there too much curve? Why is there too much drop? In fact, Pontchartrain doesn't actually drop, it just bends. It's the same height at the distance, in the distance that it is with you. It doesn't actually drop. And it's in the wrong bloody place. Tiny Earth. I did see a wolf. Hello, Wolfgang. How you doing, Cyclone? Dear God, not only do people fall asleep at my voice, they disappear when I speak about them.
He's probably just clicked to unmute and he started talking and hasn't realised he's been booted out yet. You know how it drops you out every now and then? I don't know if you guys get that, but I do every now and then when you change channels.
Yeah.
You'll unmute, you go to talk, and then get expunged, and it's like, what did I... Meanwhile, conversation is carried on, and you're about 10 seconds late.
I'll believe that when I see it, but I'm just not going to refer to anyone by name for a wee while. Man, I grew up in the fucking Twilight Zone, and that world out there, still the same. I don't know what's going on.
Look at this clown posted up. Y'all are so mad, I'm winning.
Yeah, they've got to get that thing out of them. This blood and circuses, arena, Rome, gang sign, look at me, I win, I win. I don't get, maybe it's because I'm really old. I just can't associate to it. Can't see it, why it's a lure. Mad, yeah. So mad I'm falling asleep.
There's Victoria chat.
Sorry, dude, I couldn't hear that.
He broke up, but I'm going to say south, based on what he just posted. I'm going to say, you're roboting robot.
Oh, is that droid?
He's lighting up, but he's no audio. And this kid in chat has done a full reset. The Earth casts a round shadow on the moon during lunar eclipse. Only a spherical object can consistently cast a shadow from any angle. Wow. And no. I was going to rip him a new one. Oh dear. Just so you know, AI, with the Cairns image, he was more interested in why the difference between the colour of the table in the two images. And also the Cairns look like they've been photoshopped.
Cut in half, yeah.
Heretics Razor, still running true. What's this? If the Earth were flat, the sun would rise and set at the same time everywhere. Instead, we see mornings and evenings happen hours apart. Oh my God. This poor child. I kept debunking everyone. This is just like working at the jail. In front of your face, they won't say a thing. You close that 200 kilo door, and all of a sudden, they're 10 foot tall and bulletproof. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Lucky you closed that door. Yeah,
right,
shut
yes.
the door, go on. Lock yourself in away in safety from me, yeah.
One episode, one of the officers who's about a foot taller than me and his shoulders are probably about a good foot wider, he is built like a brick outhouse. Anyways, one episode there, you're nothing but a, and you can insert your favourite 4-letter words. He said them all. Anyways, he was mouthing off, and the other officer, like, what they do is they close all the doors, and then someone goes through and rechecks every single lock to make sure they're right. Then afterwards you go back through, open the little hatch up, check that the two are in there, so everything gets double and triple checked. Right, so I've gone back through to do the double check, checked all the locks, and we've done the top rail on the left-hand side, and I opened the little hatch up, had a look in there. Yep, inmate Smith, inmate Jones, correct, closed the little hatch, and then the other officer hadn't spoken. So all they heard was me say, Smith, Jones, correct, and that was it. And all we could hear was one of the guys in there just mouthing off completely. You tell that other FCQ, LGBT, he listed everything, man. And it was hilarious. I'm cacking myself laughing because this other officer's an absolute monster. Anyways, he looks at me, cool as a cucumber, hands me the roll book and walks over, opens the door and just goes tap, tap, tap on the glass. You do realise I'm the senior in here tomorrow. And the whole pod just cracks up laughing. There's like 78 inmates all squeezed in there and they're all laughing as the next morning I'm in there with the same officer and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be good. And I said, you know what, I'll go and get that door. And he goes, excuse me? And I said, yeah, I'm going to go up there and make sure no other officer opens it. That was the correct answer, son.
That's the one. Yeah, dude.
He let all the rest of them out. He goes up there and goes, right, excuse me, did you have something to say yesterday? And the other inmate goes, nah, bro, wasn't me. The backpedaling was beautiful. Oh, shit, it was funny. And you can stay in there for a little bit longer. You'll come out at my discretion. Oh, shit, go, Chief.
You know how it goes, boss. Don't be like that, boss. Come on, we're just men, boss. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, you're lucky there's a 200 kilo door between you and me.
Aye. If it wasn't for that camera. Yeah, right, Paul. You hang on to that ethos. That's keeping you in a safe place, mate.
Quite a few of them don't realise that those doors are for their protection, to stop other inmates doing bad things to them at night time.
Yes, sir, it actually is, yeah. And quite a lot of people, we've had the conversation before, but quite a lot of people come back into the prison system for that reason, that level of safety, security, because they can't handle the thought of the outside world being the way it is. There's such problems with it or they've actually experienced that they're PTSD'd from it, and they're waiting for it to happen. And in that environment, if it were free if the doors were open, sadly, by God, it would happen. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's this chap here. What's this? Everyone left the chat. I'm the winner.
He's on 5-0. He's doing well. He's on 5-0. We retreated. I think, didn't you leave us, Toolbox? Are we still live in here?
Indeedy.
Wonder if he's listening on YouTube.
And he's going to rinse and repeat the same crap as earlier. My goodness.
South America to Africa are shorter going east than west because of the globe's shape and rotation. Well, of course it's going to be shorter going east than going round the back of the pole, you idiot. So the little inflections, the stupidity that they try to put into the questions when they're on a LARP, eh?
Well,
It
that
just
one
doesn't
there,
equate.
there's actually a couple of flights that do that travel quicker east, and it's because of jet streams, not because of rotation or anything weird. It's just straight up jet streams in that particular spot that it is actually quicker to go what would perceivably be the opposite way. Like technically, if the Earth was rotating, you'd take off, you'd just circle around a little bit, and the ground would naturally move underneath you.
Yeah.
Like for me going to the UK, instead of being a 23-hour flight, it would just be let's do a little bit of a circle, fly north for a couple of hours, and the 12 hours of rotation underneath would get me to the opposite side.
Yes, it's more of a jump. You could actually, if you had jump technology that could take you up and just suspend you up there for a few hours, it'd be a nice way to travel. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, just Muppets being Muppety, yeah. But you do notice the inflection, the troll game. These are the people that do say, I mean, if it's not a language barrier, if he's not just not getting it or whatever, yeah, that's the dude in his mum's basement, screaming at his mum for more Cheetos and chicken pot pie. That's what I was talking about earlier on as well, that the ones that keep doing this, the dopamine hit they get because we react, it's like pressing our buttons. We don't even have to press, or it's gone to the point where, in a lot of occasions, they don't really have to press at all. We all just start spurging around, and they're like, ha ha, look at the flat earthers freaking out. Dopamine hit.
And now look at him. Heretic's been answering his questions, and now he's accusing Heretic of doing anything but answering properly. You're like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, see, I get it. That's what not winners do. I'm now claiming that we dodge again. I noticed someone earlier on posted or the other couple of days posted the GIF with duck, dodge, dive, deceive, anything to answer the question, and then beside it, average flat earther. Oh, somebody's back on the meme game against us. That's actually an old one. And his game feels old as well. You're dodging. I'm dodging. No, you're not. You're dodging. No, I didn't. It was you. That's you. I know you are, but what am I? I'm rubber. You're chewing gum. It bounces off me and sticks to you. Like a fucking 4-year-old or a 6-year-old.
What's this? You legit still didn't answer my other message. Well, you don't have to answer messages. This is not a relationship. Stop calculating in the negatives. Calculate it. What the? Oh, star constellations confirm curvature. I'm winning so bad. Unbelievable. My goodness. Interesting how when he was in here, his English not so good, but as soon as they're in text chat, English amazing.
What's with this calculating thing?
I don't know. I must have missed something further back. That's why he thinks he's won, because there's so many people against him. He's just copy paste and crap. There's no way anyone could type that quick. You're arguing
We've got some. We've got some excellent keyboard skilled people here. Excellently skilled on the keyboard. But yeah, the ChatGPT thing, yeah. Yeah, I wonder all this AI stuff, how much of them are like plugging us into because I've seen the bots here, dude. I've seen the bots that they used to hit us with in lobby. We broke them. And AI's come on a fair wee way since then, and we've had, accounts come in that were AI. I just wonder how much of the ones that we're dealing with on text really are now. I know it's always second-hand AI, but sorry.
Have you seen the AI thing that Indio does, where he gets the AI to scan through conversations and break them down?
Oh, bro, I'm so waiting for him to do more.
That's insane, isn't it?
Isn't it just like it's epic? Epic, man. And the animation thing, have you seen these animation ones?
No.
I'll need to find them. He's only done a couple. And if he does all the other ones on the breakdowns especially, yeah. Oh yeah. I'll send you them when I find them, dude.
Oh man. But yeah, the breakdown that when we had that clown that was just looping in politics, and I had a chat to him, and he just kept going round and round and round in circles. Oh, my belief system, and just kept reverting back to this one thing. Every time you'd pin him down, it was just, oh, my belief system, and so therefore it can't be true. And it was just this nasty loop. And then India just dropped in at the wrong time, and it's like, oh, hey, India, have you met X? Oh. And he knew straight away, as soon as I said that, I was like, this is going to be a shit show. And Indio went for another, it seemed like over an hour, quite comfortably over an hour, probably nearly 2 hours with this person. And then afterwards, he actually read it through the chat, and the chat can tell the difference in tone.
Yeah.
And which I was just blown away with that, because it recognised me as the angry Aussie that was getting extremely frustrated because person A was failing to answer the question and kept looping back. And that's even India had a good crack up at that.
Yeah, it uses a lot of sensors, volume sensors, cadence sensors, inflection and inflection sensors, the way that you pose or prose the words. The time time's an easy one to meter for AI or digital tech. It can use it as a reference frame against a lot of things. So it's time and interjection. If you were letting him explain and then replying, or if you were cutting anything of him off, or how little or how much. It's really just algorithm stuff, but that much I know. See the rest of it? Nah. Beyond me, bro. Clever. Very clever. But yeah.
I've done my best to avoid AI stuff. I've had a little bit of play on ChatGPT. I've had a little bit of as in just asking it. Pretty much I ask it all of them the same question just to see, and they all seem to give the exact same answer. So it's not AI, it's just looking up databases. That's all they're doing. But yeah, it is very clever stuff. I'm not gonna sit back and just go, oh no, it's just this. No, it is amazing. But it's going to be the downfall of society. It's dumbing kids down already. And there's already been studies into it.
The whole internet thing was supposed to be, well, it gave it to us freely, and then everybody got in the way and wanted a tax for it or accessing it, and it became populated by, the other side of things, and it's ended up not mainly for its intended use, but for business and commerce and keeping in touch and banking and accessing all that. It's got a greater good, but it's been corrupted or whatever, too much, and yeah, you're right. I think we've lost a generation to it, in a lot of ways. But through adversity comes strength, and maybe I kind of feel that the ones beyond, the younger ones, they only use the phones for what they need to look for, and they know how to look for stuff because they see all the nonsense.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've definitely lost so much to it. Really, really have. But that's the whole thing about education. Even way before, when I was back in school, when I was a boy, Sonny, they'd taken Latin away. Not much, this is the 80s. But they'd taken Latin off the curriculum. And oh my lord, what a loss. What an absolute loss. Thankfully, I still had teachers who had to transfer over into, other skills that were applicable for them. So they were originally Latin teachers and, actually Latin professors. So, yeah, we were lucky.
Wow.
So I got a lot of that just second-hand from them.
No, we never had anything like that at school. Latin's a dead language, gone before I even started school.
Mm-hmm. So that's what they tell you, though. They want you to think it's a dead language, but it's actually all around you. Rome never left; it didn't die.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to say it's a dead language, but it's on the top of every single coat of arms. There's normally some kind of Latin inscription. Every single force, police, the whole lot of them have all got some kind of Latin inscription. Above most of our older buildings, there's some kind of datage in Roman numerals, everything.
Oh, that's cool. Ricardo's only 20 and he did Latin in high school, but he didn't go to public school. There you go, sir. Yeah, you went to what's classed as private education, or you were possibly homeschooled or something. Yeah, to that extent. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, but that it's become part of the closed set for the select few. It's terrible. What the hell was I looking for, Matrix? Oh yeah, Indio's thing. Right, where is it?
Some animation. I've seen the one of him, his little Indio one.
I think that may be, there's that one, and I think there's another one.
He uses that on Frontline. Instead of going on camera, he uses that little animation thing. And whenever he talks, it sits there and moves its mouth. So I don't know how it does that, but whether it just recognises, oh, he's talking, so I've got to stand here and just flap my little mouth. But yeah, it's pretty awesome. He sort of sneaks in out of nowhere, and next thing, Pai Mei's there.
What was that? No, that's Christopher Columbus. I'm scrolling really, really slowly because I don't want to get to the end and discover it's not here. Nope. Oh, that's Dell. Right, okay, it's not there. It's not there. Damn it, Indio. Maybe he's taking it down. Put it somewhere else. Oops. Nope. I'll have to ping him and see if he's got it.
Oh, that's all right. Don't stress yourself. I'm pretty sure he'll cough it up soon enough.
Yeah. Yeah, it's little animations of conversations that he does between a few characters. So if he does what he's been clipping, that'll be great.
So what does he do? Just animations, like just turn someone into a cartoon character type thing?
Yeah, more or less, yeah. You know, the setting, whether it be, I don't know, an office or a park or a school or whatever, or a back street or a whatever. Yeah, I think he's got the ability to put it in any setting, and he just uses parts of the conversation or parts of a conversation and allocates it a character and some animation. Yeah.
Right. There you go. Oh my God, is this 80 still carrying on about his helium? He believes it's a helium problem.
Oh, aye, that was him that was asking me about how does helium come back down if it stratifies higher than anything else in buoyancy and density in a container's the deal.
Yep, that's him.
Well, right, okay, so helium's a gas, and I know we've got the water cycle, but how much of that water cycle is it's collating back into clouds or from clouds to water when it breaks? How much of that is coming back in through the water cycle? It's like, no, H2O is literally H2 and O. You know, it's that's not the structure of water. But is water only just water, or does helium get, you know, assumed, brought back down, and then released again?
Yeah, he seems to be conflating two things. Because we keep saying helium goes up, okay, helium goes up. And then in the next breath we say it mixes with everything. So that means it comes back down. And for him, that's some kind of, oh my God, the world's going to stop type cataclysmic problem. I don't know why he seems to think this is a major conundrum, but yeah, it's just an odd one.
See, the thing is, I mean, I don't know what level he's at, what they're teaching in college or school or high school or whatever. How much has he done on the physics of atmosphere? What is his model of what he thinks we're talking about? If we're talking about, you know, some kind of atmosphere where the natural order of things makes more oxygen here and helium to rise, What's he picturing up there?
Well, from what I've gathered, he understands that we say we're contained. He understands that oxygen gets produced at ground level or at the oceans due to phytoplankton and whatnot. One of the issues he has is that because we're contained and because these gases are getting produced, he thinks that the air pressure should be going up and up and up and up due to more and more gases getting produced. And I'm pretty sure multiple people now have explained to him that you do realise with all of these cycles going on, whether it's carbon cycle, weather cycle, or all of rain cycle, the whole lot of them, that they recycle gases. That oxygen, hydrogen gets turned into rain, runs back down, it's now water. Basically, the water system filters the oxygen as it gets turned back, splits back into its gases, or used during phytoplankton from carbon dioxide and whatnot else. It's confusing the shit out of me because I don't understand what bit he doesn't get. And all of a sudden, he'll go from, I understand how all these gas things work, I understand the cycles, to why does helium come back down? And the only thing I can tie it to is because we've said in gravity arguments that helium goes up. So he's trying to get two arguments to fight against each other. You know how like the Bevites do it. They try to lock two separate arguments which have got nothing to do with each other against each other. And I think that's what he's not intentionally doing it. He just doesn't know that he's trying to get the helium balloons going up to when do they come back down? When does helium come back down? In order to be mixed back in. So it's just, one of those things.
Has he spoken yet? Have we heard his voice?
Yeah, he was in here, was it not yesterday, the day before?
Far out. And it's not Erderbear, Heyoka, Robert, what's his name?
No, it's not none of the usual drop kicks.
Cool.
Just something, I don't know, it would have to get him in here and just get the old pry bar out and get it out of him. But I don't know what bit he's missed. And look, we've explained to him that all these gases get reconsumed and go through different cycles, but he's just stuck on something. There'll be something trivial that he's missed. It was actually pretty chill to talk to.
Okay, looks like I'm going to see if I can get a deep dive on the gas cycle. Well, does helium get colder faster, yes? As it loses, as it experiences entropy, as it expands? Does it lose heat?
Don't
get cold? Well, think of canisters of helium. Is that? I mean, I know compressed air, or compressing air, or using compressed air can cause it to phase change and go cold. But
I know if you grab a helium balloon and you breathe them in, it's cold.
Right.
Or it feels Not that I recommend you do this at home, boys and girls, but you do get a funny squeaky voice.
Right. Okay. So it's a thermal. Right, it's thermally driven upwards as well as being, positive. Well, yeah, that could be the reason behind its drive because it's a cold gas. Does helium rise as fast in the Arctic?
Well, that's the reason for it going up. Now, his issue is the coming down, and we said to him, air just mixes, and I think it's the whole balloon side of it. When you've got a device like a balloon that has a particular element in it, helium, it's just a matter of density versus buoyancy. So the density of the object, you've made the balloon of, say, 1 cubic foot. Now it is less dense than the environment that it's in. So it's going to go up. Now, as soon as that balloon pops, all those gases are just going to mix with all the other stuff and go back to the equal density of everything else. It's just going to level itself out. So 1 cubic foot mixed with 900 trillion cubic feet is not really going to make much of a difference of the density of air. But yeah, I don't know what bit he was missing. Unless he comes in here and explains it, what he doesn't understand. But yeah.
The guy's listening on YouTube at least. So that's, for me, that's fair enough. Lets him understand that we're addressing his question.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll type in the questions if we're off track with what he's trying to find. But I think we're on it. I think it's, well, I mean, thermodynamics. It's in the words heat, thermo. You know, the energy expended when things are compressed or released. Entropy. So if it's a thermally affected thing and it's cold up there, when in actual fact it's closer to the sun, but they say heat's radiated from Earth, yet you burn on the skin side, on the sun side, not the side from the Earth, when you get a tan. It could be some sort of process that's an energy loss thing, and it's able to come down and be, you know, part of the water cycle then. If it's not being buoyed up by as much heat at elevation. But to actually quantify that, I mean, who's that? Is that meteorological survey data? High altitude pressure and air testing, all of that.
But the other issue is too, he's also probably conflating the fact that if you look up all the Google crap, they'll say that the helium stratifies, so it just keeps going up and sits at the top, as opposed to mixing in and with everything else.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, then, and they all do stratify, which they don't, we would be in a world of hurt right here. Like, I hope you live in a very well elevated place, like on the top of Mount Everest or something like that. So look, there's his question. The concentration of gases changes with height. So how does the lighter, less dense, less buoyant helium get back down? So yeah, and he just keeps repeating that one question. So I don't know how we can word it so he understands it, but he seems to be stuck on helium goes up, how does it come back down as part of a cycle? Or is there just that little of the stuff anyways that it doesn't really matter? It's just another random thing. But as for the concentration levels changing with height, that percentage drop is equal across all elements, or all gases, I should say. So if the split is 60-40 down low, the split's still going to be 60-40 up high. It's just there's going to be less of them. It's going to be less dense. That's it. Correct. There's less oxygen up there, 80, but also there's less of other stuff. Everything gets reduced by the same percentage.
I would like to know, I mean, it's a nice part of the subject to go into. You know, we claim, well, we stand on natural law and thermodynamics and gas pressure requiring containment. So, yeah, pushing to explain the process more isn't a bad thing. And at least he's cool, like he's not being like the last gimp in chat. I win, you know. But yeah, I know what you mean, Dr. Francis. Why would it be impossible to listen here if he's listening elsewhere? Yeah, I mean, there's no reason he probably couldn't. Maybe he's not on a device that can join YouTube. Maybe he's watching on he's listening on a laptop that doesn't have voice. Maybe he's like watching us on TV. Maybe he's what, I don't know, at work or something. I don't know. No idea. Same volume but less concentration of oxygen.
There's less concentration of all gas.
Yeah. Well, like there is a pressure change, elevation, and I'm on YouTube on my TV. There you go. We're on TV, guys.
Hi, Mum.
Oh, man. Hey, Mum. How's it going? Look at me. Woo! I'm Scotland, all famous.
Here you go. Here's the answer. Helium never comes back down, and it keeps filling the upper atmosphere, increasing the pressure, and it will increase the pressure to a significant amount in 4.9 billion years. So who gives a crap?
Is that the math on it?
Who cares? I just made it up.
Oh, bro, I thought you'd been to the future and checked.
That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah, that's what you do, mate. Don't tell me you're going soft on us.
No, the point is he didn't quantify any of his contentions. So his point that it would increase the pressure may be true even if it's under that, but why it would be significant, that's what he's got to point out.
Yeah,
the point is he's just making a claim without any quantities that actually would make his claim worth talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, we know there's an air change, changing a lower amount of oxygen or O2 at the elevation of Everest. But it's also, yes,
I got another one.
Much, but it's what your actual lungs are used to dealing with at elevation as well.
Yeah, I got another one for you.
You're not used to it, you can't do it.
Okay, the excess helium is burned. There you go.
Right. This is what I want to know. This is where I didn't get or I was too young to pick it all up, AI. What happens in physics, in thermals, in thermodynamics with gases that, you say it gets burned. Now, is this could this be the radiation from the sun, in a sense?
Well, the mainstream excuse is that the ambient helium in the outer atmosphere is lost to solar winds. That's why it never comes back, because it's too light to be quote unquote pulled back by gravity. So it just
Yep.
goes to the tipmost top, and then gets either, just leached out or knocked out by solar wind. So how about it just gets burned up? There you go.
Well, okay, fair enough. It's just another way of actually possibly explaining what might be going on. They're theoretically putting it into the paradigms of the globe and heliocentrism and gravity. But solar, possibly. Could be a solar effect. It does. As to why the pressure is constantly being released and it's not increasing, if we are contained, there is a volumetric limit. As to why it's not actually increasing, we burn most of it. We burn most of it. Respiration burns through a hell of amount of actual air, and that's not just oxygen or just helium. It's pretty much everything. Then there's plant respiration, which doesn't just give off, it takes in. Then there's all transport with combustion engines. We're going through air, the volume of what's been released constantly. And I think the pollution, the creation of carbons in the air also has an effect on the gas cycle. Especially with the water cycle, because dirt in the air can create rain.
And here he is again. Well, if the pressure was constantly increasing, I think that would be a problem. This would be a problem with flat or globe. It's the sealed container that puts into question. He seems to be of the impression that we're constantly increasing in pressure, like we're blowing up a balloon. He doesn't get that all of these cycles reuse air for whatever purpose. Trees absorbing carbon dioxide and carbon to grow themselves.
There's also another side to this, but it goes into the wackadoodle. It goes into the intangible, non-confirmable side of things. Supposing it does get so cold up there that the helium or the higher gases do start to actually change phase. What if it goes into a state that's something like, is it Sasha that used to go on about it? Superfluid helium. Yeah.
That was Get Big Get.
Get Big Get, GBG. Superfluid helium state, which in a sense is such a thick existence of nothing that it's almost physicality to it. Now, if that were to get cold enough and solidify and create some sort of barrier that could come down somewhere on Earth, it then leads to the ice ring theory where, it's possibly a dome, and I don't mean in fair shape. There's a physicality to it. And that's where the higher gases can come back into the water cycle through the ice that breaks off and comes back into the water cycle that we know of. The ice
there you go. There you go, mister. Yeah, there you go. So it gets up high and then becomes a different phase or becomes a part of a solid and then is returned down. There you go. Problem solved.
I hope he was listening. I don't want to type that. Again.
I mean, we could keep coming up with reasons all day long. We could probably come up with 100 by the end of the hour.
Chocolate unicorns harvest it as it grows and bring it back at the night when we're all sleeping, mate.
Yeah, but by the way, he's got the same problem, right? Except that he thinks maybe the universe is infinitely expanding.
Well, it does lay a greater question of how can it be infinitely expanding?
Well, there you go. There's another thing. So as you get farther away from the Earth, space actually shrinks. And so the amount of gas that's increasing in pressure is equaling the amount of space that's shrinking, and therefore negating the pressure increase. And I know this because I affirmed the consequent. I rest my case.
You got in there before I did.
So how come I can think of all these ways, but this kid can't? Maybe he doesn't have an imagination.
Well, he believes in heliocentric models, so surely he must.
Now he'd be laughing at me. Oh, so what you're saying is there's an exotic thing happening that's exactly what needs to happen to make an excuse for your claim? I'd be like, yeah, I learned it from the Globers. They do it all the time. If your gravity theory don't work on a universal scale, just make up dark matter. Problem solved. Got any proof of dark matter? Yeah, my theory doesn't work, but I believe it, so I need it to happen. Therefore, it happened. I rest my case. Oh, well, I didn't get to the lake fast enough, so it's too dark to take an observation. The only observation I can do is with my eyes of a symmetrical reflection on the surface of the water.
Put your camera into night mode. See what you can get.
I already tried. I can't get the target object that I usually get at the zoom, because the night mode only works when you're not zoomed into a certain level for some reason. I think it's because it's actually when it you know why? It's because when it zooms to a certain zoom, it switches the lens that it's using. Because I got like multiple lenses, so some are the near lenses, some of the far lenses, and one's the telephoto zoom lens. Yeah, so the normal observation that I do here, this is from the sand on the one side to the pier on the other side, is 333 meters. $982 feet? No, sorry, 1,082 feet.
There you go, proper money. And off the top of your head, do you know the drop? I'm going to throw up a scale anyway.
Quarter of an inch, if that. Eighth of an inch.
There's an eighth of an inch drop over how many meters? What? Hello?
Oh, I don't remember. I just know it's less than an inch. Allegedly. It's much less than an inch. I think it puts the drop off of the Sagata, if it was indeed curved following an arc that the globe claims, at like an eighth of an inch to a quarter of an inch. You know what? I'll have to do it again. I'll have to do the metrics all over again now. Now that I can't remember exactly.
What was the distance in feet? Sorry.
1,082, so roughly a fifth of a mile. Well, yeah, so you could go do 0.2.
Yeah, I've got it. I think, yeah, aye. Quarter.
So you got 300 meters. So 0.3 of a kilometer. Eye height, I've put that at 1 foot. And it's not within 4 digits.
Yeah, could do with an actual handier scale, a graded one from a mile down.
We actually had a bot that would do it for you in the past. Wonder if we still got it. You know, it was like a bot command, and you put your numbers in, and then it would tell you the drop.
Yeah, yeah. Hello, Serena. How you doing? Are you PC verified, Serena? Yeah. Cool. For anyone else out there on YouTube, the idea of the superfluid helium turning to ice and coming back down correlates with a wackadoodle claim that came out a little while ago about blue ice being found in Antarctica. Apparently, it melts and oxidizes in your hand, and if you drill into it over time, it'll re-ice and fill in the area that you drilled into or cut into. Now, it is a wackadoodle story because it's not confirmed. So
Actually,
maybe I'm grasping
I read
at
an
straws.
article about that. I read an article about that a long time ago about how they actually took a drilling machine, as in a for underground coal mining type thing, to actually drill through this stuff. A borer, yeah. And allegedly, they were saying that the tunnel was actually reforming behind them, and it got to the point where they couldn't go any further because they had to basically make sure they could get themselves out, and the machine is still parked.
Yeah, they lost the machine eventually, and because they were spending more time on keeping what they'd actually cut from filling in. Yeah.
Why is it filling in?
It was regrowing.
Well, why? Well, it was empty, right? The only thing that was in that vacant space was what?
Well, atmosphere.
Okay, and then it converted whatever was in the atmosphere to a solid, right?
Well, yeah, I think that's what it is, but I'd like to see the temperature reference on it or gauge, what they were born.
Right. So whatever reaction was occurring was causing the ambient air to become solid, basically.
Yeah.
Or whatever's in the air to attach itself to the structure and increase the solidity of the structure's mass or size, right?
Yep.
So there you go. There. So the gases go up high, and then they get solidified. Problem solved. Wow, that was
No,
hard.
but the issue is this is not up high.
It don't matter. This is just to answer that homeboy's hypothetical.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry.
So I have. If your story is correct, then that's a demonstrable case of you just got air or gases, which is what air is made out of, and then it becomes solid. There you go. Then once it's solid, or somehow attached to a solid, it can then fall back because it's now more dense than the surrounding atmosphere, and it makes its way back to the ground. The real question he forgot to ask was how does gas return to the flat ground? That was his real question.
Okay, so helium has no freezing point. And is super cold helium, is that where it becomes superfluid? Do we know that?
In theory.
Because we know that. What was it they were doing during the war with heavy water AI?
Working out.
Yeah, right enough. I didn't necessarily mean your war, bro. I meant the one, from your mum and dad's days. Or was that some sort of nuclear thing? The heavy water stuff.
Yeah, it's like I can't remember exactly, but like it has something extra to it. That's why they call it heavy. Like either an extra electron or proton or whatever the heck, or who freaking knows. And that there was that scare. It was called heavy rain. So like whatever this was would leach into the water table, and then it get into the rain somehow. So it wasn't like acid rain, which is acid, obviously. That's pretty much all I can remember about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of theoretics out there, but when it comes to the phase change stuff, it's not an easy one to actually science. You get like big gas containment bottles, heavy, thick stuff. How can you monitor it phase change if you could actually affect temperature and pressure to see this? Can't see through 4 inches of steel bottle.
Hey, look here. This is just a quick AI overview. So take it with a grain of salt. At absolute zero, helium remains a unique frictionless liquid called a superfluid, rather than freezing. So it takes on a different type of property. This unique behavior is due to the high 0-point energy of its atoms, which prevent them from settling into a solid structure. Right? Because you remember, most supposedly everything's majority of it's empty space, right?
Yeah.
So basically, then it says here, under very high pressure, helium can be forced to solidify, but under normal conditions, it stays liquid.
Very high pressure.
Yeah, so it changes from a gas. Yeah, so it changes into a superfluid, which is frictionless. So maybe that means that you could have a lot of it in the same spot without increasing the pressure.
And with extreme pressure on the outside face?
So frictionless within itself.
Super.
As in,
Wow,
doesn't
this is where
behave like normal fluids would, as in fluid dynamics. If you've got something in motion, the first layer will move nearly at the same speed of the thing that's in motion. The next layer will be a little bit turbulent, but less speed. And as you get further and further away from the thing that moves, it backs the speed, energy decreases. So it doesn't behave.
No, it says here the atoms in superfluid helium behave as a single coherent quantum entity and move together as one.
Wow.
So the idea that so that what you just said wouldn't apply.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's what it doesn't do. It doesn't behave like normal under normal fluid dynamics. So if it behaves as one entity, having this superfluid between two items would be like having a kick-ass roller bearing between the two items.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I came up with another reason. It's very simple. Helium is able to penetrate the barrier. So if he said you can't have a containment because this increase in gas, such as helium filling in the upper atmosphere, would constantly increase. Well, there you go. The barrier is permeable to helium when it reaches its superfluid state. There you go. See? I could do this all day, brother. You know what? See, friend, check this out. I could do that all day, but what he can't do any day is prove that the surface is curved.
Yeah. Yeah, you mentioned about helium. It can be phase changed to a solid under pressure.
It says 25 atmospheres of pressure, it says here.
That's a bit of weight.
25 atmospheres, so 25 times the pressure that we have on ground. Is that right?
Yep.
Or is that an exponent? Is that
which is exactly how much pressure there is in the quantum folded extra extrosphere. So once it reaches the extra sphere, it gets folded in on itself 25 times, and shabam, it becomes a solid.
So?
Man, I could do this all day, bro.
So hang on. So space might not be a void. It might be a volume of pressure, solid in a sense.
No, just solid.
What about if it were a volume of fluid? Could a volume of fluid create that amount of pressure eventually?
Sure.
I don't know.
All right, I came up with another one. So when the helium reaches the edge of the semi-permeable container, it actually can't pass through. So the angels come with their super straws and they suck the helium up, and then they talk to each other in funny voices.
They're all going about with squeaky voices, and that's why they can fly. Oh wow, that's why we depict them as cherubim, is it? That's the sound of their voices. Yeah, this is better than the average.
Oh, dude, that's why, dude. That is why demons always talk so deep, because they're not up high, because they got kicked out and they don't have access to the helium. Oh man, this makes perfect sense, dude.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why the girl in The Exorcist sounded like a bass whatever singer. Yeah. Yeah, they are now. See? All things for those who wait.
Now, why is that relevant? Well, the answer why all that stuff is relevant is because Homeboy didn't ask us, is the surface curved or not? He didn't say, oh, if the Earth is flat, how come the surface is curved? He said, oh, if the Earth is flat, how come the gas will not, keep increasing in pressure? It's like, dude, it has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth, Holmes.
Maybe he'll be more willing to address the topic now that he's been answered his queries. He can sit and think about that while he addresses the actual measurements now. Angels, demons, why not just admit it's an issue and look into it? No, it's not getting desperate now, dude. We're giving you technical theory here. It collates with, either science, what we know, natural law, or, the religious theoretical side here. We're not just telling you it's pink unicorns, bro.
Think about it in the opposite direction for that kid, is that he's saying it's not increasing in pressure because the gases are either A, going into a bigger environment, right, which is less filled, right, so it has somewhere to go to, so it's not constantly staying in a fixed volume, or it's being, kicked off by the sun or whatever, and that's okay for him to say that. Now prove it.
Yeah. Quantify your volumetric loss over the course of the seasons of a year in our ellipse orbit around the sun as we traverse around an endless void at 10 to the negative 17 torr. Please. Evidence it. I don't mean to sound snippy, but yeah, evidence, bro.
Oh, I got another one. So at absolute zero, true absolute zero, not artificial absolute zero, everything takes on a new property and then is able to fit together in a vastly amount of combined space. That would take a trillion years. It would take a trillion years to increase it by 0.0000017 zeros psi. So in a trillion years, the pressure will go up by 0.000 to the 17th psi. There you go. Because on a subparticle scale, all the gases are just fitting together neatly. Because when they're at absolute zero, they no longer have kinetic energy, and then all of the empty space that all the matter supposedly has is able to then take in the particles of the other gas atom, or whatever the heck. So in other words, it's more efficient storage. There.
Well, that's actually quite a good quantification of thermodynamic loss and entropy on a scale.
Now keep in mind, if he is a standard mainstream Big Bang expanding cosmogonist, he already believes in an infinite amount of stuff fitting into a tiny space, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So he can't tell me I'm wrong. He can't. It's so good, man.
That's the thing about direct realism, and especially when you start to understand natural law. So, yeah.
Yeah, because if he tells me there's no way that a billion gas particles can fit in the space of one gas particle, then he just debunked the entire heliocentric cosmogony. Yep. Wow, that was easy.
All gases are being released constantly. The helium has never been observed returning. This is an issue with a sealed container. Well, being released constantly, can you show me the rate of that over time? And, the demographic across Earth of it happening? And the helium has never been observed returning. Can you affirm how you know that? That's a claim. NASA tell you that there's a shortage of, and science tells you there's a shortage of helium. But look into who uses most of the helium, dude. NASA, space organizations.
Well, look at here. It says helium is made of helium atoms, which consists of a nucleus containing 2 protons and typically 2 neutrons. Right? So how do you know that neutrons, right, and electrons and protons aren't returning, having been separated from helium? So maybe helium isn't coming back, but maybe the constituent parts of it are coming back. And you then might say, well, how do you separate them without setting off nuclear explosions? Well, that's simple. In a superfluid transmuted state where they're at a specific type of energy under specific conditions, you can separate the parts without the nuclear explosion. You can then return them to the Earth in other forms. There you go.
Yeah.
And it happens at the extremities of the Earth. It happens at the extremities of the Earth where most people don't live. And there's all these weird anomalies like blue ice, which they have no idea what it is. So if they have no idea what it is, then how do they know it doesn't contain the constituent parts of the helium that has been returned to the Earth? There you go. So see how I can just keep speculating on this all day long? The problem is, though, what you can't do any day is prove the surface is curved.
If entropy is infinite, even with containment, if it's thermodynamics and the what is it, the kinetic the kinetic thing of the loss of energy thermodynamically, anyway, not just heat, and it's invoking a phase change under pressure.
Oh, so what he just said, bro, in the back of his head is, well, how could that be? Because where does all the energy go? You can't have all of this energy be absorbed and then confined to a limited space and not redirected back at the Earth. Well, why? It's just directed away from it's all the energy that's released is directed away from the Earth. There you go. Problem solved.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, heat can go to cold, but you can reintroduce heat to a fluid. A physical medium, and the thermodynamics of fluid. You can introduce phase change. One way, you take ice, phase change, gas, rain, and bring it back. But what if we take that to its extremity, which we can't do in a lab? We can only go evidence in nature. That's possibly partly what we're actually seeing. But yeah, we would have to identify the ice and the chemical structure of the ice. Of course we would, to confirm any of this.
There's a video out there of somebody zooming in on the sun, and then there's this dark object that comes next to the sun. A tentacle comes, like what can best be described as a tentacle, appears to connect from the dark object to the sun. It sits there for a while and then leaves. So that was the helium vacuum. So the helium vacuum goes around and vacuums up the helium and then deposits it into the sun, where it's used as fuel or repurposed in a transdimensional energy to help the go-karts of angels work when they're, on their day off. Yeah, problem solved.
While they're singing in their squeaky voices.
I know. Meanwhile, the surface of the Earth is still flat.
Yep. Another thing here as well is, like, you know, we register PSI, we register pressure at ground level. Again, I say level here because it's actually not curving. But at ground level, and again, you know, elevation is topographical above that ground level, so we measure at lower, higher topography. But we measure 14.7 psi, you know, on average across ground level, across being a lateral, you know, representation, yeah, lateral plane. But what volumetric is that based in? Now, all we've got is the claimed dimensions of the globe to work with. So, you know, north to south, how much area, blah, 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 all of that, right? Is that true? Is that the pressure that you would get within a globe of that dimension and that sort of exosphere of air, or, you know, the oxygen and all that atmosphere around it? Or is it possible to have that range of, you know, pressure volumetrically for as far as who knows is out there? Is that where the certain gases are going? Can they be going so far that they are phase changing, or they're being used in another format?
Who cares? It's more simple than that. As soon as they reach the limit that they're supposed to reach, they disappear. The end. They just deres. They just deres, like in Tron the movie, where the code just decompiles and then it's reassembled somewhere else for something useful.
Oh, it's just that helium cannot be like liquid rain. Is there not one of the planets out there that they say it rains helium? Is that not one of the science claims?
I don't know.
I think you'll find it probably is.
Dude, that's what you need.
Helium rain?
Yeah. No, you need to snort some helium, and then you'll have a higher pitched voice, and then people won't be as groggy.
They won't think I'm the devil.
Yeah.
And I won't put them to sleep.
Or the Joker. Joker. And that blew my mind when I found out that one cartoon Joker was played by Mark Hamill. Luke Skywalker character.
I want to find out more about this helium, accepting or assuming a solid state.
Holy crap, dude. You should invite Get On for an event. Call it Guaranteed to Fall Asleep 3000. Because he is even worse, dude.
Well, where do you think I got it from? I couldn't speak like this if I hadn't heard what he'd said. And I'll tell you, like, another one was, well, not just GBG, because he used to come in and blather away. And that's something else that used to happen a lot here. I was going to say, like, people like Lemonbird coming in and talking, you know.
Dude, Lemonbird falls asleep. Lemonbird falls asleep and then comes in here to talk.
Yeah.
While he's sleeping.
I think that, yes, sleep monologue. Yeah.
Yeah, sleep talk. He literally sounds like he's taking his fingers and pulling his eyelids up.
Yeah, I learned a lot from people talking. Sometimes you have to plough through a lot of stuff, though. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Does anybody remember a guy called Street Cap? I think he was maybe British, or was he American? I don't know. He just went round and reported on what he was seeing and stuff, speaking to people and whatnot. And it was when I was talking to Alpha Veritas the other day, and he was like, "Yeah, we get together with people on a ground level basis because we're all across Earth." On his show, on his forum thing. I don't like calling it a show. It sounds like it's put on as a pretense play for the public, or we're paid. Don't like that. But yeah, a great idea, and that's what Street Cap was all about. Just putting it out there. See what you see. Get in touch with other people. And like if you can look into stuff, yeah, do it where you are. Kind of like us, eh? Lemonbird. Sadly, Lemonbird hasn't come in for a long, long time. He may have went through his own face change, dude. But I would love to see him. Love to talk to him again, know he's okay, if he's around yet. Oh, interesting. I thought you were kind of new to this. 80. I can't say your name. I'm going to call you 18. That's why I'm thinking you're only young. You've been around for a while, eh? 10 years ago when you got into this discussion on Oakley's. Yeah, flat earth debate back then, 10 years ago. Yeah, it was great, mate. It was great. You'll remember some of the street activism and people were doing back then. And some of the live shows that we used to broadcast about it. Great. You're a wanderer. You're a wanderer, are you? Been some places and seen some stuff. Did you ever hang out in Gem Pandas, 80? Jim Pandas is it's an experience, man. It still tickles me to think that Elijah spent the first 6 months thinking that Jim Pandas was here, that it was 24/7. I can never forget that. There you go, mate, Rex.
He actually said something about that the other day when I was having a chat to him last night. I can't remember what it was now. That he got a little bit confused with them.
Yeah, right. So he thought Jim Panda was India, I suppose. Jim plays a really clever game. He can argue for the flat earth, or get you into discussion about the flat earth as a flat earther would do, and you're so lulled in that you really don't realise what he's kind of doing and what everyone else is actually doing. I don't want to decry it, but if anybody goes into Jim Pandas, please be careful with what information you divulge about yourself. What you'll actually agree to or confirm to or side with, because the place is a trap in a lot of ways. It's to find flat earthers and just ridicule them, debase them, upset them mentally or physically or emotionally. Not a healthy environment hanging out in too long, but everybody should experience it. But be wary.
I've only ever been in there once, and it was for the FED episode that was in there. The one where old mate goes, "Are we in the land of misfit toys?" And a couple of them had a meltdown because of that. I was there for that. My one and only episode in there. People were crying, and I just went, you know what? And it was the next episode he done that they went over to politics.
Yeah. Jin CBR loves going into gems. He owns the place. He actually just owns it. Not nastily. Just he commands respect in there. At any level of command that you need to, engage to actually correctly command respect. He ups levels until they actually either have to kick him out or shut him down by muting him.
He said that himself a few times.
Got his mean game.
Yeah, he said that himself a few times, that it gets to the point where it's either they've got to mute him or boot him to shut him up, because he's that used to the game over there. But a couple of times, like, I've looked at the server and I've scrolled down the list and I've gone, don't want to deal with that, don't want to deal with that, don't want to deal with that, he's cool, don't want to deal with that. And there's like 8 out of 10 of them, and it's just like, you know what? No. I don't need that. It's bad enough when they come individually to politics, let alone having all of them together in one sitting.
Absolutely, that's why I liked it when I was on the server. I could see who was in and either choose to go in or choose to engage a text conversation or a DM conversation. And I've got everybody in my DMs. I made it a mission quite a while back, because I never got the interaction with people that were either here or around or saying stuff. So I made it a point to go and actually try and get an interaction with them. whatever they were, whoever they were. I don't care. And yeah, I've got really quite a lot of good conversations with people, and it's also given me a direct insight into the personas that we see and hear in Discord or on YouTube, as opposed to who the actual persona behind it. Some of it's told true as to what it projects itself as, and some of it's turned out to be really, really quite different behind the scenes. And it's worth having that, or it's been worth having that for me. Because the whole fight thing, screaming match, throwing names, ridicule, all of that, it just gets in the way. It's far too easy, man. But yeah, it's people when they're in there become part of the den of iniquity that it is. Actually, if you want a cool server, if you're not on it, there's one called The Den. Are you on there?
Let's have a look down my list. Politics, English Hub, Frontline, FAD. Gonna go Brawler, More Than Politics, Earth Awakenings, Blackening. Doesn't look like it. But in all honesty,
you probably won't be. You probably won't be. You're a good boy. There's no way that you would be frequenting the Den just off the bat.
This sounds like if you're a Harry Potter fan, it sounds like Diagon Alley.
You've got it. It's owned by a Mama Sang, bro. The Mama Sang that owns it, her and her man, and they're really cool. But yeah, it's by name, by nature. Where is it?
Yeah, I have enough trouble being on all the ones I've got now.
There it is. I've got so many servers, I've had to compress them into tiny little boxes. Loads of them into as many into a box as I can, and then start another box. Because otherwise, my laptop, I can't access our servers. It just there isn't a scroll bar. For some reason, I ain't got a scroll bar to go up and down the server. Weird on laptop. Right. Copy link. I think. Aye. And there. There. There you go, dude. You may well bump into some of the people that you knew in your former career in there, man.
Is it that rough?
So, listen, I think of it as as sort of like, what's that? Is it Pirate Island, where all the pirates went to the bar and hung out and chilled out? And
yeah. Pirate Cove.
That's the one, bro. Yeah, leave your you can carry your gun and you can carry your sword, but leave the intention at the door, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, they're really. She's really cool, bro. Really, really cool. So's our man. He's so laid back, he's hardly ever around, or he never used to be around much. I think she's got him worn out half the time, dude. I don't want to say too much. Yeah, 18, I'll get you as well. I'll catch you as well, dude. Yeah, 2 seconds. Right there. To live stream. And there. And there. Yeah, you should get that any second, 18. Oh, I've just noticed. Who's wanting admin? Someone verify my friend as an admin online. Where is your friend?
No, he's asking for himself. Can he be verified? That's what I put up. Jump in chat.